We is streaming. Let's see if that connects. Now we go over to see if data is connecting, and hopefully we get some kind of visual feedback soon. And this is happening. So then we check on the channel and see if we register. And with that, we check for echo. And so checking for echo. Hopefully we get echo, and with that, it's a very small act on your part, but it's life and death to Team Dietrich. Make certain to hit that upvote immediately. Now we're going to go over to the infinite call and proceed to start that. And we press for audio call. And let's see if somebody responds. There we are, dear Aristides. Let me go straight to the OBS and see if you register. Say hi.
Hi.
Delightful. Thank you so much for joining us, dear Aristides. And how are you feeling about doing a blurb? Ready to jump in on the action, or do you want me to hold the stage for a few?
I need a couple minutes.
Okay. Excellent.
Right.
We'll just tell everybody, I guess, little things about, oh, Douglas Marks joins us and says loud and clear, oh, I hope all is well with everyone. Thank you so much, Douglas Marks, and definitely welcome aboard, as always. And let's make certain to give Douglas the nice little hug emoji there, and we're going to proceed with that. Thank you. Okay, give him our verbal thanks. And here we go. Thank you. And John sent an image. That's our man, T-Tank Berry. And hopefully he joins us in the text box soon, too. Okay. Thank you, Douglas Marks. There we go. And enter that. Then we proceed to check what was sent to us in the text box. And everybody bear with us while we go through our little processing here. And okay, so that we're going to then proceed over to infinite call, and that was something that was brought up by Brendan ЗOGHET about the European heat wave. Yes, it's been a scorching weekend across Western Europe. Europe has become the world champion of heat deaths. The super-peninsular subcontinent has the lowest number of hot days, yet leads the world in heat mortality. Europe's self-inflicted aversion to air conditioning betrays a deeper hostility to energy and to progress itself. Europeans must learn to love the air conditioner. So to cope with the heat, don't feel guilty about lowering the thermostat. As the world warms and, well, burns, really, and Europe increasingly turns to cheaper, cleaner energy, the super-peninsular subcontinent needs to rethink its attitudes towards air conditioners. So with that, we turn towards Aristides. How are you feeling, Aristides?
Here's the thing. Most of them don't have one to turn on.
Yes, I know. Yes, thank you. So tell us, what would be your solution to that? How do we... basically, their governments need to start literally passing them out the way the Third Reich passed out radios for free, so that everybody would be connected.
They should, in theory, yeah, and should for all the taxes they take.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yes.
Right. You know, I thought it
Absolutely.
was. I thought it was socialized medical care.
Yes. Well, this should be considered part of it. Yes.
It's a medical issue now.
Yes, it is. It is a public health issue. It is a public health issue, and certainly needs to be addressed. So aside from that, feeling up to the blurb there, or up to you?
Yeah. Just as I haven't quite sat down. We could already
no need to wing it.
Upvote.
Good start. Good start. Yes.
Upvote. Everybody needs to upvote.
Yes.
For the algorithm.
Yes. And with that, of course, let me try and clear my throat, get back my voice to dive into the night. And everybody, of course, just make certain to spread the word that we're on and bring others on board. As for calmer waters, we've somewhat entered them. Good eventide to all. The oil has been falling, and Donald Trump is demanding a Department of Justice probe into gasoline prices. The guilty member being himself. Oh,
Yeah. We gotta get to the bottom of this.
Oh my God. So basically today, oil prices extended their decline as more tankers crossed the Strait of Hormuz and the Iran-American peace talks advanced. Both countries having signaled progress toward ending the war, although negotiations are likely to be quite lengthy, and claims from the two sides have most certainly diverged. Separately, President Donald Trump ordered the Department of Justice to look into gasoline prices, which he says aren't falling fast enough. The average U.S. diesel price has already dropped below $5 a gallon for the first time since March. As for conditions on the ground, or rather at sea, they also appear to be improving. Iran and Wdy62426 said they'll begin work on finding an agreement over the future administration of the Strait of Hormuz. Oil experts from the United Arab Emirates recovered nearly 85% of pre-war levels in early June, according to the International Energy Agency. Qatar, meanwhile, expects to restore liquefied natural gas output to normal levels within weeks from the undamaged parts of its facility. This is what I'm sourcing from the Financial Times of London at the moment. All such having been articulated, just don't expect any quick relief. You'll only be letting yourself in for a big letdown. However, we can take some comfort in the fact that crude has, hit its lowest price since before the Iran war. Oil falling below $70 a barrel for the first time since March as Hormuz traffic is resuming. President Trump saying today that, again, he has directed the Justice Department to investigate oil companies for failing to lower gas prices at the pump in proportion with falling crude costs, accusing said industry of gouging customers. Imagine that. Now, WTI crude has touched its lowest price since March 2nd today, closing around $70 a barrel, but the national pump average still sits at roughly $3.91 a gallon, more than 14% below May's high, but well above the $3.22 recorded a year ago. Industry groups are pushing back, saying crude price declines typically take weeks to reach consumers, which is understandable. I mean, I could buy that, but all I could say is that President Trump is Pharaoh, and he wants an edict to to make it happen now. So it shall be written, so it shall be done. All right. All that being said, how about Aristides? How you feeling now?
Okay, better. I'm sitting down now.
Yes.
I'm sure Trump, can he do some sweeping executive action? Like, when, there were other times they were flying off the desk.
Yeah. Yeah. No shit. I agree. I hear you. It's a valid question. By the way, when I say don't expect relief anytime soon, what I really mean to say is you'd better prepare for the apocalypse. We're really underestimating new risk, the growing global threat posed by the super El Nino to global food supplies. It's for one thing, it's spurring the financial industry into action with a new commodities fund. And you can take that as a warning to invest in beans and bullets yourself. Now, the hedge fund Morton Capital Partners is targeting $500 million. That's $500 million, people, for a special purpose vehicle to trade multiple commodities that stand to be impacted by the weather phenomenon, including South African corn, Malaysian palm oil, and Australian wheat. The markets are underestimating all the risks, according to Morton's co-founder, Les Finamore. So just understand El Nino, it has global reach. We're talking about cyclical Pacific Ocean warming that affects weather around the world. Now, as confirmed by scientists earlier this month, El Nino is characterized by a warming of the Pacific Ocean that alters global weather patterns, which can damage crops. The phenomenon could be one of the strongest on record. Top rice exporter Bharat, or Asian India, has already been hit by a delayed start to the monsoon. The World Bank warns that El Nino could push food prices above current expectations, just as farmers contend with the impact of the Iran war on fertilizer and fuel costs, and the broader threat of accelerating global burning. Finamore, confirming all of this with a quote that I shall repeat now, it's going to be a dramatic reshaping of the global food situation. We feel like today the market is seriously mispricing that risk. Well, you heard it here first, folks. And with that, we turn toward Aristides. Okay, you comfortably seated? Get your caffeine in, or you already got your caffeine and oxygen?
That'll be, it's an ongoing process, but set it down, open the computer. Let's see, I'm just now getting to the page, the live here, and
yes,
I am immediately going to hit the upvote, as everyone else should, and should know by now.
Excellent.
Been around.
Excellent.
Yes, and you should know why, because you say it every time, but just in case, for review. It's not just to show your moral support, but to show the algorithm to prioritize sharing of the content, and that is the YouTube algorithm. Sharing and or appearing high up in search results, suggested content areas, things of this nature. And so yes, I think everybody by now kind of knows what an algorithm is, but it's extra important because a thumbs down or downvote would do the opposite, and you don't see them there or anywhere on YouTube these days. But they are, a few of them are placed by, some known detractors, a small bunch, but they need to be canceled out right away.
Yes.
By some upvotes to keep that algorithm in the positive. So everyone should do that immediately as soon as they show up. And you need to be logged into YouTube to do that. That's just how it works. Not such a bad thing, or else anybody could upvote or downvote, and they would probably get somehow hire a bunch of I don't know
the cheapest bots imaginable and all the rest of that. Yes,
they'd be hiring humans at that point.
Yeah. True.
Or the subcontinent over there. I won't say where, but it's good. It's good. It's good that you have to log in, keep things under control. But so if you haven't done that, do that. If you've never done it, then it's pretty easy. If you use a Gmail, that should get you in for free without any extra effort in making a new account, I believe, because they're the same company. Else, follow the prompts and do as whatever you prefer, but Gmail is probably the easy way. So you should be able to get signed in, and then once you're signed in, check out your account menu up in the corner. That's if you open that, where it says switch account, that is where it will show what you're logged in as and where you can add other logins. It says right there, add account. That could be other Gmails, etc. So once you do that, the exciting thing is each one can upvote on its own. So that is, I guess, to be expected. Different account, fresh upvote. But also, even if you just have one account, you can still vote more than once, which is pretty amazing. What you can do is create in that same menu there, create a channel under your account. It should normally be for publishing. You can create, I guess, multiple ones. I never have, but that gives a topical identity for people's publishing, but also and a separate name. What you can also do is just create a dummy channel, and that has its own identity that can upvote also. So without separate accounts, you can just make a couple dummy channels, and who knows, one day maybe you'll put some videos on there. So that's up to you. And in that way, you can vote more than once. Very exciting here in the Dietrich democracy. Only we're always that way, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
If only your votes counted in the Republic instead of an electoral college canceling them out. Imagine living in a true democracy. Dietrich brings it to you.
That's right. Well, at least we got one here, right?
Yeah. That's right.
I think.
We try.
Well, you can vote anyway. So do that, and do that multiple times if you can take on what we just said. Everybody has some extra Gmails laying around from a while ago. Get them fired up, get them registered there, and it's actually real quick. Once you do that, switch between a couple of votes, and then switch back to the one you normally want to use, or talk as in the chat, or leaving comments, which you're encouraged to do. In the live chat here, comments below will be enabled only after the live, but encouraged to do that also. That also helps the algorithm a lot, as does upvoting comments that are there. Please do that, because if they are downvoted, and I don't think that is shown, right? But if they're downvoted, they can be disappeared by YouTube, and Douglas always puts his crucial contact or channel and payment information there.
Yes.
Try to upvote that so it stays there. So that is and do try to comment. I think that's probably bigger than anything.
Yes.
As far as the algorithm, anybody can hit. That's like, you say something to somebody and they just look at you and they give you the thumbs up. It's like, you didn't, come on, man. A little bit, you could at least say yes, or good job, or I think this, right?
Yeah. Thank you. Seriously. Participate, people.
Yeah, participate. No, it's not that hard. You don't have to. You could even, if you don't want, people, knowing it's you, well, you could create, one of those dummy channels, and you could comment as that. Could be.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Found it.
Could stay anonymous on YouTube. Yeah. YouTube knows who you are, but.
Because YouTube is Google, and Google knows everything. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's how to get the algorithm stoked up. You also want to subscribe. If you see that button below the window, that means you haven't subscribed or become unsubscribed, which happens. So if you see a button that says subscribe, then hit that and subscribe. If you don't see it, you probably are, especially if you remember doing that in the past. But because, as we said, people become unsubscribed by YouTube, you will want to check that on the main channel page. Don't click out of here right now, but if you click on the blue name there in the lower left, Douglas Dietrich, or if you're confident opening a separate tab, don't leave us here now, but do check that at some point. Go there, and at the channel page, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich, it'll show you your status definitively. Mine says subscribed, and then in either place, you got the notification bell, the little bell icon. You want to hit that, and it pops up a little menu. You want to hit all, so that it means that all times there's a new program, that a pop-up will appear on your device. It's very handy. Nothing to remember, nothing to do except just hit it when it pops up, and that's also a good indication you're still subscribed, and just makes it very easy to not miss it. So definitely want to do that. So like, subscribe, share. You definitely want to share. There's a convenient button there for share. It'll generate a link that you can grab, and doing that should affect the algorithm as well. It's the same link basically that you can grab out of the browser bar, but more convenient, and YouTube should feel that and take that into consideration, that it's being shared. And then you want to actually do that. You want to copy the link or use one of the different app buttons there, or just copy the link and share that anywhere, in chats, private messages, emails, printing a QR code of it, taping it up in the public restroom.
Of course, always a good one.
Paper airplanes, and send them out the window of your high rise, or whatnot. Out into the city there, and they'll reach where they need to go. They'll be guided by God. So.
Oh, I love it. Yes.
Yeah.
As that one crusader said, kill them all, let God sort them out. Yes.
I looked that up recently. I don't know if there's I'd have to find the original quote of that.
Yes.
I was looking for.
Yeah.
It was here, I don't know if kill them all, for God knoweth them that are his, but it was originally in another language. Here, let's try. I'll put that in the thing there. So exactly. By the same token, you want to send the link to everyone, and God will sort out who it needs to go
to. Lovely. Okay.
Yeah. Sharing, it's one of the most impactful things you can do, because it the person sharing will probably more than any algorithm, probably not counting much from the algorithm, but we wanted to say in the positive nonetheless. But the best algorithm is actual people. So share with your friends, coworkers, acquaintances, not so much friends.
Your enemies need to hear this more than anyone else. Yes.
Probably. Yeah. People you hope to make friends with, perhaps. So that all this towards having Douglas maintain an audience and maintain an income, because this does also provide his income legally and rightfully on his working disabled program. This is his job, and his salary is 0, and he works for tips. So, but it is actually his job, duly noted and registered.
Yes.
And so that's the expectation, that this is his income. So the easiest, best way to do that is at PayPal. Put the link in there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, and that is his personal PayPal account. There are other options. We'll get to that. But if you have a PayPal, that's the one to use, and you want to go there and send him the money in your PayPal, preferably all of it. So,
yes,
because you'll get more, and he won't get more unless you send it. All right. So that's the because you probably have a job and this is his job. So
yes, that's right.
Trickle down economics.
In action. Yes.
Yeah.
We're
right.
trying to keep the economy working. You need to participate to do
Yeah.
that. Yes, it's like after 9/11 when they told you, "Hey, the economy will crash if you don't go out and buy." It was a patriotic duty to go out and purchase, keep the economy going, be a good consumer. And by the way, you are a consumer of information here. So I am providing a service, and I do need remuneration, and your contributions are my salary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but if either contribute or distribute, ideally both. If you don't have any money, we understand. But then just work extra hard at sharing and getting the algorithm fired up, as we said. But so if you have a PayPal, that the link right there is the best way. If you don't have a PayPal, well then you can still contribute very easily if you have a credit or debit card. So if you go to his website, DouglasDietrich.com, which let's put the link there. Chat for convenience, although it should be easily found on his channel page, etc. If you go to DouglasDietrich.com, then if you look in the upper right corner, the yellow button, you can't miss it, says donate. The credit card icons under that is one you want to use. You might first, your gaze might land on the one in the middle. It says donate. That's it doesn't work, but you can click it for practice. But then once you're ready really to commit, hit the actual donate button, and you get a little menu. One of the options, donate with debit or credit card. You do not need to be, it is PayPal. You don't need to be signed in though. That is a convenience provided by his production account, which does take a little bit of tax, a little bit of skin off the top of what he gets from that. So do add a little bit of extra there. So there, you can do it with just a card or with Venmo. There's a button for that. You can also go in your Venmo and search for a PayPal address. And the third one is just says donate with PayPal. I guess that means being signed in. But if you can't sign in, use the first one that we put in the chat. I mean, no real harm if you use this one, but do add a few extra bucks for the offset the fees. But if you want to be a real champ, you want to hit the make this a monthly donation. Check right there. And make it a recurring payment, even if it's fairly small, it adds up. So please do consider that being a true hero in the Dietrich verse, the heroes of the Dietrich.
That's right. Yeah,
verse, right?
Yes, you are our heroes. Yes,
Dietrich or whatever you call it, Dietrich chrono verse.
Yeah. Oh, Dietrich chronoverse. Yes, that's right. You see, you've got the lexicon.
Yeah. You will be the top tier hero of the police. So yes. So those are the easy electronic ways to contribute. There aren't really any other electronic pay apps set up for this. So if you can't get it out of one into the other somehow, I guess you can reach out and try to figure something out. What else? Well, if you want to send a something in the actual mail, postal money order, a check, a large check, a bank check, personal check, anyone's check, as long as you have permission to use it. We're going to assume that you asked rightful permission to use it and fill it out. Checks, you can leave the amount blank, but money order probably not. But if you really want to send something the physical mail, called the snail mail.
Yes.
You want to send Douglas a email to let him know that there's something on its way, so he does not miss it, and also that so he can give you his address. So put the email in there, which yeah, it's not highlighting, but Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. I don't know why it's not. I thought they did. Maybe emails don't.
They probably cut that off as some kind of privilege. They're denying me now as a punishment for
Yeah,
something.
Right. Well, easy enough. I mean, you should still be able to highlight and copy it, so I can. So there. So that's email. Let them know if you want to send something in the mail for the payment, gift, anything. Random. Those useless bars of precious metal you found in grandpa's closet. Those antique gold bullion coins.
Don't forget that Superman comic, the first issue of Superman.
If you see any, see it right. Any yes, that would be, if that's something of that nature. Sure. Make sure it's valuable. Probably won't happen, but
well, even if it's not valuable, it'll provide entertainment. If nothing else.
Well, do let them know what you're going to send, though. So there's his email, and so there you go. What else? Well, let's get to the title here and description. Title bar is always filled up, 100 characters or so, and if there are asterisks, and then that refers to specific footnotes in the description that you should always open and check below where it says see more, and check all that out, what they refer to. These are, I guess, in the text. Two of them. I'm looking for them, but I don't know if it's been, they're in there, I'm sure. And check all that out, all the various languages and cultural holidays that he might acknowledge at this time, historical events. It's a whole multicultural education. Just to read the description, just to read the description, that makes you exempt from any
DEI
diversity,
training.
Diversity training at your job. So just make sure to send them the link instead of your certificate. See, I already took care of that. Yes. We're joking, right? Because we assume you can tell when we're joking.
Yes.
Because
but we have to explain it because
smart.
people. Yeah, we have to explain it because many people don't understand such a concept. But we like to think our listeners are of a higher caliber. Yeah.
I'm sure most of them get it.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And so I'm just taking a look at a number of bizarre images that have been sent by T. Tank Berry, and there you go. Talk about surrealism. That being said, honestly,
Yes.
we love the dulcet tones of your voice, and you're explaining things so well. Help me out by buying a few more minutes while I get my head together. I need to caffeinate and oxygenate, and obviously it's always a minor miracle I get here. What do you feel is going on, domestically or internationally? We should be paying attention to. Of course, anybody, I'm already getting questions about the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream, and please, that's Ed Beth, not myself. And that's has to do with what we felt was kind of a thematic resonance. Thematic resonance would be the photographer's word for it, in terms of how we're transitioning from the Kenneth Arnold FLAPDy, meaning this was the day when Kenneth Arnold, a number of years ago, I think it was exactly 80 years ago today, he basically saw a Japanese breakout from a prison camp, using unconventional aircraft that the Caucasian pilots could not fit into. And he, of course, interpreted it as a sighting from another world, after which he was so pummeled by government interrogation and indoctrination, starting immediately, that he altered exactly what he saw. Originally, his sketch showed a discraft which was flying information, many disc crafts. These were similar to the Voight flapjack planes, and that the Japanese had basically commandeered the blueprints of without much of a problem, I assure you. And this was before the war legitimately started. And during the period that they were using them as parasite craft with no landing gear, they were meant to be one-way trips. This was something that they were able to perform in terms of a breakout. They had no intention of landing alive. They were simply taking the craft out of American possession. Again, they were given access to them to show the Americans how they worked. The Americans, of course, could not fit into them themselves. And yet when he presented it to the public, as opposed to the sketches he turned over to the U.S. government, they made him display something that was much more similar to a Horton flying wing, which is now sent to us by our man, T. Tank Berry. So T. Tank Berry, you know, in the book, of course, that I produced, which I cannot recommend because Peter Moon stole the copyright and sends me none of the profits. Basically, I just have to rewrite the book someday with someone else. And you might ask, why don't you just do it yourself? I have no capacity for publication. I have no capacity for basically writing in a manner that most people understand. I try to write in, well, when I write, it tends to be extraordinarily technical, and people just can't read it. But all that being said, that's a problem for another time. My problem is certainly raising money more immediately. All of the profits haven't been stolen by Peter Moon, and I have no money to launch any lawsuit. So it was just, you know, that is what it is. So in terms of the a craft that you see a what we would call in the 90s an infamous ABV, or airbrush vehicle. In terms of that craft, this is all like, again and again, we're getting the reinforcement of this kind of Horton flying wing on magazine covers, or Fantastic Plastic, you know, the first flying saucer. This is actually a model kit, 1/1/444 scale model kit, display stand included, produced by a plastic model company to even further indoctrinate children into something Kenneth Arnold did not see, because what he saw was actually a disc craft, far more of a disc craft, a Voight flying wing, as opposed to a Horton flying wing. But however, the model company producing this cheap piece of plastic, which is without any detail worth noting, does put a Japanese red flag on it, meaning the rising sun, Mon, or the symbol of the rising sun, the Mon, and the crest of Imperial Japan. And that is what is yeah, wasn't that kind of disc either. So it's like, so he gave me this kind of AI produced with discraft, but those are like showing like flying saucers in a 50s aesthetic that has nothing to do with the Voight flying wing. But anyhow, what he saw, which had been repainted by the Americans in highly reflective and highly flammable nickel metallic paint. This was so that they could, quote unquote, not escape, or be easy to track if they did escape. But it didn't mean anything, because the Americans had nothing to follow them with at the time that they broke out, or rather, no aircraft were in a position to follow them, because none were really on the air. It was a breakout that occurred in the daytime. It was well planned, and they headed towards Mexico, and were going to die in a neutral country, effectively a neutral country, even though Mexico was one of the allies and actually sent a unit, the Aztec Eagle Squadron, to fight in the Pacific. The Mexicanos were not going to really be all that beholden to American demands for expatriation of Japanese prisoners of war, but almost certainly they did not survive the crash landing. Wherever they landed, Mexico was probably a desert yet to be found, meaning a desert where their remains are yet to be found. We have many other things I could go into about this for hours and hours, and I just prefer not to. But all that being said, that's the day, the commemorative date today, that started what Americans were in for, which was a battle for the skies with the Third Reich in exile, that cost the lives of literally thousands of pilots over from that time forward, in a war that was never declared as over. So I've gone into this in depth in the past. And here we are. This is an actual photograph, yes. And so let me put this on it. Thumbs up to acknowledge it. I'm getting incoming images from T-Tank Barry on the Infinite Call. Okay, all of that being articulated, tomorrow, of course, is the 150th anniversary of the Little Bighorn CUSTERDy, Custer's last stand at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. And I've gone in depth into that historically in the past as well. All of that led to the photographic image, which we felt resonated with both. And so, okay, that having been articulated, let's travel back to the present and have our man Aristides kind of provide some insights into what stands out to him. Internationally, domestically. Please, Aristides, the stage is yours while I get my head together.
All right. Well, I've just really actually been sitting here admiring very Google images of this flying flapjack. It's pretty.
Yes, thank you. The Voight, yeah, the Voight.
No, the flapjack, not the Voight, yeah,
Voight aircraft.
And
yes.
Then there was the other thing, what you call it, the flying wing.
Yes, Horton Flying Wing. That's correct. Yeah. Very different aircraft. And the original sketch, as we published in the book, that was provided by Kenneth Arnold to the authorities, was definitely a Voight aircraft, a singular flying wing, as opposed to the Horton, which is more of a traditional wing shape, except without the traditional, what you would see in a conventional plane. And they're very different craft, yet the plastic model company, which put up that plastic model of the Horton Flying Wing based UFO, then puts a giant Japanese red rising sun on it. Very strange, and yet very apropos in its own way. They're indoctrinating people subconsciously that it's Japanese, while at the same time putting it on a German aircraft. And further confusion was added in that regard. I've gone into the story in great depth, all of which was butchered by Peter Moon in the book anyway. He never did it justice or did anything very well. So there's no point in recommending the book other than as a kind of skim through. But it was Annie Jacobson then further confused the issue by claiming that Horton Flying Wings were flown by developmentally disabled and deformed children. One of the most difficult planes to fly that you can imagine. It takes a highly skilled pilot to fly the Horton Flying Wing because it does not have any of the stabilization fins that a normal plane would have. You can't maneuver in a conventional sense. You're flying with your entire body. And you're compensating for the lack of, because it's a stealth aircraft. It lacks any of the fins and stabilizer implements that basically show up on radar. So with a highly unconventional aeroframe, and that's a correct term for any aircraft. If your technicians speak about aircraft, they'll talk about them as airframes. And because the airframe is kind of the craft itself, but its airframe is such that, there's a normal pilot would be hard pressed to fly it, as opposed to a developmentally disabled and physically disabled child. So here we have, another image provided by T-Tank Barry of the United States stealth aircraft based on the Horton Flying Wing. Yes, well, before that, there was even the American Flying Wing was kind of a precursor to the Horton. These ideas for stealth aircraft were developing quite early. And as soon as radar was developed, the idea to develop aircraft to evade radar became a necessity. But the Americans ultimately got their production behind the Germans because the Germans were pushed by necessity. The Americans were thinking in terms of bombers. The Germans were thinking in terms of fighters in order to combat American bombers. So it's there you have that, the arms race, that in all its multifaceted manifestations is fascinating and captivating. Okay, back to Aristides, by all means, while I get my head together and prepare to dive into monologue.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything else you can think of? Yeah,
okay.
Going on in the world, please.
I'm sure I saved something. Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Is there still a war going on, or?
Effectively, there is.
Yeah.
Everybody is trying to say there's no war going on. Don't listen to them. There is effectively a war ongoing.
Well, I'm seeing here that they're not going to pull out of Lebanon, and I think Iran, to them, that constitutes ongoing. They're not going to allow an exception for that. So I don't know, unless something changed, but they definitely don't want to get out of Lebanon. So yeah. So in fact, the guy, whatever, their defense minister, said that, and that's what I have a little quote here about. Yeah, they will not withdraw from Lebanon, and you know what I'm talking about. Even if that is demanded by the United States, it's our divine right to invade our neighbors.
Did he say divine right?
No, I'm I'm just paraphrasing what they all think.
Yes, true. Yes.
Yeah. So that's gonna go on. Let's see. Did they get the reflecting pool sorted out?
No, I'll get back to that.
Because let me see here, and again, I usually have not pre-verified these things, but here's an image. The guy that won the no bid contract to install the water purification system for the reflecting pool is a Trump donor. Mar-a-Lago neighbor.
John I like his escort.
Cafaro.
He's got a professional escort with.
Yeah, he has 2 prior convictions: one for bribing a member of Congress, and another for an illegal loan that violated campaign finance laws. So, obviously, a good choice of contractor, for the job, of course. So there's that. Maybe that explains some things. You got the contract, and we see there what he bought. He didn't buy whatever was going to solve the problem. He bought.
By the way, I want you to. Obviously, I will be returning to this subject concerning not just the pool, but also what you've just put into. Was this you who just put in the link about the Hegseth asking for all this money?
No.
Or was that T-Take?
No.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
what
it must have been,
yeah, so what T-Take to understand, I will be returning to that subject as well, where Hegseth is asking for money for the war. So understand, when they say the war is over, Hegseth is still demanding money to be approved by Congress to continue waging the war. Obviously, the war is not over, and so it's as well as he provides us a picture of someone being arrested. I presume they're being arrested for the vandalism, quote unquote, of the pool, the reflecting pool. That's what I presume this is a photograph of. But if we continue with your exposition, Aristides, of this individual, he is so sleazy. It looks like somebody cosplaying as a sleazy real estate or used car dealer. It looks like somebody literally just costuming themselves in a role as someone who is repulsive.
Yeah, I mean, that can that can hardly be real. You look at that.
Is
this? It's just
Seriously.
amazing,
Yeah,
amazing. But
it's a caricature. The man is a
yeah,
caricature of slime. You know, he's
yeah,
trying to look like an overweight, weird hairstyle. He's got a Hitler hairstyle. He's got a Hitler hairstyle. His mustache is this sleazy little pencil drawing. You would think somebody drew it with a marker. Big cigar. What I don't know whether he's got glasses or not, but apparently not. His eyes are just that beady. Mm. But he's with some hot chick that he's paid a lot of money to. It would take
yeah.
a lot of money to make that lickable. Oh my god. So continue, yes, continue with your exposition, by all means, Aristides, because it is so funny and entertaining, even though I won't get back to it.
Yeah, I mean, people would have to. I don't know if I want to. You want to put a link so that people can.
Yes, please. Yes, by all means, so people can see that, because you can't appreciate it otherwise. That's
here. All right, I found one with that picture. The Telegraph. I don't. Okay, Telegraph. I guess that works.
oh,
And,
yes. And continue.
with that same picture, the people will just not be able to believe that this is a real guy. But you know.
That
But
really look
you know,
like that, yes. Oh my
yeah, and today, you know, in today's you know, political world, any you know, a lot of things happen that we wouldn't have believed. So, including yeah, including yeah, movie grade you know,
villains,
slime
cartoon
bags.
villains.
Yeah,
movie grade
yeah,
cartoon villains.
yeah. So there, I put the link there.
By the way, I'm gonna go mute for just a second while I sneeze.
Go ahead. All right. So yeah, the link's in there. Guy is just absolutely ridiculous looking, and this is probably his least attractive picture out of all of them that I found. So we might display that. Just definitely display that one. That's all I had for that. I certainly had not been looking into this reflecting pool thing. I was just like, that's just of all the things, that's just a side, you know.
Oh,
you know,
well, the fact that they've got soldiers guarding it, and the soldiers are literally elbow to elbow. It's like they've got a cordon of men, a living wall of a cordon of men around the reflecting pool. This is how paranoid they are about this. What an incredible waste of taxpayer money. So this one comment from this individual, the Poke, this one man named Covey says, the safest things in DC right now are the Epstein files and the algae in the reflecting pool. I gotta go mute again. I gotta blow my nose.
Okay. All right. Well, I may move on here and look for some other things. I don't want to find anything too heavy and serious. I think we like to find little fun items here. But let's see. I have a video here. It's really interesting what you can glean from watching excerpts of Israeli TV. And here we have
that's always entertaining. That's always entertaining.
Yeah, because because they know no matter what, the majority of Americans are not gonna take that in. It's not gonna make the news, so you'd have to dig for it. So therefore, you statistically are insignificant to them. But there was a guy, I don't know who the guy is, but he's going on and he's saying, because now Trump is like kind of, now they're, fucking Israel a bit, or so is he, right? So the guy in the Israeli TV is saying that the Iranians are using a low-frequency electromagnetic weapon to influence President Trump's decisions. They implanted these waves into his brain. There has been a noticeable change in the president's behavior. It's like telepathy, but electromagnetic. So, yeah, that's their excuse. Is like, yeah, he's being, there's a mind control beam from Iran.
That requires a mind to control, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, right, because I mean, it's the only rational explanation, because obviously, no one would consciously choose to defy,
The
the
chosen people.
the preferred, the preferred folks, right. Yeah, I'm trying to what's the
That's delightful. That's delightful.
Yeah, I could put I don't have a link to share, because I just have that, like, the video, not the I'll put it in the infinite call. How big is it? 43 meg. Well, I'll put that in there, and here I was trying to, like, because they actually had, that was just a caption, not the caption, it was actual talk. But let me see.
Thank you. I won't turn it on. I won't turn it on.
No, don't turn on.
yeah.
But, the Russians have it, the Koreans have it, and now the Iranians have it. Let's see. I know it sounds like I took it from some fictional movie, but it's really what's happening on the job.
Oh my God!
They're working with this weapon, and in my opinion, they've injected these waves into the brain. I don't exactly know. It could be that even Russia, when he was in Russia, it's very easy, even from the routines in Washington. Wait, sorry, China. They hit him in China. That's it. They can see this weapon from the routines in Washington. Where? Yeah. Okay. So and then the girl interviewing him says, "Well, why don't you activate your weapon to balance it?" And believe it or not, they've asked me to do that. They're working on it. I'm working on it. He asked me to share with you where the request came from. Let's see. I'm just and this is just a translation of whatever they're saying in their language. There's a serious change in Donald Trump. Also, tell us about his deputies. This is the same story. Do you think the electromagnetic weapon is basically? I think they're saying, are they using it on his deputies too? Could also be related to finances. Let's see. Wait. Hold on. I wish it was How can Trump receive a 747 as a gift? Did that happen?
Yeah, it did, yes. And of course, from Qatar, the colony of Turkey. So there you go. Bribery in front of all of our eyes.
Wait, yeah. Oh wait, now wait, I have to back up here. Let's see, Senator Cleburne Powell, he was the head of the something committee. I gotta find out who this guy is. Head of the American Relations Committee. It's a bad transcript. A man who works with the Pentagon and the CIA came to my house, and we talked about some things. And I can't reveal. In the end, I give him a cheap plastic watch for $4, and he tells me he tells me I'm not allowed to accept a gift. I think that's it. That's it. You'd have to. Wow. Just the things they say when they think nobody else is watching. Just incredible. I got to try to figure out who this guy is. I can't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who this guy is.
Yes. Well. You're doing great. Buy me a few more minutes here. Yeah.
Okay.
And,
so we'll move on from that. That was just a funny thing. So that's what they're saying. That's the chatter over there. Is that they're they
seem to have caught a head cold or something. Maybe it's an allergic reaction. Dust mites are active or something. That's right. I'm due for my next dust mite shot within by next Tuesday. So that means that probably my dust mite shot is wearing off. So I'm sneezing like mad. So I'm gonna go mute for a second here while I blow my nose because I don't want people to hear the snot. So keep going, please.
Right. Well, mind control beams or not, they obviously don't like being told no.
Remember South Park when the Emperor Hirohito was made a villain and Emperor Hirohito was using Pokemon to control all the Americans' kids' minds? But it failed because the Americans had no brains.
That one exactly. No, but it may as well be that absurd. Other than that, a couple people, officials, and various people of importance in the government and the media there are saying things like the U.S. should receive another you know, something along the lines of another 9/11 or Pearl Harbor attack, so they remember who their friends are. That sounds like the mob guy coming around and be like, it would be a shame if something, you know, happened to you. You know,
Yes.
like, yeah, you know, why don't you, let's stay friends. And let's see, an official called for the burning of all Lebanon, including Christian communities and churches. How wonderful!
Oh, they'd start with those. They would start with those.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah. Oh yeah, the shit they say it's just. And say maybe. Cyber attacks against the Iranian banking system continue. With basically they're urging people to pay for stuff in cash, for get cash in your hand and use that to pay. ATMs, banking apps, and point of sale devices are now out of service. So they've had their banking stuff attacked. I think they'll get through it. Seems like they've been through worse here, you know, how many thousands of bombs, you know, and they still didn't lose, apparently, to the greatest two countries in the world working together.
Like peanut butter and chocolate. Yes.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is anybody with me on this? I've never understood the allure of Reese's peanut butter cups. They are disgusting. They taste like shit. They taste like shit to me.
I like them, but
do you really? They're sugarized. They're just sugarized shit bits. They're it's like eating buffalo chips. I don't mean like buffalo
I like
chips
them,
in any
especially
good sense.
like if say you're drinking coffee that's not really too sweetened or at all to kind of balance, you know.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
No, but like if you're having like bitter coffee and it's like kind of a nice, you know.
I get what you're saying.
I'm not saying.
No, you're sweetening the coffee because I get it. Your coffee is warming up the Reese's peanut butter cup that's in your mouth, so you get this kind of melt effect. Yes, I get it. That's what I do with some items, but I'm sorry. This is like, you know what? He was working for too long. This is the problem. Was Aristodes just needed sugar and caffeine to wake his brain up at work, and this was how he did it. This is how he did it. This is like the shortcut method. It's the shortcut method to sugar and caffeine. That's disgusting.
Yeah. Okay, so
don't take it personally.
And then there was a thing you couldn't believe it, but all of a sudden, I guess this is the real here. I mean, look, I think this is the real, like the White House has a Twitter.
Oh my God.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So that's its own, you know, I'm sure they have umpteen different, the White House, it has the verified check. So, and so apparently they make a post and they say the White House will be Q posting today. And that's all it said. Really? And people went like ape shit, like just, you know, of course, especially, you know, those who, if they're still out there, the Q people, the Q and, you know, the believers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. The White House on X. White House will be Q posted. This is outrageous. This is just outrageous. I am appalled.
I don't know what that, there was no, I don't think there's, I don't know if you can, there were comments not enabled. I don't know what came of it other than a lot of people just, you know, yucking it up and, you know, I don't know what they did. What the hell, you know, what came of that? I didn't hear anything else. I don't, something
if
may
you can
have.
follow up on it, please do. Yeah. That's honestly anything, and just keep talking because my nose keeps running. So I'm trying not to let people hear my snotting up.
I'll try. I'll try to follow up. Although there was a funny video I gotta find and upload. I don't have a link, but it was a riot. Some of these people are getting real good with the AI, and you're all gonna crack the fuck up.
Well, at least AI is useful for something.
Yeah, right. For parodies. Well, but it's an AI of like, you know, you're kind of a couple of like old fat like boomer MAGAs like when they got that when they saw that message that you know the White House is going to be Q posting,
Yeah.
and it was done pretty well. The guy's like, honey, the White House could be. He's like, get my uniform, and they're all like falling over each other, and then they're like running down the street, you know, like with the Q flag and stuff, and like the woman's in like a motorized scooter, you know, like a disability scooter, yeah, with their Q flags, you know, the Great Awakening, you know, and then something, she crashes her scooter and like he falls, and then that's it. He puts on like a superhero like uniform that says that what was saying that has the Q on.
Oh Jesus! No, that's
honey,
delightful. That's
it's finally I told you, right? And then with them, you know, turning on you know, their friends over there, you know, there was that one post in the Q posts, which, you know, it wasn't, of course, like the whole in general, it was not critical of, you know, the you know, the preferred ones, but there was one post, somebody asked something, and is Israel involved? And it sounded ominous. All it said was we are saving Israel for last, for, you know, a reason not discussed anywhere else.
Wow.
That was it. So, yeah.
Who said this?
I don't know.
Trump? Who said
no,
this?
No. This was back in the day. This was back years when the posts were going. You know, when the Q account was actively posting.
Okay, got it.
And yeah, one of the posts was a reply to something, because it was on this message board and people could actually, I guess, you know, reply or whatever. And one of them said, well, what about this, that? I forget what it was. It sounded kind of minor, but is Israel involved? And yeah, they said, we're saving Israel for last. I don't know what that means.
Okay,
right.
Interesting.
I'm sure some of these types latched onto that, and they're like, because, you know, they're probably, with everything that's happened, you know, else that's happened, you know, it seems pretty hopeless. But then I'm sure, you know, some of these guys latch on and be like, he's gonna turn on him. I know it, because, you know, the post said so. And then now this happens years later. They're like, see, honey, I told you to trust the plan.
No, it all works out. It all works out in the mind of the conspiracy theorists. They are able to rationalize these leaps of logic with years of time span in between them, simply because of their need to believe. It's truly madness, and I'm simply, how would I say it, impressed by the insanity of these people. You appreciate new levels of their madness. So yeah, do continue.
Well, people generally do that with a lot of things. They fit the data to the pattern that they want to see.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what people do.
Yes. And so okay, all of that being said, we've gone through the opening hour, and let's take a look at the numbers, other images John's sending, which are always appreciated, of course, and World War II propagandized Time magazine covers that are actually done quite well. And okay. So, in terms of what else comes to your mind, and Shirley, just to buy me a few more minutes here, what else comes to your mind or your attention? Something else?
I did. I walked away from the computer for a few.
Okay,
I'm gonna go right
that's
back.
Fine. That's fine. And I'll just start in. So we've done our best to buy me some time. I might as well just devote myself to what I'm here for. And so we're going to dive into monologue now. Everybody, tell everybody else. Now, as the Iran deal sets the stage for more conflict, Trump's views on presidential powers have taken an even more radical turn towards a no-limits presidency. In theory, there are a great many lessons Donald Trump should have learned after launching a failed war against Iran. In practice, however, the president appears to have learned effectively nothing. Although most presidents become chastened about their power over time, Trump seems more eager to shed restraints than ever before, even as reality catches up to him. In fact, By some measures, he appears to have come away from the conflict having learned the wrong lessons. We're dealing with a no-limit soldier. Now, John set an image here. And again, just going to heart that. Nice collection of Time magazine covers there. Last week, in an interview with the Axios show that aired over the weekend, the Axios reporter, Mark Caputo, asked the president, "What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?" It was a good question that received an unfortunate answer when the Republican replied, "There are no limits!" Pressed further, Trump added, "I haven't learned that lesson yet." We have Brendan Ząghет joining us. Dear Brendan, how was your day today? People care about you as a person. Are you safe and well?
Yeah, just peachy, just fucking great. Yeah.
You poor kid. You've seen it all.
Nothing to do with all this madness. Yeah.
Well, you know what you can do? You can bring us crypto bits. Bring us bits of cryptid information. You could be our cryptid correspondent. Why don't you take up that banner?
Oh, I'll show you some cryptids. He's right in front of you all, right here, talking. Drinking Capri Sun in unnamed continents, in the darkest continents. But yeah, cryptids, I mean, yeah, it's just, you know what? I think I've abandoned the cryptid thing. It's like,
What?
yeah,
Oh, don't.
abandon it.
It's
Yeah.
important enough. Come on.
Yeah.
But I do want you to tell us about you should always bring in little juicy tidbits about cryptids when you come on the show and say this is our cryptid catch up.
Yes.
I like that
Yes.
idea. So
I used to try to do that, but you always derailed it with your mad whatever was going on.
Well, do it again.
You would say, it's not actually a cryptid, it's something Aquino invented. And then, like, what the fuck? It's like, how am I supposed to respond to that? Am I supposed to say, wow, yeah, it's great.
Oh, dude, you're hobnobbing with the reptiles these days.
Yeah. Oh yeah. With some good results, I might add. Seems all right. Seems good.
There you go. Yeah, they're not so bad.
Yeah, these reptilians aren't so bad. Especially when they pay you. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Oh, my nose! I'm having an allergy attack. I don't know about you, but my eyes are watering. My eyes are watering. My nose keeps running. I keep blowing.
We're allergic to your bullshit.
Yeah.
Remember that old joke?
Yes. Yeah, that's something a lot of people would tell me. Yes. Oh, you're allergic to your own bullshit, Doug.
Yeah. But I mean, I usually have more stuff to say, but you caught me at a bad time. I was just driving around this.
Hey, look at the text box. Look at the text box of the Infinite Call. Look at what T-Tank sent. Look at that. The last image in particular, and the one above that. Give us some feedback while I blow my nose. I'm gonna go mute.
Oh yeah, I'd love to talk about this. Yeah.
Tell them about how this stupid motherfucker came out and said how every major dark occultist died and how he never had any Aquino in there. And I said, hey, there's no Aquino in this. And I said this publicly.
Yeah, he revised it for you.
Yeah, he revised it. The motherfucker then adds Aquino, but defends him as a victim. Made it short. Defends him as a victim. Tell them about that. It said that, and then alluded he might be immortal and still with us. Did he not?
Well, he said he was falsely accused, and then he said he was into immortality. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
You get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, the worst of both. Yeah. Try to say he's innocent and try to say he's still around. Yeah.
He's an innocent immortal that you're wrongly accusing.
That's right. There you go. There you go.
How could you be so sick?
Yes. So So here we have this genuine images of the Anton LaVey, or it might be maybe AI. I'm not quite sure, but I'll just acknowledge it with a check.
It looks like it's in a real photo, but they just enhanced it, like brushed it
Interesting.
up.
Okay, yeah, it does look real. Now this one is real. I know this one is real. Though it's sad. I should put the tear eye on it because she wound up dying. And Jane Mansfield. Jane Mansfield was the girlfriend
Right.
of Anton Szandor LaVey, and she wound up dying because of it. He placed a curse.
They look so goofy. Sorry to say.
I know, but it's real. It's a real photograph.
Yeah.
And
well, no, I know that. I'm just saying it looks goofy. Like it just looks cheesy.
Yeah. Well, you would think it was cosplay. You would think it was just
like
something.
Yeah, what is he, evil Batman? I mean, come on.
Yes. Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, so sad. So sad that she fell under his spell, and it really. But
okay, I have to go mute for a second. I have to pick up something.
Understood. And meanwhile, everybody's left hearing my nose snot up.
Yeah, you're pretty sick.
Oh, okay. Just responding to all of these incoming photographs. Now, don't be afraid to chip in here, Aristides. Certainly, you might have something to say to give my voice, my nasal passages a relief. Well, I find something to do with myself too. All right, let's just continue. And so
okay, I'm back.
Okay,
but
so
you can continue. I don't need to hear you.
I want to blow my nose. So say something while I go mute, please.
I thought you stopped taking the Coke. What happened? You went back?
Yeah, that's because I stopped that this is happening. The Coke would have dried up my sinuses. I'm not getting enough of it. That's
you had to have surgery, and you blamed everything but the drugs. Usual suspects. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't say it was Akina.
Can't blame him for everything.
Right, true.
Yes,
true.
Yes, that's right. Here goes all these drugged out people. Who's that guy with him in that other photograph? Who's that other photograph? One's John Travolta at the bottom. Above John Travolta is who and who again? Oh, that's the guy who just killed his parent. That's the guy who just killed his parents, right? That was and he's the brother of that woman who was the daughter of Penny.
Yes.
Penny, Laverne and Shirley. Penny, what was the name of Laverne and Shirley's the actress Laverne? It was something Penny, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, something Penny.
Yeah. And so that's her son, right? Who killed his father next to him. Yes.
Yeah, Reiner, the Reiners, right?
Yes, the Reiners. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, so sad.
Yeah. By the way, he was crying in jail. He said, "I can't get my money," and then,
no shit.
And then everyone said, "Yeah, there's a Slayer law in California. You're not getting a penny."
Yes, thank God. Yeah.
So,
That's
there you go.
Good.
Yeah, but what he was begging for, he said, "I need the money." It's like, well,
dude, you're in jail. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Maybe that was his whole intent, but he just didn't. He just went loony,
His whole intent to what? Like get the money somehow through killing his parents?
They probably finally put the foot down and said, "We're never, we're not helping you anymore," and he just freaked.
That's
usually what happens.
No, that's guaranteed. That's what happened. Guaranteed. That's what happened.
Yeah. So the lawyers probably tried to keep it quiet, but he just, screwed himself twice.
Yeah. Well,
by
T-Tank told us
complaining.
a similar story. I can say this on air. I'm not going to give the details of the story because I don't remember any names, but T-Tank knew someone who did just that too. So that was, attacked his dad and then got out of the will. And then,
it's all too familiar.
Yes. It's like, how does this happen? Well, the guy.
Well, in this fallen age, it's like either they kill you or you kill them. It's like this sick, like no one can just wait for it to happen. It's just,
Yeah, you know why? Because the lifetimes are so long now. That they're longer. That not under Trump, the life expectancy has gone down. But for the longest
but you
time.
could still just get a day job. Jesus Lord.
Seriously.
Like
these people are totally unemployable. They're totally
Yeah.
unprepared. They were spoiled since birth. They were
Yeah.
spoiled since fucking birth, and it's like,
True.
yeah,
Very true.
yeah, and so they just don't have any capacity to do anything. Yeah, got to hand it to Aristides. He did his bit for humanity. You know, put through 2 girls through
Yeah, he's
college.
a saint.
Yeah.
He's a saint
No, I
compared
got
to
to
these
sneeze. So I'm
people.
gonna go mute and sneeze while you take over, Brendan.
Well,
The stage
I'm
is
busy doing something. Yeah, I'm busy doing something.
fuck you.
All right, but yeah. Anyways, there was an
Get to hear
earthquake
me
in
say
Japan,
fuck you while I blow my nose.
and yeah, there was a sizable earthquake in the northern islands of Japan. So that was interesting. That
Well, there were
happened.
back-to-back bone breaker earthquakes in Venezuela. You know that, right?
Just today. Today was an
Yeah.
earthquake day because there was a lot. Going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, the earth is shaking under our feet.
Yeah, rightly so. Rightly so.
Yes, it's angry at us.
Yeah,
Mother
we're
Earth
lucky
is-
it doesn't. Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't crash in and just
Yes. Yes. It's
And
all
then
our
in the
fault.
latest news,
Yeah.
oh yeah, well it's the least we deserve. Japan's Emperor Naruhito expresses gratitude and welcome for Empress Masako him and Empress Masako being received in the Netherlands and Belgium, and the emperor traveled in the same car as the king, who's King Philip
Yeah.
of Belgium,
Yes.
and they went to the city of Namur, and 40 people in traditional outfits welcomed them, and they went to the citadel and did kingly things and emperorly things. So there's still civilization going on in
Thank
this
God.
world.
Thank God
Yeah.
for that exists somewhere. Yeah, it sure as hell doesn't exist here. And the Europeans show how civilized they are by, Trump made a massive miscalculation on what he felt were his European allies. I don't know if you heard about that, but President Donald Trump's great miscalculation on Europe's nationalist right has just backfired. I'll tell you about that in a moment. Here's some input from Aristides. Aristides, come on and tell us about this. Please read this aloud for us. Basically, the headline is that Trump's White House teases quantum push, Bitcoin's next big narrative. A White House quantum push revives the, in other words, they're pushing quantum coin. It revives Bitcoin quantum risk as CZ debates freezing Satoshi's dormant coins after a fork. That's financial terminology I'm not too familiar with.
I don't know. Whatever they're doing there, that's what the Q posting was. They did that, and then they were like, well, it really meant we're going to be talking about quantum stuff today, but damn well, they
It's
were
a
just
sham.
taking a jab. No, they were taking a jab by saying Q posting and letting people go nuts.
No, in other words, it's a marketing gimmick. This is a shameless used car salesman's sales lot marketing gimmick.
Snake oil.
Yes.
Snake oil.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the next thing. Invest in quantum.
Yes. Oh God, that's so disgusting. It's so low, so crass and cheesy. Aristides, read that paragraph for us, please.
Oh, I walked away. What, the one that the one below? Hold on. Okay, the official White House account teased a cryptic Q posting. That was when what I referred to a minute ago.
Yeah, there you go.
When they said they would be Q posting.
Quantum.
Yeah, then clarified the Q stood for quantum. The post turned a
The
dry
fact that they had
policy
to
area.
explain it explains a lot.
Well, yeah. The post turned a dry policy area into a viral moment and reignited debate over Bitcoin's quantum risk. What I don't even know what that means. Like, what did Bitcoin have to do with?
Associated with it sounds like a risk. Why would
Yes,
you even try it?
How does a quantum risk, meaning a risk at an infinite level, we have an infinitude of risk. How is that a selling point? How is that a selling point that you have an infinitude of risk? That's just.
You can lose your money in all dimensions and realities at the same time.
Thank you. You're not just going to lose your money, you're going to lose your soul. Yes, that's
right.
They might as well be saying that. Honestly, I'm just out of I'm left without words. So yeah. All that being said, I just want people to know there's civilization in Europe. Basically, the New York Times columnist David French, an Iraq war veteran and longtime conservative writer, he's laid out the diagnosis on MS Now today. Trump assumed that Europe's nationalist leaders were his natural allies, but French has exposited that the numbers prove that his assumption was quite wrong. Basically, French saying, you're not much of a French nationalist or a German nationalist or a British nationalist if you're going to let an American president stomp all over your country.
Right.
Because,
No.
yeah, Trump tried to acquire Greenland. He slapped tariffs on European allies. He launched a war in Iran that Europe never wanted. So the follow or the he's what I would call somebody who follows these events, follows the pattern of news. But he's a fellow MS Now panelist, David Ignatius. He's also a veteran foreign affairs columnist. And he says that the damage has landed hard as well. So I'm cross-referencing this between different sources of information. But Ignatius is saying Trump simply wasn't reliable. He was erratic in his judgments. He leaped before he looked. So now a new Pew Research Center survey of more than 42,000 people across 36 countries, conducted in February through May of 2026, has found that just 23% have confidence in Trump's global leadership. Among right-wing Italian populists, once among his most loyal European supporters, confidence dropped from 49% to 30% in a single year. And these were supposed to be his allies. Basically, as French has analyzed, he's been thinking of himself, and a lot of people in that larger Trump movement have thought of themselves as having all these friends and allies out there in the European nationalist right. But if you're going to have nationalist allies, you have to treat their nations with respect. That is absolutely not what Trump has done. So the Italian Prime Ministerist, Giorgia Meloni, once Trump's closest European partner, has publicly broken with him over Iran. The British populist Nigel
Yeah, and I think he
Farage.
made fun of her, or he said
Yes,
something.
he did that. Yes, and I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. Had to be her. She came first because she parted with him on Iran and stood up to him, and that's why he was claiming that she was begging him for a photo op.
Yeah.
Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Trying to get back
Begging
at
for a
him.
photo. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, dude, no one wants to be
Oh,
seen with you. Like,
yes. And what is this, guys? What's this about Bill Gates? Bill Gates has admitted to sleeping with a Russian spy. Come on, Aristides, catch me up on this. Brendan, help me out here.
I don't fucking. You think I follow that guy?
Yes.
That dude's just like, he's in his own trapped dimension. It's not like he can do what he wants to do. Forget about the Russian spy. He's in his own mirror dimension. It's like he can't do anything without people saying he's evil.
Yes, the mirror universe. That's right. He's a mirror universe caricature now. Yes. Well, aside from the British populist Nigel Farage distancing himself as well, the leaders Trump counted on are now the ones pushing back. And according to that columnist that I'm sourcing,
Oh, and Magyar, you remember Magyar, the new PM of is it Hungary?
Yes, yes. Tell people about that. Magyar. He has the very name of his race. His very race's name.
Yes.
Magyar. So that's his name, Magyar. Go on. Yeah, what about him?
Peter Magyar, whatever his name is. Yeah, but
yes. Yeah.
He's like forming his government's so strong now, he's forming a coalition to literally vote out the seat of or not vote out, to literally revise the Constitution to remove the presidential seat because the president won't leave. He's like this Russian patsy.
That's right. You're talking about Viktor Orban? So Viktor Orban will be...
No, Viktor Orban was the PM, the prime minister, but they had a president.
Got it.
Or they have a president.
More like, their president would be like our version of a vice president. Their version of our vice president. Go on. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, so he can't leave. He's like there's like term limits.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like Speaker of the House, like you can't just get rid of them. So he's getting a coalition to remove the position from the Constitution.
There we are.
To get rid of this Russian patsy guy.
Excellent. Excellent. Whatever it takes, whatever needs to be done. Yeah,
But then
and
the people would say, "Oh, look, it's totalitarian." You
yeah,
know,
that's the right
they'll
wingers will
flip it
say
on him.
that. The right wingers will say that. This is how insane they are. They're siding with the Russians, the right wingers,
Yeah,
and but at any rate, with all the Euro leaders pushing back on the right, according to the columnist I'm sourcing, Mr. French, the voters love him for it. And to finalize his quote here, other Democratic leaders are now going to see their popularity rise when they confront the President of the United States. It's going to be the popular thing to confront and to frustrate the will of the President of the United States. In the long run, that is bad for America. No, it's good. No, that is good. But for all of us. Yeah, so that having been articulated,
I heard
Aristides,
rumors that Trump was stepping down.
what's that? Say it
I heard
again.
rumors that
Y-
Trump was stepping down. I know you had to double take that.
Yeah,
one,
yeah, I
right?
had to double take that. I couldn't believe what I heard. Yeah,
Right.
those have got to be just rumors. That Jesus Christ. I mean, uh, dude, he's gonna be like that president in Hungary. They have to.
Right.
Well, we're gonna have to restructure the entire constitution to get rid of the son of a bitch. Honestly, like I said, we need to abolish the presidency. We don't need a goddamn president. That's how it's an anachronistic position. It's something that was. Oh, there he is. Oh my God, this Russian girl is young too. Jesus, she's
Of
like,
course.
yes. I mean, yeah. Oh, look at Jordan Peterson, getting together to interview Zina LaVey. I mean, oh my.
Oh yeah, that was like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he perverted
He's not
that.
functional anymore.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God. Yes, he's like, what an idiot. That was just, he got a bone by her. And here we are. Shrek returns. Yes, the Black House secrets. LaVey lies. So who is this Shrek again? This what do I? Oh, he's the Satanist.
That's
Is
her
he not?
son.
Yes,
It's her son,
yes,
isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Shrek LaVey. Shrek. Is he? I don't know.
No, he has her last name.
San Fran Star. He is. So it'd be Shrek. Uh, what is her name again? Zina LaVey. I only remember
Zina Shrek.
Zina Shrek. Zina Shrek now. Okay. So is this the man she married? That's the man she married. Was it not?
No, it's her son.
It's her son.
son.
How did he get looking so old? What the fuck drugs has he been doing? At any rate,
Dude, he's LaVey's rotten sperm. What do you mean? What are you talking about? If you had children, they look like that too. But you're lucky you would end up with the Tates, where they're like, we're smart from our own, because God loves me.
Nicholas Shrek. Yes, our bad T-Tech knows. He says Nicholas Shrek. Oh, there we are. Okay.
That was his old drinking buddy.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm obviously just joking. I'm sure.
No, we don't. Believe me, it may have happened. All I can say is don't discount it. Zina's ex-husband.
Right.
See, it's her ex-husband. See, not her son. See? Thank you.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, that's right, because the daughter is Taylor Swift. Got it.
Yes, the daughter is Taylor Swift. Yes. And Aristides, have you found anything on Bill Gates sleeping with this young Russian girl? Then confessing to it,
Dude, that's old news.
Just so you can get the street cred.
No, but I think I've heard of it. Yeah, I think that's been going on a while.
Hmm. Why is it coming up now? It's coming up on my news feeds now.
I don't know. Maybe it was another Russian.
He stopped. Where'd they get him? What? Aristides, are you there? You said
yeah.
There we are. You were saying he was another Russian. And
maybe there was another Russian. He was,
oh, probably
with.
another one. Yeah, he's probably been bathing in them. Yes.
Yeah.
But for that to be news is kind of lame.
Well, it is what it is. How can I say? It's just one of those things that everything takes its time, everything finds its place, and but I think it's somehow reemergent news for whatever reason. He's somehow confessing to, I guess he wants the street cred. It's almost like he wants to be known for having slept with young Russian girls because people keep thinking of him as such a fucking dork that he can never
Right.
get laid. And so now he just wants the street cred and say, see, I get laid, even though they're assigned. Even though they're assigned.
Well,
Yes.
isn't
Welcome.
he getting grilled or some kind of, fake show trial regarding Epstein in the last week or so?
I would
Which would have
hope.
brought-
I would-
which is why this is there. Everybody's talking about his sex life.
Okay. Okay. So
I think it's associated with that little flap.
yeah. Yeah. And so welcome aboard, dear Holly. Now people care about
Thank
you as
you.
a person. Please refrain from using any ethnic expletives, even
Swear
if-
words.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, pejoratives. Even
No
if you
swears.
are of that ethnicity. No, swearing doesn't matter. Swearing doesn't matter.
I
It's,
know.
yeah,
I know.
but yeah, and but how are you doing as a person? How are you doing?
Well enough. Well
Yes.
enough. A little under the weather this week, but I'm hoping it passes. I don't know if it's me or what. Almost.
Well, join the club.
But
Like I said,
hopefully it'll
I'm suffering from a major allergy attack. So
I hear that.
yeah.
I hear that. Yeah. Unusual.
Mm,
A
Just is what
couple
it is.
things I've wanted to catch up on so far.
mhm.
The pool guy's company is actually named Greenwater. Greenwater Solutions.
I love it.
You
I
can
love
look
it.
up.
Oh, that's you couldn't even. There must be a professional
It's
writer.
mystical.
Yes,
It's
yes.
mystical.
Yep.
I mean, you could not. That can't be a coincidence. I mean,
It's
There's
like
got to be.
Truman Show shit.
Yes,
Mm.
this is a script writer. A script writer was hired for this. Yes.
Right.
I guess
Oh
so.
yeah. Speaking of that, did you see what I sent you, Doug, about that?
Oh, where? Oh, I didn't.
That fake headline that those guys were trying to put up, the AI headline of, he said there were all these vials of algae found in a hotel nearby, and it's like,
Oh,
dude,
that yes, I saw that.
like
saw
you
that.
don't need to grow it in a lab. It just shows up in water if you
Yes,
leave it out.
thank you. It's,
Like you can pour your own glass of water and it'll show up. Like
Yes,
that's just how it works.
It's algae. It's algae.
Yeah.
Now, Brendan, who is this in these photographs being pumped to us by T-Tank Berry? The person.
Am I the one putting the photos in there?
Yeah.
Because I'm not.
No. The one T-Tank Berry is sending all these photos into Infinite Call of this chick. Who is she? That's the first thing I think of is, of course, my half sister that that for some reason they never attacked me about. Dietrich, Maxine Dietrich.
Right.
It's that's the first thing that comes to my mind. But this is
I don't know. Maybe this is the daughter. I don't fucking know. Ask T-Tank. He's the one sending it.
T-Tank. Who is this? Who are these people? Anton.
At least
LaVey,
give us context, for God's sake.
Yes, seriously.
I know you're on cloud 9. But shit.
Let's just put it this way. We gave T-Tank more orgasms than that femboy in Singapore ever did with the good news we brought him today, okay?
Yeah, don't say we like I did something.
Dude, you were the deliverer.
You're the one
you were
with
the
the gloves.
messenger.
Yeah, but you're the one with the glove.
Indeed.
Oh, so this Stanton Zafarov must be the son. With the picture with Joe Rogan.
Stanton. Oh, going back up. Let me see now.
Yeah, Stanton Zaharov.
Well, Stanton's the son, Stanton LaVey, as opposed to Anton LaVey. That's correct.
Yeah.
Stanton is the son who insists that that he was castrated by his own father, and that his own father, eviscerated him. And
he's there above with the pit bull.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
In the red shirt.
Yeah. But what happened was that Peter Moon always claimed he was a fraud. Remember how Peter Moon defended Anton LaVey and said, "Oh, the man claimed
All
to
the
be
time.
Yeah, Stanton is a fraud. Is a fraud. Yeah. It's like, what evidence do you have that he's a fraud?" And he just goes silent. There'd be no follow up. It's just
It was like personal vendetta.
yeah. It's just his personal vendetta against Stanton. Probably because Stanton LaVey told him to fuck off. He approached
Right.
Stanton LaVey to write a book before me, and Stanton,
Yeah, give me your book, and
yeah,
they said no.
Stanton was smarter than I was. Stanton
Right.
was 100 times smarter than Douglas Dietrich, and told Peter Moon to go fuck himself. Yeah, so Stanton's wife. So Stanton's wife is the hot chick. So he's still involved with his own Satanism. Well, how do they have sex if the guy's deballed, decastrated?
Apparently so.
His dick is cut off. So
got tats.
yeah.
I don't know who the dark-haired woman is.
That's what I keep wondering. You know, all I can think of is Maxine Dietrich, my satanic half sister.
Oh well, she's scrubbed. You're saying it like you said it to me, where you expect people to know what that is.
Yes, tell them.
She's
Brendan,
so scrubbed.
Tell them about my satanic half sister Maxine Dietrich, who the Satanists never bring up to attack me with.
No, she gets a free pass all the way to the bank.
Yes,
even got her out of trial. They got her
out of trial for pedophilia.
Yeah.
For literally, it's not just porn, not pedo porn consumption, but child, sex with underage kids, and they got her completely off the hook for that. And it's
or
not
beyond. It was just solely scrubbed.
Yeah, and you know all people attack
forget
her
about
for?
being off the hook.
Yeah, you know all people attack her for? Not her Satanism, not her pedo predation, her Nazism. Her Nazism.
Yeah. Well, she said she used to be. Remember,
yes,
they always pull that.
That's how they excuse her. Well, she's no longer a Nazi.
She left it.
Yeah, she left that. She's just a Satanist now, and that's all right.
Right. She's part of the, what was it? It's like, and she tries to dress it up like it's pagan. Yeah, pretty sure. Right? They like try and say it's about the elder gods and shit, but it's just like pure demonology.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's right. They try to say that they're heathen, but they're really Edomite. And anyhow, so it turns out Stanton's dead. Of course, Stanton died. I did vaguely remember that. It was sad. Yeah, Stanton's dead. Poor guy. Yeah, and
he doesn't look too healthy.
Yeah.
Which one is he?
Stanton.
Bald with the tat.
Yes. Yeah. Poor bastard. All I could say is that.
And Joe Rogan hanging out with him when he was younger.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Well, what else would it be? Of course, Joe Rogan is one of them. How do you think Joe Rogan got his sponsorship? Jesus,
I can't imagine.
Well, he always acts like a bro. He's good at scheming like that.
Yeah.
Where he just says, "I'm just a normal guy."
Yeah. So,
right.
Holly, could you read that text from Michael? I'd prefer Mike come on and read it, but come on, Holly, you read it for us.
Only 2 short months after this interview was recorded, that one.
Yes.
Stanton Zaharov LaVey passed away on December 19th, 2022. Stanton is the grandson of Anton LaVey, the writer of the Satanic Bible and the creator of modern Satanism. He was born and grew up in his grandfather's infamous Black House in San Francisco.
There we are.
Amen.
Yes, and the Black House was named such as a direct occult counterpoint to the White House in Washington, D.C. So understand that it was called the Black House, meaning it was America's spiritual capital. This is its religious capital.
The politics of Satanism.
Yes,
which are profound. Yeah.
Yes, and so that having been articulated, please, by all means, Brendan and Aristides, your analysis along with Holly, please. Your input. Always appreciate it.
Yeah, the city you're in is pure evil.
Yeah. Oh, there we are. Look at this. So here we are with, who's this idiot with Alex Jones? Is that Joe Rogan? That Joe Rogan and Alex Jones together? Puke me. Look at that. And Alex Jones has got the rainbow. He's got the space shuttle and this phallic. It's this big space dick. The space shuttle.
Yeah.
NASA. Yeah,
Phallic space shuttle going up through a rainbow, showing that he's gay, just to show how gay he is.
That guy needs to go straight to Mars. Both of them. Look at
Yes.
Rogan grinning like a fucking
Monkey, like a monkey. Yes.
He does look very simian there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're always hanging out. Like they're all bros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're disgusting.
This dude's a comedian and he's actually gay. So,
Yes, so-
hanging out, they're all in a gay bar together. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, it tells you everything you need to know. Everything we already suspected, yes, has been clarified by their own acts, by their deeds. Ye shall know them. Yeah, what a bunch of butt fuckers.
So is the brunette lady Xena?
No. The brunette lady, I keep thinking it might be Maxine Dietrich, my satanic half-sister. Ooh, Brendan, continue this narrative. Tell. So did you know about this, Holly? Did you ever know about this?
No, apparently she was big in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
There was this lady that had this, it was like a modern Nazism movement about, going, bringing it forward and all. It was basically like a chick version of Doug. And then she founded this thing called the Heathen Temple or something. Literally, that's what it's called. And then it turns out it was all just like a satanic smokescreen. And then, when she got caught up with all her bullshit, she said, it was a bad time in my life being a Nazi. And she said, now I'm just a Satanist of pure degeneracy. And then now everyone's cool. Everyone on Reddit was like clapping for her and shit, or whatever Doug and I were reading.
Yeah.
They were like, she's good now. She's keeping, the heathen stuff alive. She's good. Yeah.
Oh, good God. Yeah.
And it's so hard to find information about this lady. What was her name again?
Andrea Maxine Dietrich. And I believe because it's like she's gone so much undercover. Honestly, and for a while there, things were looking really bad for her because they were bringing the charges from all the kids that she had sex with all these underage boys. She preferred boys.
Yeah, she was. She was called. She formed an organization called Temple of Zeus, formerly known as the Joy of Satan Ministries. Now, talk about a switch. Talk about a switch up.
First one was pretty housewife friendly, but
yeah. I mean, but Satan and Zeus are completely different entities, allegedly.
Yeah.
So why is this
angry old gods?
Yeah. It says the Temple of Zeus espouses a religion known as Zevism, whose practitioners are called Zevists, identifying itself as a form of Satanism. They advocate ideology that synthesizes theistic Satanism, and they have to throw in this bullshit, Nazi occultism, which they don't, Gnosticism, neo-paganism, Western esotericism, and UFO conspiracies. Members believe Zeus, who they also refer to as Satan, so this is just pure, inversion, satanic inversion.
Thank you.
And that lady is Doug's sister?
To be the true father and creator God of humanity, whose desire for his creations, humans, to elevate themselves through knowledge and understanding. Yeah, so there you
go. That wasn't the message I took from it.
Right.
Not at all. He just didn't want trouble.
Yeah, and then Maxine Dietrich began the creation of Joy of Satan Ministries, which established this satanic ideology that is an esoteric form of LaVeyan Satanism, but would espouse traditional Satanism like it was something cool. We're going back to our roots, traditional Satanism, establishing satanic fundamentals from the Middle East and Western teachings, such as Judaic Abrahamic concepts of Satan, etc., etc. At some point, Maxine Dietrich's studies went into Zachariah Stitchin and ancient astronaut theories, etc., etc. And, she created the sigil, recreated Anton LaVey's sigil of Baphomet, that it was incorporated with cuneiform script instead of Hebrew, which spelled out Satan in cuneiform as opposed to Leviathan in Hebrew, as LaVey had it, attributing the use of pentagram to Sumeria, and also introduced theories that illustrated their contempt for Jewish mysticism. So there you go.
Aha.
And then the NSM incident, National Socialist Movement. She was the husband of she was the wife of the high priestess or something like this. Let me see what it says.
Is this all on Wikipedia or something?
Yeah, literally.
No shit.
It says
She gets
this
a page?
revelation.
She gets a page?
Yeah, she gets a whole write-up. She gets a whole fucking.
Yeah.
There's like 7
That's
more
detail.
pages. It says amongst the theistic Satanists community, Maxine Dietrich is appraise her as pioneering and a vast improvement of the old disrespectful grimoires and methodologies in the past, with a introduction, listen to this shit, introduction of a system of respectful demon invocation. Yeah. Yeah, let's be nice to the demon that's about to rip your soul out. Good luck with that. Good fucking
It's
luck.
like, yeah, oh boy.
Like it's like nice parenting, you know, or was it called gentle parenting? It's like
Or
you
trying to
infernal
tone
one.
down football.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, flag football.
Can't have all those head injuries.
I summon you, most infernal one. You know, please help me. I love you.
Ow.
Good luck. Good fucking luck. That's not how they operate. So I checked.
We won't mistreat our demon.
As of 2019, Angel Fire discontinued its web hosting for her organization. In the absence of Maxine Dietrich, her organization is sustained by her advocates and has undergone significant changes. In 2025, it has reconstituted itself like it was an amoeba or some shit, like Flubber, as the Temple of Zeus. There you go.
Oh.
And is that out of San Francisco or no, Canada?
That's the problem. They don't say. It's just
That's the one thing they don't say.
She's universal.
Yeah, yes.
She's quantum.
And Doug and I tried to find what she looked like. They wouldn't even show what she looked like.
Yeah, yes. Seriously, we found just a bare...
It says she died in 2020, but that's not true because we saw a photo of her.
That's right. Really?
It says 1962 to 2020.
Really? Really? That's like...
but they don't have a link to like her profile, so it's just...
yes, no, what happened
So her page doesn't exist, but this page exists. Does that make sense?
She went into like a witness protection program, and that was because of the pedo charges. And so by that I mean a satanic witness protection program or a predator protection program. Just as the feds have a witness protection program, the satanic deep state has a predator protection program. She went into
whole
that.
Towns.
Yes. Yeah. And she went into that, and they like declared her dead. They declared her legally dead. But it's like with the Kino. Remember, it was signed by a mortician who had been retired for years. So it's like they brought her out of retirement specifically to sign his death certificate. So
there's some poor. You remember this lady, the professor that like she built up her whole career just to have the same name as that lunatic. You know.
Oh God, which one? Which one?
LeVay.
When we looked up that name.
Oh
no,
deep.
Yeah, you remember?
God. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I've been dealing with a lot.
I almost don't want to smear this poor professor.
She
has the same name, Andrea Maxine Dietrich.
Got it.
Yeah, but she just like she ranked up.
Right.
You know, she ranked up and became a professor, and then
now
she's associated with this lunatic.
Yes.
God damn.
That's true.
But we don't know if that's the lady in the picture.
It's not the lady in the picture. It's not.
Okay.
It's just a totally unknown, or what is it? Unaffiliated party that just a normal lady.
Now I get it because of Dietrich.
But when it comes to the the half sister, I'd be really surprised if she was truly dead, and I think it's obviously the covering for her, and have just
she's the high priestess.
And
he's gone anyway.
Let's see if these people have it.
I wonder who supplied all that write-up to her. Can you tell on Wikipedia who wrote it?
No.
It's
they
like
all are under handles. They're
it's anonymous.
Yeah. No,
it can be.
Yeah. You just go in there. People just go in there and they add and detract information as they want. That's why it's
It's too fluid.
Yeah, and but
for our primitive computing abilities.
well, it's let's put it this way. I mean, Wikipedia's just got to go. It's just it's
I'm
just
not
yeah,
advocating. I just was
yeah,
curious about that.
Okay,
yeah.
they're claiming Maxine Dietrich was named Andrea Clifford originally. Is that true?
What?
Supposedly, that's why I said half sister. That was the whole.
Yeah,
There's
the joke.
always was a controversy about her origins, and so when it comes to
It says her husband was a president of the American Nazi Party. So she
that.
was married to you? Damn. Yeah, the joke was because the Dietrich name. That's the joke.
That's right.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
so what happened was when they started producing a cover story for her and started discombobulating her entire record, when she was arrested for child predation, then they were claiming, well, you arrested the wrong person, and that she only took this name from marrying this leader of the Nazi Party, and she's actually someone else.
Ah.
But there was always this question of what her origins were in the Dietrich family. So that's why the term half sister was always used. She's related by some kind of obtuse, like for the question was who her father was. So she took on the name of someone who was suspected to be her father, as opposed to Dietrich, but then married somebody who took on the name Dietrich. He really took her last name because it sounded so German. But then they later on, when discombobulating her record to protect her, said she took the last name from him. This is kind of like one of those things where, the deep state can do this because you've got these satanic cults where they're all are kind of morbidly inbred anyway. And so they just kind of like can pull that off. And, even though he took her last name because it sounds so German and he wanted that for the potency of it, while he was becoming leader of the American Nazi Party, they later on claimed she took his. So, no, but it's somewhere along the line, there was supposedly a Clifford involved, but believe me, that's like almost like a blue herring. It's just like something that was thrown in to help her discombobulate the charges. And later on, Aquino was still alive when she was charged, so he protected her and took her under his wing and got her out of trouble. And they dropped all the charges. So she was brought into this whole national security umbrella, where then they later on said she was dead to prevent all the stalking. Because while she was a practicing Nazi, Brendan, you can tell our listeners, while she was a practicing Nazi, it was just entire websites were dedicated to her death. Everybody was yeah, tell them about that. They were saying, "You're gonna die, you're gonna die." It's just like everything.
Yeah, they were like some of these gotta kill all the Nazis in my country, and they were like these Eastern European countries,
Okay.
And they fixated on her for some reason.
Yeah, no, they fixated on her as their preeminent boogie woman, boogie woman, and it was like she's got to go first, and got to take her out.
Yeah, this website says she's still alive, and the date of birth is different. So
there you go. There you have that. But remember, my other sister was born in 1963. So if she was born in 1962, that makes perfect sense. What was the other date they're giving now? What's the alternative birth date they're giving now? That one that says
74.
74. Interesting. That would also make sense. None of this is out of my understanding, my range of understanding her background. But, the one thing I can say is that she was raised in a completely different part of the country. And so she just kind of evolved on her own. But the fact that we both became so inextricably linked to Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set and the whole satanic milieu and underground, obviously in San Francisco, it was inescapable for me once I was raised here and got involved with the Presidio military base. But in her case, it was almost like she was bred for it. And it's just so this is an element of the Dietrich family.
Probably to take your ass out.
Yeah, probably. Yes, or as a competitor. But obviously, how much stress could she take when she was involved with the American Nazi Party and had all these endless death threats? Then she finally, there's Andrea M. Dietrich. There, we found her.
Okay.
T.T. Barry found her. The professoress. That's the professoress.
Yeah,
that's
the professor.
Poor dear. Yes.
Imagine getting associated with these maniacs. You're just like trying to live your life, and someone says, "You Satanist scum," and she's
Yes.
just like, "What the fuck?"
No, they were all
Just
attacking her
living-
because she was a Nazi. Remember, nobody had anything negative to say about her Satanism or her
Oh no, they were
pedophilia.
praising. They were praising the
Yes.
Satanism.
Yes, nor her pedophilia. No one ever brought the pedophilia up at all on that hate site.
I don't think they knew. I don't think they knew. They said, "No, she's a good lady. She just got mixed up in a bad crowd back in the day." Like, I still don't understand how not being Nazi is like worse than Satan. Yeah, I still don't get that.
Yeah, or
They're,
God, if
they're
she
all
was pushing-
reprehensible in their own ways. Fuck.
If she was pushing the cart in the grocery store, you sure wouldn't ever jump to any of these conclusions. Man, just goes to show you.
Yeah,
Well, that's the professor. That's a normal lady.
That's the normal lady. Actually, if you scroll up and you see the brunette, that is more like how she looked, how Maxine Dietrich looked. And-
Oh, I didn't.
She looked
I
like the
didn't see
Ring, the
that.
girl from the Ring.
yes,
When
yeah,
she was in that
Yeah.
courtroom. The one photo
Yes.
Doug and I found
yes.
was she was in this courtroom surrounded by people, and it was just she just looked like the Ring girl. She looked
Yeah.
fucking sketchy.
Yeah.
But that's not the blonde lady.
No.
Oh, that's some poor lady that's just
White haired.
getting linked with her just out of pure chance.
The blonde lady is
okay.
Zena LaVey. Blonde lady is Zena LaVey or some other Zena LaVey.
No, it's the professor.
no,
the last photo
professor's
was the
white-haired.
professor.
Professor's white-haired. Professor
Yeah,
is
I
white-haired.
That's your sister.
No. It would be
Okay.
more the one scroll further.
The
up,
Ring girl.
brunette. Yeah, the Ringu.
Yeah,
Ringu girl.
yeah.
Would
yeah.
be more like what Maxine looked like if you got a better look at her potentially, in her in her heyday. But when it comes to the thing
Certainly Asian.
I'm sorry, say again.
Certainly Asian.
Yeah,
in
almost
cast.
has an Asian cast. Yeah, you can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Cool.
but when it comes to the Andrea Maxine Dietrich, the neo-Nazi Satanist, pedo predator, she was in the hate site that was targeting her for her Nazism and declaring that she must be killed, literally calling out for her murder. The pedophilia was never broached because, as Brendan says, that person may never have even known about it because it got covered up so early, like almost as soon as it happened, where she was brought to trial, and then, the deep state stepped in and said this is a national security issue and pretty much put her in a witness protection program. That's when things began to disappear on the internet about her. And at this point, it's pretty thoroughly scrubbed, and yet she still gets a Wikipedia page, or at least appears on a Wikipedia page, unlike myself, who Wikipedia
Right.
definitely scrubs. But go on, yes. So go on, Brendan.
No, that's about it.
Yeah,
That's all I know. We just went on that tangent one night, and it was like, this lady, she doesn't exist, basically.
Yeah,
and now she's dead. Or
since
we looked at,
claiming,
because when we first looked at it, I didn't see where it said she was dead. So,
nobody said that. Nobody.
so
it's
now
like
she's dead.
Yeah.
After we looked it up, they said, "Oh, she died in 2020." It's like, there you go.
Yes. Seriously. Of what? COVID? I mean, that's
Well,
like.
I didn't say. It just showed a date, like
Yes.
an ending date. You
Yeah.
put on a tombstone.
Yes.
Like usually, if they're alive, they'll leave it blank.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No,
So it showed she died in 2020.
So that's why they're claiming. After.
But
her...
then on the fan site, it left it blank, and it
There
had a
you go.
different birth date. Yeah. So
There you go. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so she's definitely got multiple dossiers. She, in other words, there's a paper dossier for a paper profile, and there's a digital dossier for a reconstructed profile. But the funny thing is why they're allowing a profile at all. The fact that she's not, she's salted to a great degree, but she's scrubbed, but she's not salted. Let's put it that way. She's scrubbed, but she's not salted.
no, it's a pretty good salt job, if you ask me.
Yeah, true enough. Yes, I'll go for that too. Yeah, it's.
I mean, you could find cartoon those shorts made on Microsoft Paint about Aquino, where he's like a little cartoon.
Jesus, yeah, that's funny.
You saw it.
So, like we said, we had just literally privately gone on about, in exchanges with each other about, yeah, there's no Kino in this occultist death, documentary. And then the guy revises it to include him while rehabilitating his name and his image. Just vile. Just vile. There's false accusations. Isn't that what they said, Brendan? False accusations were made by evil children against Michael Aquino. Isn't that pretty much what he said?
I wish we were joking. Yeah, no, that's literally what the guy said.
It's disgusting.
He said, yeah, he was accused, but then he was proven innocent or something, like he couldn't wait to say that he was innocent. It's like, damn, dude, what do you have? Like, who's paying you to fucking...
Thank you.
Like, if I just heard it like a cold pull, what do they call it? Like cold call?
Yeah.
Like a cold pull, if I picked up a, like a paragraph that said, this evil colonel that the military loved and shit, I would say he's guilty as fuck.
Yes, thank you.
I'd say he's sketch as fuck. But everyone that brings him up says, no, he couldn't be. He's too honest. He's too nice. So it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah. And what's so incredible about it is how do I express?
Like they're paid to do it.
Yes, seriously. It's like when they bring him up and they say something like that, he had all these accusations, but he was proven innocent. The lie is in the sentence. He was never proven innocent. He was kept on the suspect list by the CDC, the Criminal Investigations Division, the CID, Criminal Investigations Division of the United States Army. Even though he sued to have his name removed, he lost the lawsuit. In that case and other cases, every place where he was listed as a suspect, his name was never removed as a suspect. They simply said his case could not be pursued. Under direct orders of national security, his case could not be pursued, but he was never absolved. So to say that he's absolved is a lie. The man is lying outright. And that in itself is so reprehensible. Morally, legally.
Well, I mean, he could just blame his sources or something.
Yeah, but still, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, of course, that's.
But you don't have to defend him. You don't have to defend him.
Yeah.
For such a short video, he could have just left that out. That's what's weird.
Thank you. That's right. He could have just said, he could have left out the suspicion of child predation completely and just said he died. This is how this one guy died. He was in the military, and this is how he died.
They have to. They're like, what are they not compelled?
They're compelled.
What is it called?
Coerced or compelled.
They're like, you have to say this, and then say he's innocent.
Yes.
Like in the same breath, or we'll kill you or something.
And how did they say he died in that video again? The gunshot wound? They went with the gunshot injury.
They said there was some a controversy whether it was a gunshot wound or cancer. Stomach issue. Yeah, stomach cancer or something.
It's like I think the coroner should be able to tell the difference, don't you think? How is there a controversy?
Well, he put it on his followers. He said, his followers gave different stories. Which is true, but it's like we still never got a straight answer.
Yes.
After all these years, and I mean, these horror critics going multiple of them.
They're glitching you. Oh man, they're glitching you completely. They're glitching you completely. We didn't hear a word of that sentence you just said.
Can you hear me?
Now
it just sounded super alien.
Yeah, it sounds super
like
alien.
Like it was a machine gone mad.
Yes.
Well, because it's Q. It's Q himself. I said obviously there are Horcruxes. That's what I said.
Oh, every time you say Horcruxes is when they get you. Oh man, the moment you said Horcruxes, it got totally filtered. It got like
demonic again. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah, now you can.
Yeah, I said obviously there are Horcruxes left because I was able to have tea with them. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it getting scrubbed? I can't hear you guys very well.
It's well, they're doing their best. By the way,
there's a heavy delay.
Yeah, that figures. Oh well, they're intercepting. Our friend T-Tank Barry had to buy a new phone, but T-Tank says
it's because we're so interesting.
Yeah, I guess so. So. Nobody knows who the hell we are, yet we're that fucking interesting. Right. Our man T-Tank sends something about Andra Harrington. Who the hell is Andra Harrington? So he'll have to give us a little, something about that. I got an email just now.
That's
from
supposedly her real name. That's supposedly her original name.
Maxine
Oh.
I
Dietrich.
think.
Who? Maxine Dietrich?
Yeah.
Then
Yeah,
where
we
does
just. Yeah, I just said it.
Then where does the Clover, or what's that other name? Garfield. What was the other name? Andrea Cullens. You had a different name before that.
Oh, did I? Did I?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Obviously, these people are protected if they have 4 different fucking names.
Yeah.
Yeah, original names.
Yeah, quote unquote original.
Believe me,
Shit,
everybody.
I wish they would do that for me. Fucking give me a fake name. Fuck.
Yes. Well, we'll have to think one up. Yes. Yeah. Of the right ethnos, so you get favoritism. Anyhow,
Yeah, seriously. But we won't go there. We had
Yeah.
plans before. Yeah.
Yes.
And we won't reuse your horrible pseudonym Nemo Albano. Come on, dude. Can't believe you gave him that moniker. Yeah.
Jesus, who is this chick? Jesus Christ, we just got this photo from TJ.
Oh shit, crazy eyed bitch.
Yeah. Jeez, who the fuck is that? Joyce Andrea Dietrich, MD.
Oh, imagine if your doctor walked in like that. Oh shit.
Yeah, but she's got my other sister's name, Joyce Dietrich. Yeah, before she got married and became Joyce Meichu Lee.
Jeez. Well, look what they turned you into. She's like a.
Yes. Oh my god.
There you go.
Oh.
It's Douglas if he was a doctor.
Yeah.
Imagine someone walking into the room like that. I'm here for your.
I can help you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Take
funny.
off your pants.
Yeah, she's fluent in French. Yeah, she's fluent. Yeah, take off your pants. Yes. Did you hear about that shit we said the other day, Holly? This woman going to that stupid super guru with the I love you thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you heard that? Yeah. Now, come on. There's got to be Darwinian selection here. Come on. When some guy says, I'm your daddy, call me daddy.
I know it.
Oh, that fucker?
Yes.
Yeah, that was horrifying.
Yes.
Yeah, that was horrifying. Yeah, that was bad.
Maharaji.
No,
Yeah.
he was a white guy. It was unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
At least you would understand the fake Indian guy, the fake guru.
Yeah.
But no, this guy was a straight up idiot.
Yeah, he wasn't doing any of the Vedic trip. He wasn't doing any of the Asian Indian trip. He was just saying that, we're some kind of universal love trip. Yeah.
Well, it was just to raid people. He just said, I'm going to come to your house and just attack them.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm your daddy now and shit. It's like, that's disgusting. How do you just fall for that? I mean, that's crazy.
I don't know. It's like a prison boyfriend or something. A prison husband, for God's sake. Explain that. Shit.
Oh,
There is no explanation. That's the problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
It's
very
a
sad.
mystery. And that Q prank he pulled, man, that has got to be the classic dog whistle.
Yes.
If there was ever a classic example, that's
Bait
it,
and
of the
switch also
dog
comes
whistle.
to mind. Bait and switch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, it was just to get you to talk about it while no one else knows
but
who
it's
Q is.
targeted.
Thank you. True. Yes, that's right. Well, Q has obviously become, in its own sense, a internet cult that's international in scope. But all such being said, it's it's hard
It
not
was
to
a
imagine.
terrifying psyop.
Yes. Well, and started by Kino himself, the master himself.
Yeah, it broke families in the thousands.
Yeah, it did.
What?
It did. It broke families, Brendan. Entire families tore each other out over this because
Father against son and all that.
I knew this one beautiful woman who became a victim of Q, the Q cult, and everybody just told her, along with myself, how sad it was that she became sank to that. Yeah, just all her life.
Degenerate.
I mean,
Like
what was
Marjorie
even
Taylor
there to-
Greene.
What was
They're
even in there to
powerful.
talk about?
Just
There's nothing even.
obsession with pedophilia, of course. Just an obsession with pedophilia. What was so bizarre was that this woman was a product of the sex industry herself, so she probably grew up with an abused childhood. But most women take it really well. Most women roll with it who get into the sex industry, because once you get into the sex industry, you just learn to embrace the sexuality. And her sister,
And hopefully save your money.
yeah. and her sister was in the sex industry, and she died of what was it? That disease you get from needles, a lot of people were getting that disease,
Sepsis?
like Pamela Lee Anderson got it from a bad tattoo, was what she claimed, and it might be
Oh,
true.
hepatitis.
Hepatitis, yes, that's what killed
Hepatitis.
her sister. And so it was a family that was involved in the sex industry, and their child, her daughter, was very sexy, and so just sad that she suddenly fell for the Q conspiracy and was just going, all into it. It was indicative or symptomatic of some kind of trauma, I believe, but you couldn't pull her out of it. You couldn't pull her out of the spiral. Once they got in,
No.
this became their life. It was all they talked about.
Yeah.
And that's what
Undoing the
destroyed them.
stupid riddles. And JFK Jr. was coming back in a flaming chariot.
Yeah,
I mean, that shit was crazy.
yeah. It was. How did you know of some of these details? Just kind of reading up on it, following up on it, or did you actually check out the site?
Unfortunately, people that, I knew fell down the hole.
Yeah.
Even a
Sad.
couple I cared about. Yeah.
Jesus.
Heartbreaking. Yeah, very much.
Yeah. Oh my God. Not
Mhm.
any of not any close blood relations, were there?
I don't have much family left,
Right. Right.
but that close, and it was just this, appalling to watch.
Yeah.
It's like the whole new age skewing right wing
Mhm.
faction,
Mhm.
and it swept the yoga movement and stuff like that.
Mhm.
That was, they all loved RFK,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and that's a big tell.
Okay. So here's one of the hate sites. Now, the last link that T. Tank Berry has entered into the Infinite Call is one of the hate sites that was targeting Maxine Dietrich. And so they're using the name Andrea Harrington, which is not the name presented by Brendan Ząghett. Brendan Ząghett said
Yeah.
it was originally Andrea something else, C, with a name like Caleb or Garfield or something like that. And but this one was Hungarians, because she was heavily involved with Hungary. Hungarians for Satan Exposed is what this site is called. And they really go deep into, and they keep calling her Maxine Dietrich. And yet they keep saying,
I read it as Hungry Aryans for Satan.
yeah, that's cute.
Hungry Aryans for Satan, yeah.
Yeah. So,
That'd be a good bumper sticker.
right. Here we are. This is like a even more obscure link. The link underneath that, there we are, Maxine Dietrich. Apparently something or anonymous submitted. So what do you make of that? Brendan, Aristides, Holly? And
It's just
people are just
active.
jumping over what they quote her. They're quoting her and then jumping all over it. So this was from probably a defunct site, 666 Black Sun, probably a defunct site, but it's supposed to be Maxine Dietrich's own thread,
Okay.
or something. A thread.
I'm a little afraid to open it.
Yeah. Nah, this is it is what it is.
HTTPS, that one, just one line.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
All right, here I go.
Yeah. And we're joined by Heather. So, Heather, did you read your poem that I dedicated to you on our latest episode before tonight's?
No.
Oh, please do so.
Hi, Heather.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
Yes.
Hi, Holly.
Well, welcome aboard. Well, our last
Yeah.
episode was partly dedicated to yourself. I hope you noticed your name in the title.
I didn't, I've been falling apart lately. I don't know what's going
Oh,
on.
no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
It's really hot here.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pretty hot is a nice way of putting it.
Yeah. Yeah. And well,
thank you, Douglas. Thank you just the
You're
same. I'm gonna get off and the call. As soon as I get off the call, listen to it.
well, that's
I think
Yeah.
I think part of me falling apart is my mindedness, I'm forgetful and everything. I'm just not there.
Mhm.
I'm going to the dermatologist tomorrow to find out. I'm just going to tell him, that, something might be underneath my my skin, you know. I don't know whether I should tell them or not.
What is, well, aside from what you've already shared with us, have there been new manifestations or developments of something symptomatic?
Just my mental, you know, my brain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And well, what in particular? Forgetfulness? What else? Anything else? Well, we've all seemed to have been under attack recently. Anything like a feeling of drop in blood pressure, dizziness,
Oh, I don't
weakness?
know. I went to the eye doctor maybe a week ago, and my blood pressure was like 200 over 150. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. It's never been like that ever.
Huh.
Yeah, that's very high.
Ever.
Magnesium.
Yeah.
I always write on the where it's supposed to be, and it's just like all of this is falling apart.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I am just you're in our prayers, and in all of our listeners, we ask to keep Heather MANAKTALA in thought and prayer. And but aside from that, honey, did you hear what Brendan just said? Magnesium.
What did Brendan say? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Brendan? Yes. Brendan. Magnesium. Said magnesium.
Magnesium for
Yeah.
blood pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
we
much
had.
as
We
you can
have
Which
stomach.
kind of magnesium?
Preferably the powderized kind, chloride,
Powder.
magnesium chloride, or
Chloride?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, or even
Okay, that's good to
citrate.
know.
I mean, just anything to get your blood
Oh,
pressure
really?
down in the,
Because I
in the
didn't think
short
the
term. Yeah.
citrate did much.
What about beets?
They sell it as a sleep aid too, you know.
Yeah, they do.
Mhm.
They do.
That works.
Yeah.
Is that theanate stuff any good, actually? For the
Yeah,
money?
magnesium L-threonates. No, to answer
Yeah.
that part of the question, no. But it's just
Okay.
like it's
I'm
more
listening.
bioavailable for the brain. But it's just you might as well just buy the regular shit. Just take extra.
Got it. Thank you.
Because the threonate's good, but it's not $50 a bottle good or whatever they're selling it
That's
for.
the
Because it's
thing.
patented. It's like they schemed and did a patent on it. Yeah. So,
On their secret process, yeah.
yeah,
All
on something
right.
that just shows up in natural sea salt anyways. It's just cheesy stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about beets?
Yeah, I'd give that a try, Heather.
Yeah.
Yeah, beets will drop your blood pressure to like fucking zero.
Beets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Yeah.
remember
Red
that.
beets, like red, the good old
Yeah.
red beets. Yeah.
Yeah. And I
Yeah, I was
love
wondering
pickled
what they were
beets.
good for.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for that, blood pressure and building
Okay.
iron, helping to build iron. So, but
They're good for women.
yeah.
Like, because of all of those reasons.
Honestly, I like pickled beets, and I drink the pickled beet juice. It's the next best thing to blood, really. Nowhere
Okay.
near as good, but
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I was juicing them a lot, but I backed off because of the oxalate thing. Because I got, stiffness.
sorry to hear
But
that.
roasted, they're really good roasted, I think.
Cool.
Little olive oil and salt and pepper.
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, good stuff. That's
Sounds
right.
great. Yeah. Yeah, Doug was
old
roasting
beets.
some other shit. It looked like a beet.
Come on now, I'm not a keto.
Eating them off sticks.
That's a keto, dude.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, incognito. Okay, yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's what Peter Moon
Well, I'm
wanted to do.
saying Heather's got an oven. You don't.
Yes, yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
Yeah, you just open
And
the
it's
front
easy.
door.
Yeah.
You just, no shit, put them out in the sun.
Yes.
I hope we're
Oh.
talking about beets still.
Well, so I have a question. I have a question for anyone really who knows anything. So, the things that I say that I'm symptomatic of, is that stuff that's like, because I've read in places that is like hypnotic suggestion, and it is all a mental thing. When
Mhm.
I'm thinking it's like physical, like things physical,
You
have
mean
like
psychosomatic?
no, like actually happened. Like I had a tooth implanted, or like implants and things like scaffolding.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, is it a mental thing, or is it, which?
Happening because of your old fillings, yeah.
Yeah, no one, no, you know, nobody, it's like, it seems imaginary in the reality that I live in because nobody acknowledges that it was actual real. Like, where do I, you know, it's real or is it not?
Right.
Is that even relevant at this point? Like,
Yeah, because I'm going
I
to the
don't think so.
dermatologist tomorrow and I want to know what I'm supposed to say to get this, you know,
I mean,
fixed or whatever.
just tell
Does your
them.
skin feel crawly? Like, you know, ants under the skin?
Just say I'm being treated for, you know, it's not psychological because I'm undergoing treatment, but I just want to see what's going on. That's simple.
No, you know, how do we find out if there's anything that's under my skin? How do I say that?
You ask them.
Yeah, I know. And dermatologists will be like, yeah,
You mean
sure,
like a
lady.
technical term? You're asking for a technical term.
No. Like, and to answer your question, Holly, no, it's not itching or anything like that. It's like
Or crawly.
they're burning lesions that move around
Ow.
and never pop or like anything. They're just big
Well,
flaming, and
holy
my scalp
shit.
gets hot, like it's on fire. And there's
Do you
lot
have
going-
vein issues?
No, not at this time.
Yeah,
But
vitamin
that's
C.
not to say that it won't be, you know, happening soon.
Yeah, like what do you call them? That vein condition,
Thrombosis.
varicose, or oh god, yeah, thrombosis, right?
Well, honey,
Clots.
I want you to listen to.
So first of all, none of us are doctors, and you guys are like, not you, Holly.
No, I know that
But
you're not doctors.
it's-
I
you're
know that
making
you're not.
I'm not a doctor.
You're
Yeah,
making
but
it
I
that
know
thing.
that you're smart.
Well, I'm saying, like, you can't wish, you know, we had this issue with someone else, Doug and I recently. It's like, there's no need to speculate and actually manifest it, but with your thoughts, because the thoughts are manifesting these conditions. If you like, it's like placebo taken to its maximum ability.
It's a
like, you
chicken
don't
and
want to
egg
manifest
thing.
Well, listen,
You don't want to
people that have
manifest
known me
it.
throughout
So
my
just,
life, like when I was younger growing up.
Doug,
it's like,
back me
I
up
was
on this. What the
certain
hell are
Yeah.
you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I was
Yeah.
about to say, Heather,
Yeah.
would let
Yeah.
I will. But Heather, finish your thought. Complete your train of thought there, Heather.
Like sometimes I would walk like with my head tilted sideways, and people that knew me well, they would notice it and they, you know, point it out to me. Like, why, you know, sometimes when you're like this or when you're feeling like this, then you walk and your head's all sideways, like tilted. And I mean, and I'm just remembering these things, and then, you know, it hurts and it like bothers me, and I feel like I'm just like over it because everything's gonna fall apart now.
Right. Okay.
Like my nervous system, like everything.
Like, okay. Well, believe it or not, in fact, you should be able to understand this. After I suffered multiple spontaneous pneumothoraces and basically my lungs collapsed 7 times, you get a real lack of trust for your body. You learned you become so insecure in your ability to in your body's ability to function. You really begin to think that you could fall apart any moment, just blow away like a leaf in the wind, and it's something that I feel. I really feel your pain, and I've been there. So when it comes to that feeling of ephemeralness, you're feeling really ephemeral right now. That a lot of this can't. That this is not something that can go on much longer.
Well, everything's just colliding. My memories, what I'm remembering, and the truth is all colliding now with, you know, things that are happening that are totally congruent. But I mean, they just don't, like, they're not validated.
Whatever you do, don't go into a head shop anywhere near where you're at.
Why?
Because then the person there will say, "I know what you're
exactly
here
what you need, and
special something that you need."
What?
And it'll be very expensive.
Yeah,
The
seriously.
Yeah.
No, it's just basically a scam. Yeah, nitrous wouldn't help. It's just the dissociative. Yeah. Why are you trying that? I mean, that would help temporarily, but it's like definitely.
Yeah,
It helps
I could use some of that. A balloon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Heather. What was your response? Repeat your response, Heather.
I said it helps me go to sleep.
You're doing it.
Yeah.
Nitrous.
So then that's
No, it
probably
has,
that's
you know, in the
might be
past,
the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I would do it.
But you're not doing it like last night.
No, I stopped doing it. It's too expensive. I have way too many habits.
Yeah, how do you even buy legal nitrous? Oh, poppers? I mean, or
Go to
the
the smoke shop.
whipped
Like, they
cream?
use a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
you know,
whipped
you go to
cream
the smoke
cans.
shop.
Oh, no shit. You can buy that now. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can
that's
get these huge like party cans for $70.
Ooh.
honey. You gotta stop doing
No,
that.
I don't party like that. I'm not saying. It's funny to
No,
me.
you're
Yeah.
using it for us.
Yeah. No, it is
So,
funny.
but
Holly.
if you
I
have
don't think it's a
actual
sleep medicine, to be honest.
Yeah, it shouldn't be used as such. Holly, you were going to say?
no,
No.
hell no. If you have actual chronic pain, that should be addressed
Thank you.
as specifically as possible, because that can really get you down when it's 120 degrees outside and blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And you know,
And it
chronic
can
pain
work
is
on you.
autoimmune, right?
And that's the body allergic to itself.
It
And
can
that
be.
shit
Yeah.
is real.
Yeah.
But I mean, Brendan's right. We got to think positive, and you got to factor in the crazy level of these times.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm probably a little older than you, but I'm telling you, it's extreme.
Yeah. No.
So
It's extreme. Yeah.
you are legions.
Yeah.
Everybody I talk to all day long wants to talk about their brain fog.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's a thing.
amazing. And so, and I don't even bother, but yeah, I have it too. Real bad.
Really?
I could hardly finish a thought on this show.
Oh my gosh.
Well.
So,
it's not that
which
bad.
I've proved.
It's not that bad, honey. Come on.
Well, it's bad
I know what you're
enough,
saying,
and
though. I know
I'm
what you're saying.
constantly watching for signs I'm losing it.
And
But especially driving. Oh Lord of mercy.
now,
Oh.
I just want you to know, Heather, that while I was trying to respond to you about my spontaneous pneumothoraces, I was multitasking, so I
Yeah.
was heavily distracted and trying to deal with incoming communications. So forgive me for that. But to turn my full attention to you right now, as much as I can, I want you to understand that I've been there where I don't trust the function of my own body to even maintain autonomic responses like breathing. When I suffered at that time multiple lung collapses, 7 of them ultimately over, basically 1 a year over a period of 7 years. I gave up on my body's ability to function. It's just after a while you don't trust your body anymore. I'm over that now because of what I did to deal with that, which is, we don't need to go into that story. You've heard it before. But in terms of your case, what I think you're concerned about is that if you go into the dermatologist or a general practitioner, you actually have an appointment with a dermatologist.
The dermatologist. Yeah.
Okay.
I went and I saw a dermatologist already, but they didn't take my insurance, and so I had to go see another one now for the first.
Okay,
again.
so
Do you have open sores?
No, because I don't itch them or like F with them,
It's just and the inflammation comes and goes.
Yeah, and it like burns, like my whole scalp was on fire.
okay, well,
Yeah.
this is the one thing
And
that
it sweats.
yeah. So
Okay.
this is something that we've talked to a friend about just last night. There's something that you need to take it this way. When you're involved in as many illegal activities as I've been all my life, you learn to deal with police, judges, and attorneys. And the first thing you need to learn is that whatever you do is to keep the situation as professionally easy for everyone involved, and the whole process involved is to tell as much truth as you can that does not incriminate yourself or compromise whatever illicit operations you're involved with. But
Amen to that.
yeah, but whatever whenever
Is that why they always respond in the like they're afraid? Like ever since, like any professional, like a doctor or medical person that I can even remember, and I'm sure there are hundreds that have dealt with me, throughout time.
Mhm.
But it's like they look at me like they're afraid or something, and they're like, that's the response. Is it because that what I'm suggesting, is what I'm dealing with? Is it illicit?
Or do they
No.
have some kind of duty to report you?
Oh, sure.
if they think you're, you know,
Oh, they validate that I am crazy because that's what they've already said. Because I've gone to them for help so many times.
Yeah, well, let me finish with my thought process here to
Thank you,
get to
Douglas.
that. Yeah, just understand that this doesn't mean that the police or the judges or attorneys that you're dealing with are necessarily good people, and oftentimes they are equally corrupt and they are compromised, and many times judges could be on the take. Policemen would be taking bribes. There's all kinds of their own agendas or self-interest areas that impact their own professional act. But in the interim, just to make it easier for everyone, you just be as honest as your situation permits. Because it doesn't matter how corrupt or incompetent or how evil, because some of these cops in particular can be serial killers. You know, on the side, there's all kinds of policemen who are twisted like that. But such things being taken into account, obviously there's honest ones out there as well that will put their lives on the line for you and die for you if need be. But all of that being taken into account, you just have to look at the baseline professional reality that one thing they all have in common, judges, attorneys, and police, is that they've been dealing with liars all of their lives. Everybody lies to them, and they can see right through it. So there's no point in lying when you don't need to. When you're dealing with a medical professional, let's put it this way, there is a great example of what they're exposed to. When there was a great example of one young man in Latin America who went to see an MD, and the MD pointed out that, oh, you've gotten this other girl in the community pregnant. And he said, how did you know that? And he said, because I'm an MD and I hear more confessions in a single day than a priest hears in a month. And I know everything that's going on in this community, and I know who's impregnated who. And so that's the position that an MD is in. Is basically, you're in a situation where you have to deal with the reality of people's lives because they cannot afford to hide things from you. Now, yesterday we were dealing with somebody who was describing symptoms to an MD, but not describing the cause of the symptoms. And in that sense, they're doing a disservice to themselves because the medical professional cannot provide you the service that's any good if they don't know the cause of your symptoms. So,
in fact, it could be dangerous if you don't say what's going on.
Yes. So, when you see your dermatologist, what I would advise is you simply become honest and just tell them everything you're feeling. This is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm experiencing. And if they come back at you with, oh, well, you're mentally disturbed, that doesn't mean you are not deserving of something to help alleviate the symptoms. It would be, I doubt they would say, I can't help you, or kick you out of the office. And we don't know how they're going to respond. Maybe some tests will be permitted at that point. Obviously, the only reason the other dermatologist couldn't deal with you was because of insurance issues. So now that you are going to one who will take your insurance, then by all means, take advantage of that, be honest with them, and tell them everything you're experiencing. And they might recommend you to other MDs as well, but I'd be very surprised if they didn't try to do something to alleviate your symptoms. Just be honest with them. And
yeah, well, what the other dermatologist did when they thought that they were going to get my insurance to work with them is they gave me a sample size shampoo and 2 sample size things of laundry detergent and some alcohol drops to put on my head. And that's it. No diagnosis, no testing, nothing like that, you know.
So just say I'd feel a lot better to get some testing done, and that would make me feel a lot better. Can we get some testing done? And
man, the insurance wouldn't pay, so they took that shampoo back, huh? That's cool.
No, it was
No,
just
they
a
didn't. She
sample
got to
size.
keep
It was
it.
free anyway.
It was a goodie
Oh,
bag.
did it help your head?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, did you
It's
even?
all the steroids. It's like they just give you a steroid
Well,
and tell
that's
you to go home.
yeah. I mean, in all fairness, basically, when we come to the old, remember, this is all old medical school philosophy. The first thing you want to know is that the skin is the largest organ on the body, for what that's worth, and so it's an organ. And yet it gets its own doctor. But for years, of course, the old joke among medical professionals was the surgeon knows nothing and does everything. What was it again? That oh yes, the general internal medicine practitioner knows everything but does nothing. The surgeon does everything but knows nothing. The coroner, of course, knows everything and does everything, but can only get away with that because the patient's already dead. And as for, or rather, they wouldn't call him coroner; they'd call him forensic pathologist in the medical industry. But as for the dermatologist, the old joke was they know nothing and do nothing. But that, of course, is unfair. But basically, in
Just
general,
all you can do is hope you don't get a brain dead one.
yes. Well, in general,
Which,
yeah, go on, honey.
yeah,
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
experienced that.
Yes, it might.
But go on.
But in general, the dermatologist, their method of treatment, their standard operational procedure would be, if it's wet, dry it. If it's dry, wet it. And when all else fails, use steroids. That's the, yeah. But yeah. All that being said, it's just I'm just doing a downvote on all these different elements that are being sent my way by someone else at the moment, and just because in general I want them to stick with kava, and let's not juice up the kava with kratom. So all that being said, in your case, Heather, just be honest and see what happens. There's nothing else you can do. Except suggest you want tests. I really prefer to get some tests on this. That makes sense. There. I mean, that's the best advice that can be provided.
That's great advice. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
I'd love to know how the appointment goes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Douglas, for your advice. That's very good advice. It's sound advice.
Yeah.
I just want to get some testing. What kind of testing? Maybe ask them a question, not acting like I know anything, like I'm trying to tell them something,
Yeah.
Right.
But I would
Always
think
a good ploy.
They'll decide.
What?
Brendan, repeat that.
I said they'll decide. They're the doctors. You can't go in, especially with like regular doctors. You can't walk in and say, I need all these tests. That's why all those health freaks are running into issues, because
I wouldn't know what tests to even ask for.
Right. But these guys are coming in. Yeah, these guys are coming in saying, I need all of my levels. I need my thyroid hormone. I need, hemoglobin. I need all these tests. And the doctor's saying, look, I don't want to approve of these tests. And then when they say that, then it's like a catch-22. They say, oh, look, the doctor's trying to, take us out, or the doctor's not caring about us because we can't get these tests. But it's really, they have to take the heat when they're ordering all these tests, and the insurance doesn't want to pay for it. So they just say,
right.
Yeah. But in your case, what you need to say,
and then you have Steve
how much can you get on Medicare or whatever? Yeah.
Right. Well, what was that other thing you said, Brendan?
Oh, I was just finishing up my thought. I said, then you have Steve Aoki trying to sell you some charlatan testing kit.
Right.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
As if he's not rich enough. You remember that?
That piece of shit. Yes, that son of a bitch.
It'll tell you everything you need to know about your body.
Back to Heather. You have every right to simply say, I'd feel a lot more better if we had some testing done. I'd really feel a lot better and just tell them I don't know what kind of test to ask for, but surely.
Even if they did like a regular like blood, CBC or whatever, I've noticed in the last couple that I've had, which was a while ago, there was like low something and low white blood cells, white blood cells or whatever. And they're like, oh no, it's no need for concern. I'm like, well, okay, whatever.
Sounds like you're healthy to me.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. You sound generally healthy.
Yeah, that's
and,
no
'Cause high,
infection.
and
high,
actually,
yeah, high white blood cells mean
Yeah.
something's
They're
infected.
infected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I just want you to understand this much. If the dermatologist then comes at you with maybe you should see a psychiatrist or something like that, I doubt that they would ever say that. I can't understand why they would say that, because they might say that maybe they'll conclude that they might ask if you're on drugs. That's a legitimate
No,
question.
what they ask is what medications am I on, and
Yeah.
I tell them.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that a long list?
No, I mean it's just 3
Okay.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And but there are people who, of course, are on drugs.
But I haven't been taking but see, I haven't been taking them either lately, so that could be part of like a lot of this. I don't know.
Why have you not been taking your prescription meds?
Because
ever?
I've been like really like I told you, like I'm not all there. Like I'm not.
Right.
It's just a vicious circle.
You should probably start those back up pretty
Yeah.
soon. man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do. I take them every time I see them. Like I'll grab it and take a few at a time. But it's like it's not the
Oh my
normal
god.
like scheduling thing. I don't know.
The way you describe that, I mean, I presume you're taking them at the correct dose, not just popping a few to compensate. Like, oh yeah, I didn't take them for a few days, so I'll take 2 instead of, or 3 instead of the prescription
Yeah.
dose. Or you're not doing
Yeah,
that.
it's like maybe it's my activities of daily living.
Are we
Or,
talking Lexapro? Or...
That's
yeah,
not how that
Lexapro,
works. That's not how that works.
hydroxyzine, and what's the other one? Wellbutrin or something.
Mm.
Wellbutrin.
Nice. Well,
yeah.
you should
Okay.
definitely not stop those at random.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
no professional,
That's a
but I don't
fact.
think you should stop those.
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Yeah,
that might do
that's
a
a fact.
lot toward. That might go a long way towards explaining the symptoms manifesting so suddenly and so pronouncedly.
Those are the kind of things that you either stop or start. There's
Yeah.
no in between. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Should I stop or should I start?
We
Whatever's
recommend.
closer.
We
whatever's
recommend
closer.
following your doctor's instructions and continue.
You got to taper off if you stop.
Well,
Yeah,
we're not
whatever the
suggesting
doctor
that.
says.
Whatever the doctor says, follow the doctor's instructions in that regard.
And whatever the orange bottle says.
Yeah.
If it has your name on it. If it has your name on it.
No, unless the bottle comes from a head shop or some
You don't know how much I appreciate you guys. And I can't wait to hear the poem. Or is it in the description? Is it written out or is it recorded like you talking?
transcripts. You can actually review this episode later, and it's got the transcription shows right up on the screen.
The one before?
Yeah, for all of our episodes, whatever uploads, it'll upload with an instant transcript. It's right there on the screen. Like
So
subtitles.
I'll be watching the video and then it'll come up in writing.
Yes, that's right. You just press the CC button. You press the CC
Because
button.
I know a lot of times last year you put my poem in the description of the video.
Oh yeah. Well, oh no, it's in the description of the video. Your poem.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Love you. And
Yeah,
Thank you.
Vinny says hi.
Yeah. Oh.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Vinny. You're welcome to come on. Yeah.
Good advice, Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you,
And-
Vinny. What was the last thing
Good
you said?
advice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinny.
I'm Indian, but I'm not a doctor, so she doesn't trust my word.
Yes. Well, thank you for taking so much care of her. You're the best, Vinny. God bless you. Yeah.
Oh, thank
Yes.
Just one more thing to say. You were talking about the skin being the largest organ, and
Oh no, don't say that.
and
Say it.
talking about when Donald Trump blamed one of the reasons when he first got in office and then the plane crash was the FAA hiring dwarfs to do traffic control. And
Yeah.
so Daly did a thing about that. He said, and they're talking later about skin, and they said, and the skin is the largest organ except for dwarfs.
That's funny.
He did that. I did
Damn.
not get that joke. I did not understand.
That's
that.
probably true.
That's
God.
that's historical.
That's timeless.
Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah, thank you.
I don't
No.
know why it's funny, but it's funny.
It is somehow
I
funny.
didn't get it. I still don't get it.
I don't
it's-
either. I don't get it. I
it-
don't know why it's funny.
It's one of those things
But
that,
it's funny.
yeah, it doesn't need to have a meaning. It just it's- oh, well, we love it.
God.
Yes,
It's like a Freudian thing or a Jungian thing, an unconscious fear of the loss of body integrity, which translates to if for some reason your skin stops holding you in.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is one of the deepest traumas you can experience.
Yes.
To have that happen. Oh boy.
Yes. So, yeah, all of that having been taken care of.
Wow.
We love you, Heather and Vinny. Both of you take care. So I'll dive into monologue, and you're welcome to interject whenever you feel like it, Holly, as well as Brendan, of course, and Aristides.
No, I'm good. I have to go to sleep. You have a
Okay.
wonderful vampire night.
I'll hang in the back seat for a while.
Oh, well, we love you, Brendan. Stay safe and be well.
Yeah,
Good night.
you're one hell of a whatever you are. Demon of a radio host or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, Heather says, thank you, guys. You're all the best. Don't forget to emphasize the vitamin C, Brendan. Tell her she needs to take a lot of vitamin C. That's never enough.
And
the
magnesium.
basics never change. The basics never change. Take care of your nutrition. Then
Yeah, that's
whatever allopathy can even work. Because if your body's falling apart from lack of nutrition, there's no amount of allopathy, like pills or doctors, that's going to help. So
yeah. And actually, what I meant to finish as a thought was, honestly, if you're told it's all in your head, isn't that a relief? That's actually kind of a relief, isn't it? Then at least
no, it's the opposite.
But why? Why would it be just the opposite?
I don't know why, but it's just not my reaction.
Let's put it this way: most people violently react with a no if they're told it's all in your head. And
it has tried to explore. He's like, okay, well, Heather, here's a pair of scissors. Let's cut this open and look at it. And he's entertained every kind of thoughtful way of helping me get through it that he can. Mm-hmm. It's not the same.
Yeah,
it doesn't sound good.
Who is this guy who said that? Let's cut this open.
Vinny, if I'm doing something crazy, he'll play into it and he'll try to entertain it. Maybe if she plays it through, it'll go away.
I don't blame him.
It's a tactic, yeah.
It's a tactic. He's rolling with it. And all credit to him for that.
I mean, why? What is the reason? Why would I walk around with my head crooked sometimes, sideways, I have got some kind of something wrong? Well, because my that side of my head was anchored to this side of this that was hooked to that. That just sounds crazy, but I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Right. What about chiropractic?
Chiropractors are great.
Yeah, no, chiropractic's great.
If they are. Yeah, there are some miracle workers for sure out there.
Yeah.
It's all a racket because the insurance companies, what is it with the chiropractors these days? You can't really get an appointment or go in.
I can.
Yeah.
It's got to be they've got to have some kind of a lawsuit going or something. That's the only way to get paid.
No, well, the other way, without a lawsuit where they get paid and covered for your caring for you, would be through Kaiser. You have to go through the stupid physical therapy first, which at Kaiser is utterly worthless. And you tell them the truth. I didn't get anything out of physical therapy, and then they allow the doctor to write a referral to a chiropractor. That's how it's done through Kaiser. Other places have something similar to that, but you just have to learn to
referral.
You have to learn to work with whatever system that you've got. But when it comes to
blessed referral,
the one thing that I do want you to understand, Heather, is that with everything that's been done to you, everything that's happened to you, why wouldn't you be mentally impacted? It would be unbelievable if you were not. So somebody concluding that from a cursory review of your symptoms doesn't mean anything really bad. It just simply means that, that they're saying it's psychosomatic, and that should be a relief. But if just like I said, the best thing to do is advocate for yourself, be honest about your symptoms, and say, I'd really appreciate it. I can't imagine what tests would be applied about the situation, but I'd really feel better if some tests were, if we had some tests done. And that, we'll see how they respond and just update us. Yeah.
That's sound advice. Let us know.
Normal that like I would have never even thought of. So, you never know.
You never know.
Yeah. And
I know if I could afford a massage 5 days a week, I'd be a better person. I'll tell you that much. A really good one. Oh, man.
Massage chair. Get one of those massage chairs. They're great.
They're worthless.
Really?
I can't stand them. I mean, they're just nothing to me,
I like it. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad it works for you.
Something's gotta work.
Okay. Well, love you dearly. Share that love with Vinny, and we'll be
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And review your poem. It's open the text box underneath the latest episode before tonight's, and you can see your name in lights on the title. Okay. All right.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yes, that's
Birthday month.
Yes. X's and O's in return. There we are. And let's take a look at the number of people on the call. And hopefully Brendan gets some rest. He's been through quite a bit. Actually, he's doing pretty well considering. So thank you for being here, Holly. Feel welcome to interject. Basically, as I was saying with everyone who's with us, last week in an interview with the Axios show that aired over the weekend, the Axios reporter Mark Caputo asked the president, "What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?" Which was, of course, a valid question that received an unfortunate answer when the Republican replied, "There are no limits." When pressed further, Trump added, "I haven't learned that lesson yet." Now, it was a bizarre answer, in large part because presidents are supposed to recognize legal limits, but also because common sense suggests he would also be aware of practical limits. The president launched the war convinced that he could simply bomb Iran until it agreed to an unconditional surrender. He similarly set out to achieve 5 specific objectives, all of which went unmet when he decided to accept an utterly pathetic deal that forced Iran to concede effectively nothing. To reiterate verbatim, Trump replied to the Caputo question, "There are no limits. I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but there are no limits. We defeated them totally, militarily." If there really were no limits to his ability to exercise power, the outcome of the conflict would have looked far different. Just hearting some of these exchanges of Hare Krishna between Brendan and Heather MANAKTALA. With that, to say this, after his humiliating defeat in the war with Iran, suggests delusion, but it also suggests something about Trump's view on the presidency as a monarchical office. During his first midterm in the White House, he pushed back repeatedly against the rule of law. In his second midterm, he has also raged against restraints from other branches of government, his own aides, and even reality itself. His maladministration has clashed with and sometimes defied the courts, grabbed powers from Congress, and attempted to establish vassal states in other sovereign countries, or take away parts of them entirely. With that, I'm just going to respond a bit more to some of the incoming from Brendan ẒOGHET. Make certain to pay attention to what he's written to you, Heather MANAKTALA. He's provided you some practice in meditative rote, as we could call it. Such having been articulated, we want people to know, our listeners, that aside from what I've already related, complicating matters, in an interview with the New York Times earlier this year, asked, well, when the president was asked a similar question in January about the scope of his powers as SINC, the CNC, the commander-in-chief, Donald Trump was asked, do you see any checks on your power on the world stage? Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to? And he responded at the time that he was constrained only by his own morality, not international law or other potential checks on his ability to abuse force around the world. When the New York Times specifically asked whether there were any limits on his global powers, Trump replied, yeah, there is one thing, my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop me, and that's very good. That answer was not very reassuring, especially to anyone familiar with Trump's ethical or cognitive track record. In other words, 6 months after saying he was constrained by his own sense of morality, an unfortunate concept given his ugly and scandal-plagued background, Trump has openly convinced himself that there are no limits to his presidential ability to exercise power at all. Okay, going to check in with some incoming here. A link that we'll see if with my VPN on I can even access this, and no, I cannot. I'll have to pause the VPN for about 5 minutes to even access the latest that, I can't get shit out of Panama, Brendan. That was a poor choice. We'll have to switch to Brazil soon enough. So this just in. Why
The
would Panama
revenge
block
tour
this?
is definitely living up to the hype.
Yeah.
500,000 jobs. I mean, my God.
Tell us about this. Tell us about this.
Well, the federal layoffs,
Yeah.
and the states hurrying along right behind them to do the same, especially the red states.
Yeah.
And those were the last good jobs if you're not a cop or a prison guard.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So
good call on that.
Oh boy.
And it just it is what it is. So in terms of his revenge tour and all that, again, it's symptomatic of what we're discussing. Trump has occasionally complained about being referred to as a dictator, but if he wants such talk to stop, he probably ought to start recognizing the limits of presidential powers. This view of the presidency as unlimited doesn't just go beyond what any other American president has contemplated since 1789, but reaches more than a century earlier to before Britain's Glorious Revolution of 1688, which supplanted the old concept of a monarchy guided by divine right and established government by mutual agreement of the people and the king. Now, I myself have previously drawn parallels between Trumpism and the Jacobite movement, the attempts by supporters of the Stuart family to return them to the throne after William and Mary deposed them in 1688. Trump's rhetoric is also striking because usually leaders become more chastened the longer they stay in office. A typical president comes into office with big plans and an idea of how to execute upon them, and he usually enjoys a honeymoon period when Congress and the public are supportive, or at least acquiescent. Then, over time, he starts to find the ways in which his power is circumscribed. After William Jefferson Clinton's 1993 healthcare bill failed, his legislative agenda shrank, in part because Republicans took control of Congress and never surrendered it during Clinton's tenure. George W. Bush's peak of power came when he launched a war in Iraq in 2003, but that turned out to be a debacle from which his presidency never recovered. Barack Hussein Obama joined an international effort to oust Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my birth mother's murder. But by 2014, his foreign policy mantra was the distinctly humble, "Don't do stupid shit." Now, Trump has gone through this process in reverse. He came into office in his first midterm without clear plans or methods of achieving his campaign promises and lashed out in frustration when he failed. Congress in particular bedeviled him, and the House took the extraordinary step of impeaching him twice, though neither attempt ended in conviction. In his second midterm, however, Trump has been far less fettered. He came in with a blueprint, courtesy of Project 2025, and he has blown through traditional restraints on his power, often by simply acting without seeking or waiting for permission. Congress is now stocked with more MAGA loyalists, and so is the maladministration, which means aides are more eager and willing to do what Trump wants. The president, like the mean girl he can sometimes be, now announces, "The limit does not exist!" Oh, by the way, we are joined on that note by Sammy Romero. Welcome aboard, dear Sammy. Now, we missed you in the last few episodes.
Hi, Sammy.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yes, you've been missed the last few episodes. We hope you've been doing well. Have you had time to review the last two episodes in toto, or? Yeah.
Somewhat, but
Yes.
I want to just talk about one thing briefly.
Take your
obviously, I'm on
time.
daddy
There's no
duties.
rush. Yes.
Well, obviously, with me, it's the birthright citizenship that's on the line.
Yes.
Probably tomorrow. They're going to vote on that tomorrow.
Yes, thank
which is going to be something that you pretty much predicted ever since Roe versus Wade, the abortion rights.
Thank you.
Back a couple of years. So it's like almost you saw the future.
Well,
And
it
here we
wasn't
are.
hard to discern when you specialize in civics. So thank you. Yes, that's
Well, you know, most Americans, most Americans believe that someone took a box cutter and made a giant slit on a 350-foot, algae infested, pool. They actually believe that. So, it's not really saying much, right?
Oh, that's for sure. Yes. Americans do not deserve democracy. They're going to have to earn it. So go on. Yes.
Well, and this is the thing tomorrow, we're living in very strange, chaotic times. One, because it's just with this Supreme Court, it's pretty much possible that, after tomorrow, your birth certificate's no longer considered quote unquote, concrete evidence that you're born here. The only thing about it is, how can you prove that you are or not? So that's, the context of that now. It's obviously they're going to leave it up to the states, like what they always do. It's just now it's even more, just more chaotic now, because just going on appearance, I can look like I look like an illegal. It doesn't matter how I speak. ICE is already, targeting anybody of color, really, but especially, the brownies from down south. And it's one of these things where if this goes through,
Yes.
and frankly, to tell you the truth, I can care. At this point, it is what it is.
Yes.
I'm not, I wouldn't be surprised. It's mostly the chaos that's gonna happen, in the sense of there's trust already in this government's already, gone to shit. And a
Yes.
good example is anybody on DACA right now is you have to prove your citizenship every couple of years. So in that, by that sense, you know, your birthright citizenship, you no longer have that quote unquote security, which is you know, it's stupid. You know, everybody knows you know, what it is as far as profiling and you know, and I say this because I go where I work and where I'm studying, I see a lot of quote unquote blue collar people that have freedom on the back of their pickup trucks and have these stupid phrases on their material things and realize you're paying taxes on that still. Even if you paid off your car, you're not free.
That's right.
You know, you're like, why you understand what I'm saying? I know you do.
Of
My
course
point
I do.
is,
Yes.
this is just so stupid. And one of the things that I wanted to, I was in the grocery store, okay? I was getting produce, you know, doing daddy things, and you know, some old fart had a Vietnam veteran hat on, okay?
Yes.
And the most dumbest thing happened where this random, it wasn't a kid, he was maybe a young, maybe 20-something-year-old, just ignorant, okay?
Yeah.
Went up to him and said, "Thank you for your service." Okay. I looked at him like, what a fucking tool. Like you're an idiot. He doesn't care about you thanking him.
Yes.
Like, does that make you any? Oh, all of a sudden now, you know, you want a cookie now, or you know, it's because you literally, you know, licked his ass.
Yes.
My point is this, okay, and you know, it. I have a conflict with veterans, quote unquote. It's not that I'm anti-veteran. It's not. It's just
I am in the
a lot.
general sense. I am, but go on.
Well, I'll put it to this, okay. It's not that you know, if you know the history of this country, our wars are based on a lot of bullshit that you can easily question with one simple question, and that is why. Why did we even go, right?
Yes.
And you get this mumbo jumbo, you know, Star Wars story that the Death Star blows up, and you know we win World War II, and you know,
Yes.
you get that sailor sexually assaulting that nurse,
Yes.
you know, in that famous picture.
Yeah, J Day.
And
VJ Day. VJ Day.
right, you know, and everybody makes believe that it was okay.
Right. She did complain about that years later. She did
right.
say that.
Well, you know, she was assaulted, right?
Yeah, she was basically assaulted. She did say that years later in her old age. She said
and the thing about it, I wanted to tell that kid in the grocery store, hey, asshole, did you ever hear, do you even know what the Landline Massacre was? Did you ever heard about that?
Thank you.
You know, like, can you fucking read a book or something? Like, do you know, my point is this, it's like, don't be vouching for something you don't even know anything about, you know? You know, it's just, you know, it is what it is. You know, this is the price you pay for being, you know, aware of things. You know, you see the stupidity in the world.
Oh, it makes it unbearable. It just makes the world unbearable.
Well, it's just stupid. You know, it really is, because it's like you literally do not know the world. You're living in a fantasy land. You know, most of these veterans are high off of meds.
Yes.
Or, you know,
they get unlimited meds after all. Go on.
Well,
yes.
You know, it is what it is. You know, it's just, and I'm, you know, it's you have, you know, the father that raised you, you know, and exceptions. My point is though, for the most part, no, they're all either they're on meds or they're homeless. But you know, back to the Supreme Court ruling.
Yes.
You know, this is, you know, I expect the worst. I really do, because, you know, our president's on his way out, and he wants to drag everybody down with him.
Yes.
You know, obviously you've heard the controversy of, you know, he got approved for that, you know, what they call compassionate medication,
Yeah,
to
believe that
keep them
shit.
alive.
Yeah, to keep him
almost like a
alive. It's just
prisoner.
to lose weight. To lose weight because he's a fucking orange butterball and people were mistaking him for the basting turkey. Go on.
Well, that's actually being very nice. But my point is, everything is segueing for them. He's not going to make it till next year. They're gonna get him out.
Oh God! From
And,
your lips to God's ears. From your lips to God's ears.
Well,
We can only
I'll give you an
pray.
example. Okay, Mitch McConnell, Mitch McConnell, the freaking turtle, is supposedly, haven't been seen.
Thank God.
They think he's either croaked or I don't know. Maybe he crawled in his turtle shell. My point is, they haven't really announced anything on his whereabouts, and one of the reasons why is because then his seat was vacated, and his state has a Democratic governor of all things.
Wow.
So, obviously, if his seat is vacated, well, they don't want the governor, appointing, his seat, or at least to vacate it, or even, some type of controversy where, they're not in control. Obviously, it's just the tactics they play. It is what it is. My point is, a lot of things are happening where, it's aligning to, big decisions in the next 24 hours. And with this administration, it's any other week. It's just, I'm actually tired of hearing, this whole stupid, the pool, whatever stupid pool, the reflector pool.
Pool.
At this point, it's like, it's just lie, like they say, yeah, we stole the money and you can't do anything about it. I mean, it's like, why try to be PC? It's like, at this point, it's irrelevant. Like, the fact that our president is literally telling the reporter, well, they literally asked him, well, is there proof that someone, quote unquote, tore up this reflector pole? He said, well, if you see the big gash, do you really think we need it? Do you think we need proof? Well, yes, you fucking idiot. It's like, come on. It's, obviously, I'm sounding redundant here, but it's
That's fine.
At this point, it's like, wow, let's get this over with, But it's just a drag, and it's a lot of times, you stay busy and you want to not really focus on what's going on, obviously, in this nation, but unfortunately, it's some things you have to pay attention. Obviously, the Supreme Court ruling is one of them because it affects us all, and that involves every American. It's just they only certain rules apply to certain demographics, right?
That's right.
Like our like our tax-paying dollars going to some juice boxes that that get our funding. And they get free health care and all these wonderful amenities that we don't. It is what it is. I like juice, like I told you. I like any flavor of juice, but obviously you have to laugh. You have to make fun, and you have to laugh at things because all this is it's just more and more chaos, more problems that all these situations are going to have to be resolved. You can't go into any presidency now, any administration. There's going to have to be roadblocks, and I think a lot of it too is once the dust settles, whether he is impeached by his own party, which they're going to do. It's just they don't want. For some reason, they don't want JD Vance to not have, his shot at, being terrible. Which, he's, it is what it is.
Do you honestly believe the Republican Party will turn on Trump? that they would do that?
Well, one of the reasons why I tell you this is because even to their standards, he's fucking up a lot of money, too much money. When you have such instability, okay, that people that are not used to losing money are losing money, and I'm not even talking about Americans. I'm talking about international. You know, you're talking about you know, the real wealth.
Yeah.
I'm not talking play rich like Elon Musk, who's the first trillionaire. You might as well say I'm the first gazillionaire. You know,
True.
I'm the first multi pretzel. You know, they pay me in pretzels. I have the you know you might as well say that. You know, my salary's in pretzels. Okay, you know, it's not real wealth. Everybody knows that. It's play money.
Yes.
Well, for one, I'm gonna tell you this. Let's see how that net worth goes into play when they do the audits for the Doge bullshit that he pulled.
I'd like to see that. I hope that happens.
You're gonna have to question his wealth. Well, your net worth. And this is the idiotic thing about announcing something like that is you should probably not announce that you being in charge of all that information, all that data that he had access to.
Yes.
That's not good. Yeah, that's a very stupid thing to do. And any wealthy person never discloses their wealth. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
You know, I don't see, you know, the Rothschilds and whatever, you know.
Oh, they do their
whatever
best to
asshole.
hide it. They distribute it to offshore
Absolutely.
accounts. So
Are you kidding me?
yeah, try to look as poor as possible. Yes.
You know, I mean, you know, or the whatever assholes that are wealthy. I can care less, you know. You know, the Arnolds from France and, you know, so on and so forth, you know. I mean, you have the Rockefellers literally, you know you're wealthy when, you know, you go out into some wilderness to kill yourself, you know, like you're that bored of your wealth, right?
Yes. Thank
You know, it's ridiculous, you know. I mean, even you know, the Bush dynasty, you know, they their fun was, you know, hey, I want to die today.
Yes.
You know. And you know, it is what it is. My point is, you know, as a tax-paying, you know, U.S. citizen, all these issues really come into play. I'll give you an example, another example of even being illegal here, you're screwed.
Yes, it's true.
I'll give you a lot of the migrants that come from Mexico to work here, because they already work on contracts, on labor contracts. Everything is already pretty much automized to the government, but they are now getting more benefits now as quote unquote legal migrant workers.
Yes.
Which is astounding. One of my classmates was telling me that they actually, I'm not sure how it works. They do pay their taxes, but the incentives are now that their work conditions are actually going up higher. So it's getting more expensive to hire legal work from Mexico because the Mexican government now is demanding better work hours. Their salaries are better pay. And I'm talking legally, as in, you know, some asshole company from the US literally reaching out to Mexico and say, hey, bring us your best. Well, you're going to have to pay for them. So, you know, they get the first dibs on, as far as produce, working on the best fields, while the illegals, meaning people that are cheaper, get the shittier, you know, the shittier orchards, you know, etc., yada, yada, yada. And to tell you the truth, even in some areas that are highly agricultural, that there's really nothing, there's no work, because there's actually there's kids out of high school that work the fields. If anybody's not, you know, familiar with that or doesn't know, the economy's not doing good. Okay, so there's been a lot of high school. There's been a lot of high school, a lot of high school graduates that go into the fields and work because it's just, you know, people are finding out that it's not always about skill. In a lot of college graduates, believe it or not, it's not always about skill or education. If you don't have the connections, if you don't have, all the other things like your daddy being a CEO, it's kind of difficult for, to, find employment, especially, graduate 4 years, I have the corner office and, I'm doing great, right? And that's obviously that's a fairy tale, but my point is, honestly, right?
Yes.
My point is, people are doing what they have to do to survive, but a lot of my classmates were telling me that legal immigrants from Mexico actually they get not only higher wages, but they get better conditions. Why? Because everything's negotiated through this administration now that's here that, they actually demand more for the workers. So I was actually shocked, but obviously Scheinbaum is really, driving that narrative home as far as the US, which is hilarious now because it's almost bizarre world now that, workers' rights, especially in California, are, a gold standard, right? We have worker rights. You can imagine other.
That's right. Yes.
You can imagine other states like, I don't know, Kentucky or Georgia, where, there's still people probably still enslaved,
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
The emancipation kind of
Passed
it's
us
been
by.
kind of, trickling down, right?
Yes.
My point is, it's very interesting time we live now where, I'm sure Brandon can talk about astrological convergences and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised, but it's a lot of things are moving, and that's one of the things I also have to look at, or at least me. You try to make the best of everything.
Yes.
It's just your president accusing vandals of literally. I mean, Americans can't walk 10 feet, let alone 250 feet to vandalize something. Like, who does that, right? It's like, and that's my thing. Like, when you question about him, he doesn't believe his own lies. It's just, it's almost where he hates the fact that he has to answer questions. So, go figure. It's just you start talking about these outrageous, quote unquote, shenanigans that's going on, and it's like, do I really want to be a citizen? Because it's just stupid, where's my free healthcare, right? Can't have that, right? Where's my standard wage of living? Can't have that, right?
Yes.
But I can put a sticker on my pickup truck, and that means I'm free, right? But
Yes.
I'm paying taxes on it.
It is so awful. It's like truly that freedom, when it's like they're trying to steal freedom from others. That's what makes it so offensive. It's like freedom to what? Oppress other people and destroy your own economic base. The foundations for your economy are based on the very people that they're trying so hard to deprive citizenship from. And you've brought up healthcare, so
Hey, you guys.
Yes, honey.
Yeah.
Let me say one thing quick,
Oh,
and
please.
especially with Sammy. Thank you, Sammy, for everything you
Right.
said.
Yeah.
But
Appreciate it.
I feel like what we've witnessed is the wolves being led into the barn, and they're running the farm. And the proof is that there are no more taxes and no more regulatory agencies for these multiculturals that now dictate society. So that's why I agree with you, Sammy. I mean, the defense industry is roaring. All those military contractors from Raytheon to SpaceX couldn't be happier. And that's happened very quickly.
Okay.
So there was a way to sum that up. Yeah, but I lost it.
No worries.
I don't.
No,
honey.
I didn't
and
write it down.
you made a good
But
point, and yeah,
the shock of it happening this way. Where was that going? God damn it. Maybe I'll mute a minute and it'll come back to me.
And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
You'll
fine.
have to let
No
me
problem.
interrupt to finish the thought.
And that's
No,
okay.
great point.
Oh, the only problem is the enraged citizenry.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, get
these
ready
military,
for a tsunami of Luigi Magnonis. But go on, back to Sammy.
Enraged citizenry, and that's
Yeah.
breaking out all over. And
well,
you know, we always
yeah,
Americans always blame the wrong people. That's our
well,
hallmark.
absolutely,
So it's
absolutely.
this random crazy, and it's just, you know, I feel you. Everything you said. Thank you.
No,
If I get
and
my final point back, I'll come back.
no,
Please
please
do.
do. I think it's great that you're contributing. And no, obviously the military contractors, and Doug's talked about this in detail. This is one of the reasons why I really do agree with Doug as far as initiating the draft, obviously,
Thank you.
to demystify the military and these
Yes.
contractors really get exposed.
Thank you.
That's the
Because
only thing, the only lesson of Vietnam was
Yes.
never again a draft.
Which, of course,
We're
I
gonna
argue
get,
against. I
we're gonna
argue.
corporatize it
Yeah.
now.
well, and that's one of the things that I think our society is really hurting is the fact that the military provides great access to employment, you know, and so forth. The thing is, it's monopolized by these military juntas.
That's
You
right.
know,
Yeah.
does it matter if I want to be in the Navy and some asshole wants to be, you know, in the Army? What does it matter? Why do we have so many branches? You
Yes.
know, obviously we're
That's all.
stepping in,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're stepping into a lot of, you know, they're literally mafias, like Doug's talked about it.
Yes.
And this
Because
is
it got, I mean, it was crazy before, but it was the privatization, like every
right,
other government service that used
right.
to, I thought, function better than it did after it was privatized.
Yes. That's quite correct.
You
Absolutely.
know,
And
Yeah.
look at our space program. The shuttles got shut down, which was a terrible idea. They never should have got shut. They never should have shut down our shuttle system.
Yes.
But you know, that's one thing Nixon obviously brought, and you know that he did a lot of good. Yes, was he still, you know, a lying piece of crap? Probably, but you know,
Yes.
he was the classic evil. You know,
Yes.
you know,
yeah.
he wasn't. You know, he was a pragmatic, classic evil, and you know, he
Yeah.
pardoned Jimmy Hoffa and those wonderful inventors he had. You know, and backdoor deals that are just, you know, Americana, right?
Yes.
You
So
know,
you're
like
old
apple
enough to
pie.
remember Nixon. I am too.
To tie. Well, I
As a
believe it
kid,
or not,
watching
I
the
listen.
black and white TV, tiny
I
little thing.
Yeah. Well, I got introduced to Doug through Coast to Coast. You know
There we are.
name
Mm,
is
Yes.
you know, has a bad taste. You know, I might as well say, you
yeah,
know, Andy
Thank you.
Griffith. You know, but
yeah.
Yeah.
You go
but
way back.
well, and you know, it's one of these things where you know, there is, you know, if you look deep in crap, there's probably some edible
Yeah.
whatever, but some edible
That'll
You
sound
substance there.
used to say I was the kernel of corn, the kernel of corn in the
Well,
pile
yeah,
of
you
shit.
know,
Yes.
I just don't want to get graphic because you
Yes.
know,
the
Holly's
corn.
there. But my point is, no, we've really digressed, and now you have someone like Elon Musk who is literally monopolizing our shuttle
Man,
system. With
Yes.
this is a
he
terrible
makes the
thing.
decisions. He's the dog.
Exactly,
Trump's the
and
tail.
the thing
That's
about
why
it is,
Trump's so fucking expendable. He's
right,
done everything you could possibly do. So now a
exactly.
big hook has to come in from stage left and drag him off before he totally flotses
Well, we can
something
hope.
in
We can
his
hope.
dementia.
Yeah, we can hope.
Right,
I just don't see him as being useful much longer.
No.
Because he didn't
Well,
get there on his
absolutely.
own petard.
Oh no,
He's
oh
been
no.
useful to something.
Right, and I think Doug, you know, Doug has a, you know, you know, he knows what we're talking about. Obviously, it's just, I
Oh
think
man.
what's going on now is just a convergence of all these blunders, and people
Yeah.
are hurting. And honestly,
Yeah.
if you would ask me, hey, if you were president, what would you do? I would literally, probably, like we talked about it with Doug, I would have to reset the debt ceiling. I would have to get rid of it.
Yes.
I would have to start from zero, including with the American people,
Yes.
because I
Yeah.
think that's the only way. You know, you have people that are literally running on fumes when it comes to their finances.
And
So,
this
you know,
military budget is beyond spending in anybody's lifetime.
Yes.
can you imagine? Can you imagine giving us the military budget to the American
Can
people
you
for 1 year?
imagine it?
For 1
Yes.
year, can
You
you imagine?
can't. I can't either.
Yeah. But I can.
That's how big that is.
Yeah, but what Sammy is saying is that were the military budget redistributed towards civil infrastructure.
I understand that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's
it'd
beyond
be a golden age.
description.
Thank you.
We'll
Yeah, you
sound
got
like
that right.
we would sound like a country, and we would be a lot like a country in the Middle East that, you know, we fight wars for. I can't seem to remember who they are.
We would be one big Denmark if we did that. Gave
Hey,
the
even
military
better.
to us.
Touche. That's actually
Can
even
you
better.
imagine? We don't need AI for that. We just need the military budget to not have to slave in the mines anymore and pay for childcare and blah, blah,
Absolutely.
blah.
And to be honest with you, because Americans are so predictable, and we're yeah, you know, there's always going to be disagreements, but it's a lot better. People get along better and hate each other in harmony when they're not broke. You know, when
Amen.
people
Fucking men.
when people are spending, when people are creating businesses, hell, just blowing your money, but at least stimulating the economy.
I'm a happy slave. You pay me enough for a roof over my head and a car and a phone. And
we've literally, yeah, absolutely.
I'll clean toilets for that.
Well,
I don't need or want more.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing about it. We never said we were easy. We never said we were cheap. You know, well, it's, you know, come on, you know, like, we've literally told Trump the game plan: pay us off, pay the American people, and obviously that's not his agenda. And you know, we're giving him too much credit, but the answer is already there. I think if you would ask me the question, yes. And if someone screams, well, that's socialism. Well, we're paying socialism for another country that we're dying for, that don't even consider us human beings. So
I've been hearing that all my life.
And, you know, as soon as we say that,
and the problem is George Soros, who my Hungarian friends love.
But they always, everybody's taught to hate George Soros because he's liberal. That's all the right wing.
It's sickening.
Yes.
Yeah.
But go on, Sammy. Yes, continue.
Well, you know, I can. My thing is, you know, give the American people all that budget. Give us the budget, because the American people we need to heal financially. And if does that mean, you know, rewriting the debt ceiling and wiping everything off and making amends with the world? Because here's another thing: we're gonna have to pay catch up. We have done nothing diplomatically since probably, I would even say, 2016, when Obama left. You know, it's something that we're gonna have to rewrite, and the world needs to at least give, you know, have some type of trust in us, because our soft power is really what kind of kept us alive. So, you know, obviously, you know, there's a lot of nuances, but definitely the American people, we definitely need to be you know, held financially. It's just the truth. And we could start from there, but you know, obviously, you know, we're living in these times where we're gonna have to endure what we have to. And if that includes our birthright citizenship being stripped, well, that's just going to add more to the tally, because you're literally stripping away people's right to feel like an American. And believe it or not, people still believe in that shit. And it's the next 24 hours is going to dictate that. So, you know.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
now
Absolutely.
please tell us, Sammy.
It's
uh,
that
yeah.
that it's come to this
It
Yes.
does. It's
is
sad. It
freaking
really
my
is.
70s ass out.
Yeah.
It's
You
sad.
know,
It really
I
is.
mean,
You
it
know.
was bad back then, but now the pendulum never swings the other way. It gets extreme up on one side and down to barely all right, and then up again into bad. You know, it's a
Well, you know, and
one-sided pendulum.
Mhm.
well, and it's almost where it's gonna have to be that way. And people have like for some reason people have an idea that this lie that we believe that you have to pull your strap for you have to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and
Oh God. Yeah.
which is
You know the backstory on that phrase.
What is the
no,
backstory
go
on
ahead,
that phrase?
enlighten us.
That was a union fiery editorial about how what do they expect? They expect us to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And I mean, go ahead, try it. You know, like it was a satire.
Right.
Mhm.
And there were political cartoons about it and shit.
Mhm.
That's how ridiculous the corporations of the day.
But was there a backstory specifically about where the term "pull yourself up by your own bootstraps" comes
Yeah,
from?
an editorial cartoon and an essay
Mhm.
back in like the 1800s.
Mhm. Okay.
About what a ridiculous notion that was. It was part of the, workers' cry that that's what they expect us to do,
Right. Okay.
even
Gotcha.
though it's impossible.
There you have it.
I'm maybe I'm wrong, okay,
Mhm.
but I look at the Japanese with this whole FIFA World Cup, okay.
Yes.
Imagine being in a country that makes you so content, and I'm not saying they don't have their own problems,
Yeah.
but they're literally picking up the trash in the stadiums and
Yes.
cleaning up the stadiums themselves.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Can
Right?
Can you imagine being like
I
that
try to
proud?
do that. Yeah.
No, I will not do that. No, I will not.
Well, I try on my walks and
I will
stuff.
not do that. No.
I'll pick up trash on my walks.
Oh God.
No. In fact, if I go to the movie theater, I make sure I throw all my popcorn on the ground.
And spill your Coke on it. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. It's the American way, right?
Oh man.
But no,
I don't believe you.
You get the idea. What I'm trying to say is,
I do.
There's countries that really, obviously, do it better than us. It's just I can't fathom that. It's sad, but I can't fathom that. I can't fathom, But it's really showed us these 250 years, we're literally toddlers when it comes to a nation. We're a toddler nation. We're just a bunch of toddlers that we haven't even hit our puberty. And to tell you the truth, it's almost where at this rate, we really right now are just stuck. We hit a stunt growth where, unfortunately, we're gonna have to get rid of all these baby boomers that have been holding us back.
Thank you.
Well,
that'll happen with what's going to happen with healthcare based on what's going to happen with the citizenship. Birthright citizenship will impact healthcare in particular. So I'll get into that. But by all means, continue with your train of thought because it's very important for me and all of our listeners. Yeah.
Well, and that was really one of the main reason why I came here is this birthright citizenship because
it's very serious.
You don't hear it on the news, and obviously the news spell the news rhymes with some other word, right? But I think also it's just not just people that look like me, but this creates a whole nother problems with our government when it comes to, can you imagine the paperwork and all this convergence of legal crap that's going to happen where there's going to be cases where someone's going to get denied by just a simple fact of a last name.
Yes.
Well, something erroneous. You kind of what I'm saying as far as government blunders.
Yes.
But just adding that element into it is going to create even more of a mess. It always reminds me of the national records that were destroyed in St. Louis.
Yes.
That type of just chaos that can happen, and it's very much possible. And I'm not saying it's not happening now, but to go through all those millions of people and audit those birth certificates, how is this even going to be organized? Obviously, it's going to go to the state, but
Doge grabbed it all. It's weird. And then they're going to feed it to their AI wood chipper. And what the fuck?
Right. So it's, you can get, your mind can go into places and obviously, you think of the worst scenarios, but I mean, the government gets crap wrong all the time. Like even now, like there's so many, there's so many blunders that happen. It's just.
And what's been amply demonstrated from coast to coast is you can be a slightly shade of brown walking down the street and not have a black Escalade pick you up. Amply demonstrated.
No, and it's
thousands of times. So it's a real thing.
It is. So, obviously, I think Doug, knows that. And I'm sure he's choosing his rest of his monologue. It's really sad that most Americans have no idea what's going to happen in the next 24 hours.
Yes.
And it's almost like the abortion rights.
Oh, boy. Yeah, there'll be some unrest, man.
And
I will join it. I will join it. I don't have to work tomorrow.
And I have to work, and I still have to live my life, and like everybody, we still have to live our lives. I'm not saying go out there and go crazy.
It does nothing. Yeah, it's not like it helps. But it makes me feel good to be with those people. The people that go out. It really has quite an amazing psychological effect, I have found. And totally unexpected. I thought it was going to be big weeping, but it's energizing. And it's like food in a certain kind of weird way. Just like talking to Douglas and you guys are.
Right. Well, and I applaud your bravery. Unfortunately, I
got, I'm white as Casper the Ghost, so I ain't risking shit.
Well, I'm glad.
I'm not risking shit.
I'm glad you have, you have a complexion for the protection. It's
absolutely privilege.
It's part of
I
the
have
deal,
that privilege. But
absolutely.
So I'm just saying. But hopefully the day will come when it can be everybody together,
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And
we can all hate each other in harmony,
That's right.
Exactly. That's the problem. Republicans all love each other. All you got to do is put that red hat on, and they don't care what you do when you go home. They don't have this big litmus test.
And if I
the
even
left
tell Doug,
does.
that's one of the things I tell Doug. If the government gave you it gave every American $100,000 stimulus check. I can care less. Do your thing. We can all hate each other in harmony. But separate, right?
Yes.
But it's that's one of the things that
nobody hates Americans like other Americans.
Absolutely.
That's the other thing. We always blame the wrong people, and we all hate each other.
Let's just not be broke doing it, right? Let's just not be broke doing it, right?
Right. Give me enough to slave for you, and I'm happy.
Right.
And enough to do a little something on my own side.
Oh, absolutely. So,
that's it. It's the world's most simple algebra, and I figure throughout the millennia, any empire that forgets 1 + 1 = 2 on this, bed, car, phone, and food for the underclass, it's not even service work. That is the infrastructure.
So
because you don't have telephone poles without the people to service them, on and on and on.
Yeah.
So it's the human beings that have always provided the means for an infrastructure of any kind.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
but of course, such being said, Sammy, we do care about you as a person. How are things going for you
Right.
personally? Yeah.
Um, uh, to be honest with you, I've been doing all right.
Okay, good.
Right now, I've been dealing with a classmate, who has, I don't know if you guys heard of valley fever.
No. Oh,
Oh
wait, you're talking about
God.
that horrible fungus that gets into the lungs?
Oh God. The
No,
tectonic
No.
fungal cloud.
something like that. Yeah.
I know all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, prayers out to him.
Jesus.
He knows who he is.
Yeah.
But
Diagnosed for valley fever. Yeah.
Wow.
he's pretty much out. But it's just I've been all right, man.
Okay.
God's been merciful to me. My
Yeah.
parents' prayers are with me.
Yes.
My Father's Day was great. It's just
Good.
just staying busy and not letting what's going on in the world really just overtake you.
Mhm.
That's
I think
right.
mental health is one of the things that really is aside obviously with Americans' finances,
Yeah.
it correlates with that,
Yeah.
hand in
Directly.
hand.
Mhm.
So
It is the problem.
Mhm.
no, it is. So it's one of these things where I stay busy, and that's one of the things you still have to be goal oriented
Yes.
as an adult. You have to have a reason to wake up in the morning and just not be stagnant,
Yes.
because it's just, unfortunately, it's contagious in every facet of your life, where you become stagnant, and then you just start hating the world. And obviously we've known of people that have been on this transmission who hate the world for no reason.
Yeah.
They and it's a sickness where it's just people, unfortunately, that do that, for the most part, are not goal oriented. You have to figure out, at least, to push forward to what you want to do, and obviously that's a question that is individually based, but that, at least that's working for me. So
Yes.
no, that's pretty much in a nutshell.
I appreciate that profoundly, and I'll address directly the subject that you've brought up. By the way, when you mentioned what you did about the American economy, as I've always advised, when the system goes down, which basically many Americans at this point seem to comprehend that it will, just understand that in terms of restructuring the system from the ground up, one of the first actions that must be taken would be repudiation of the national debt. That's what Samuel Romero was alluding to earlier when he said what he said, because obviously you're starting from square one. We're starting at ground zero, and we're just going to have to build up from the ruins and just reconstruct what we can from what can be salvaged. But
Right.
yeah, right now they're doing everything they can to, well, I'll just get into it. And by the way, Sammy, just make certain that feel free to continue to listen as your responsibilities
Yeah.
allow, and if you can jump back on, if the spirit moves you to just interject, just don't be afraid to come right back on and interject anytime during the night. Okay.
Will do. Okay.
Yeah. All
Thank
right.
you,
Bless
Sammy.
you.
It was
Yeah, no problem.
inspirational.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it
Inspirational
too.
words. Yes,
Yes.
very.
Likewise.
And
Blessings.
Douglas, yours too, always.
Thank you, honey.
I'm gonna switch over to the radio now because I got to make some noise and move around.
Okay. Well, you can
All right.
interject anytime you wish. Just jump back on and
Thank you.
interject.
I'll be
should you be
listening.
provoked to do so. All right.
Radio on the internet. All
All
right.
right.
Love you.
Thank you. Love you dearly. So we've expressed already about the president announcing quite bluntly that limit does not exist for him, but limitations are important, and not just as a matter of Rousseauian philosophies of government. I have argued that checks and balances are a method of protecting not only the people, but also each branch of government from its own excesses and errors. Reality also has a way of enforcing limitations. As we spraketh earlier this week, the reflecting pool is inarguably green, no matter what Trump might say. And because Trump has claimed unilateral power to act, he struggles to find a way to blame anyone else for the mess on the mall. But the mess on the mall now encompasses what he's put into litigation and potentially legislation. Ending birthright citizenship will be a public health disaster. Health is not something that can be cordoned off by immigration status. Tomorrow, through to sometime before the end of this month, the Supreme Court is expected to deliver its opinion in Trump versus Barbara, the case challenging President Trump's executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship in these United States. At stake is the long-standing interpretation of the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment, which for more than a century has been understood and affirmed to mean that any child born in these United States, regardless of their parents' citizenship status, is a United States citizen, with a remarkably narrow exception carved out for the children of diplomats. Ending the guarantee of birthright citizenship will dramatically increase the size of the undocumented population in these United States and will only invite a future executive to nullify the citizenship of countless American-born children of immigrants. It will also have stark consequences at the intersection of bioethics and public health. During oral arguments in April, several Supreme Court justices briefly raised but quickly set aside the logistical challenges that changing who qualifies for United States citizenship will create. Will a parent's citizenship be determined by requesting documentation in the delivery room? And what would this rule mean for foundlings of uncertain parentage? While it's understandable that the justices were more focused on constitutional questions, the public health implications are not trivial. Obviously, my own son would count as a foundling. But first, and perhaps most obviously, reinterpreting birthright citizenship in accordance with Trump's executive order will result in thousands upon thousands of babies born on United States soil, nearly 9% of all births being denied birth certificates. Babies born to immigrants, whom under current law will receive citizenship and the same attendant concern for their health and well-being as those born to citizen parents, will not be eligible for public benefit programs such as Medicaid or the CHIP, the CHIP or Children's Health Insurance Program, except in states that use state-only funds to extend those benefits to non-citizen children. Emergency Medicaid and Special Supplemental Nutrition Program, the SNAP for WIC, WIC, Women, Infants, and Children, will remain available to these families, but without access to necessary preventive and acute medical care and nutrition. It seems likely that this policy will directly contribute to preventable sickness and death among children. Denying citizenship to babies born in these United States, who have never known any other country, and who quite possibly never will, also introduces an additional source of poor health: the toxic stress that accumulates from living under constant threat of mass deportation and exclusion in every sense. Child development experts have long recognized the effects of ACE, ACE syndrome, adverse childhood experiences, on children's long and short-term health. Migration-specific ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences, include chronic fear of deportation, separation from a parent, and spending time in an immigration detention facility. Of course, many immigrant children are already exposed to these ACEs, and that is itself a travesty. A Supreme Court decision against birthright citizenship will only greatly expand the number of children vulnerable to the immigration system, despite the United States being the only home they have ever known. In addition to these predictable health impacts, an adverse decision on birthright citizenship will also have indirect but deeply significant consequences for some state and federal health policies. TWA policies allow states to provide public health insurance coverage to pregnant immigrants during and, in some cases, after their pregnancy. The first of these policies is known as the FCEP, FCEP, from conception to end of pregnancy option, which enables states to use CHIP funding to cover otherwise ineligible pregnant people, including undocumented immigrants, by deeming the fetus to be a low-income child. This has all sorts of intriguing ethical and reproductive rights implications, but importantly for our purposes here right now, it also provides significant health benefits for pregnant immigrants and their babies. This is humanitarianism manifest. The second policy is the ICHIA, ICHIA. The ICHIA, or Immigrant Children's Health Improvement Act option, which grants states the ability to receive federal financial participation in health insurance covering lawfully residing pregnant people who are not eligible for Medicaid because they have not yet met the 5-year bar. While neither the FCEP nor ICHIA option would immediately disappear should our Republican-packed SCOTUS, SCOTUS, or Supreme Court of these United States, reverse its position on birthright citizenship, the policy logic supporting the policies might. In both cases, the policy assumes that the child of a pregnant immigrant will be a citizen, which is one reason why it is necessary to provide prenatal care and ensure the best possible birth outcomes. If that underlying logic is stripped away, policymakers will feel justified in reversing these successful health-promoting policies. Yet another public health consequence of eliminating birthright citizenship is the chilling effect that it would have on the willingness of immigrant parents to seek health care for both themselves and their children. Increased immigration enforcement during the Trump era has dramatically increased the fear that immigrants, documented and otherwise, experience while navigating daily life. KFF, the Kaiser Family Foundation, reports that 43% of unlikely, the KFF, or the Kaiser Family Foundation, reports that 43% of likely documented or likely undocumented immigrants, this is very fine print that I have to go through on these forms here. I'm calling them up and literally turning up the scanner to twice its magnification in order to read this fine print. But the Kaiser Family Foundation reports that 43% of likely undocumented immigrants report that their child skipped or delayed health care in the past 12 months because of concerns about immigration status. It is likely that denying these same children birthright citizenship will only deepen this chilling effect, as the safety and security against deportation of both children and parents would diminish. This would be bad, not just for immigrant health, although that would be a morally and practically sufficient reason to oppose a reinterpretation of the 14th Amendment. But it would also have negative consequences on the health of the American public at large, including so-called heritage or legacy Americans. It asked white Europeans, because health is a public good. As our nation learned the hard way during the COVID-19 pandemic, health is not something that can be cordoned off by immigration status. And this lesson has implications for the next pandemic as well. When immigrants fear to seek health care or face other barriers to accessing treatment during public health emergencies, it doesn't just increase their own risk or worse health outcomes from infectious disease. Because immigrants live in mixed status communities alongside citizen neighbors, threats to immigrant health also threaten citizen health. Communicable disease does not check your passport during transmission, and community well-being does not improve or deteriorate within invisible boundaries or militarized border walls. It is imperative, for moral and public health reasons, to grant citizenship to the children of immigrants who are born in these United States and who can and should be expected to learn, grow, work, and play in these United States for the rest of their lives. When the Supreme Court decides otherwise, the ramifications for immigrants and citizens alike will be catastrophic. In just such context, in his heart of hearts, Trump may recognize that limits will eventually have their revenge. Limits on his executive power. Even with the president himself telling Axios journalist Caputo, his interviewer, "I haven't learned that lesson yet." Sooner or later, he fucking will. Because the Founding Fathers warned Americans about someone like Trump. As our 80-year-old mad king goest on midnight social media revenge benders from the White House, attacking the Pope after attacking Iran, enriching his own family by billions, and comparing himself to Jesus Christos, the risen Jesus Christ. Some of his cultists are now panicking and asking, who could have seen this coming? The answer, of course, is any sapient being not blinded by partisanship who lived through the first 4 years of Trump's presidency, which included more than 30,000 lies, a mismanaged pandemicide that killed, nay, mass murdered, well over 1 million Americans, and culminated with his attempt to overturn an election on the back of a big lie that led to a mass terrorist attack on our national capital. The dangers were so obvious that even the Founding Fathers could see them coming a quarter of a millennium ago. Our United States Constitution was designed to protect the rights of the people against the rise of a would-be tyrant. The founders understood they were embarking on a rebellious project that had never succeeded before. As John Adams scowled, "There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." Their aim was to build a structure that could withstand the forces that destroyed democracies in the past. That's why the founders explicitly warned about the dangers of a demagogue, the poison of hyperpartisanship, the corrosive effects of corruption and foreign influence, the politicization of religion, and the erosion of the separation of powers. Yes, by those basic standards, we're living through the founders' nightmare. But the right response is not civic despair, but a defiant resolve to reclaim American patriotism and fix what's been broken so that we can strengthen our democracy to survive the next 250 years. So skip the saccharine Trump nationalism and dear leader iconography this 4th of July. Instead, read the founders' own words to serve as a North Star in chaotic and divided times. Start with the Declaration of Independence, itself an anti-colonial screed against a mad king, and read through the list of grievances against King George. The echoes are unmistakable. The founders accused him of cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. He has obstructed the administration of justice. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people. Just in case we missed the point, the founders added this line: a prince, whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant, is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. James Madison and Thomas Jefferson poured through history in an extended document titled Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederacies, a pointed term, studying the ways that ancient Greek republics collapsed, all of them based on slavery. That research directly shaped the checks and balances of the separation of powers into 3 co-equal branches of government. In the case of the Founding Fathers, all of them slave owners, to preserve the status of enslaved peoples as those without a class, a caste of the classless. The hypocrisy aside, as the primary author of the Constitution, Madison had an engineer's understanding of the weakness of the system he was trying to build. At the 1788 Virginia Ratifying Convention, he declared that a democratic republic rests on the foundational principle that the people will have virtue and intelligence to select men of virtue and wisdom. Is there no virtue among us? If there be not, we are in a wretched situation. No theoretical checks, no form of government can render us secure. Character is key in a democracy, and its degradation through the acceptance of lies and absurd sycophancy from Trump appointees expose how far the rot has gotten, bringing us directly to the danger of a demagogue. In the Federalist Papers, Madison, John Jay, and Alexander Hamilton repeatedly warned that the greatest danger to a democracy was a demagogue who divided fellow citizens into warring tribes. As Hamilton wrote in The Federalist, issue number 1, of those men who have overturned the liberties of republics, the greatest number have begun their career by paying an obsequious court to the people, commencing demagogues and ending tyrants. Hamilton perfectly anticipated the figure of Donald Trump in a letter to George Washington in 1792. And here I read therefrom. When a man unprincipled in public life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to takest every opportunity of embarrassing the general government and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he may ride the storm and direct the whirlwind. Let's skim through that a second time to let it sink in. Unprincipled in public life. I mean private, rereading the letter again. Unprincipled in private life. Check. Albeit he's been just as unprincipled publicly as well, hence the confusion with the P word. Bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, check. Known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, for sure. Embarrassing the general government and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day. Well, that's almost too on the nose. So much so that it was cited by the now Senator Adam Schiff during Trump's first impeachment. Just think of the Q-tardation we've already articulated about. Another relevant Hamilton quote argued that the only path to a subversion of the Republican system of the country is by flattering the prejudices of the people and exciting their jealousies and apprehensions to throw affairs into confusion and bring on civil commotion. That is where we are as a nation right now. As a president deploys populist appeals to prejudice that pit Americans against one another, amplified by algorithms that increase suspicion and confusion. Now we're left anticipating the next civil commotion created by the Trump maladministration's incompetence or malevolence, because hyperpartisanship is poison. Washington, our first, and to date, our only independent president, meaning he was a president of literally the independent party, neither Republican nor Democrat, set the precedent for the peaceful transfer of power after 2 terms. He announced this decision in a farewell address, written to his friends and fellow citizens. It was a warning to future generations of Americans about the forces he feared would destroy our democratic republic. Chief among these were what we would call hyperpartisanship, followed by excessive debt, foreign wars, and foreign interference in our elections, all threats we face today. Washington's warning against hyperpartisan polarization was most urgent, himself writing, and here I read therefrom, "The common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. It serves always to distract the public councils and enfeeble the public administration. It agitates the community with ill-founded jealousies and false alarms, kindles the animosity of one part against another, foments occasionally riot and insurrection. It opens the door to foreign influence and corruption." This reads like a clinical description for the fevered unreason that has swamped American politics in the Trump era. It is crippling the ability of our government to function for the good of the people as extreme ideologues and conspiracy theorists staff the maladministration in positions from the FBI and Homeland Security to Health and Human Services. Our empire, and remember, we are not a republic, but an empire, is beset by ill-founded jealousies and false alarms, as insane rumors are spread by elected and appointed officials. But when John Avlon's book, titled Washington's Farewell, was published in 2017, the phrase about riot and insurrection felt like a distant concern. 4 years later, on the 6th day of January in 2021, we lived through exactly that. A partisan mob storming the United States Capitol in a violent attempt to stop the peaceful transfer of power. With Trump's 2024 re-election, the mass pardoning of his duped shock troops was followed by an attempt to whitewash that history entirely, part of a maladministration-wide effort to censor inconvenient facts, bringing us, of course, to the foreign interference and corruption. It is almost, well, it's the almost throwaway line at the end of Washington's warning. It opens the door to foreign influence and corruption, that speaketh to the cause and effect of foreign influence and the unprecedented corruption we are witnessing. America's overseas autocratic adversaries are trying to weaken our empire without firing a shot. Trump is, at the very least, considered a useful idiot in this effort. Foreign influence in our elections has been crystal clear since Russia's pro-Trump influence operation in the 2016 election, detailed in a multi-volume report from the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee. One of the classic examples of foreign disinformatia, or disinformation, in that campaign camest in the form of competing protests outside of a Houston mosque, where both sides were recruited and inflamed by Russian disinformatia half a world away. In 2024, Trump's abrupt flip-flop on TikTok after receiving a supermassive cash donation from one of its parent company's biggest American investors led him to outright ignore a bipartisan law and a 9-0 Supreme Court order banning the CCP, Chinese Communist Party-owned social media giant. To the surprise of exactly no one, pro-Trump content was boosted around the election. The disinfo continues as AI efforts to normalize Trump are proliferating online today, striving to create the illusion that the deeply unpopular president has a broad, deep, and diverse base of support. The foreign interference is increasingly connected to outright corruption. This was such a core concern of our founding fathers that they put in prohibitions on what they called emoluments in the Constitution. This was the Constitution's anti-corruption architecture. But as a scholar from the conservative American Enterprise Institute has noted, while past presidents have worked to avoid the appearance of a conflict, with Jimmy Carter even putting his peanut farm in a blind trust, Trump has expressly organized his business interests in his second midterm to facilitate the receipt of foreign gifts. By all measures, Trump has enriched his family, his crime family, but billions of dollars since his second inauguration, most of it from foreign sources, from Qatari jets to cryptocurrency hustles. He has even been incontestably proven guilty of selling presidential pardons to benefit allies and supporters, bringing us to the Church of Trump versus the separation of church and state. The founders also having warned us against the abuse of religion as a political weapon. Consider Trump's posts comparing himself to Jesus, or the repeated invocation of Christian nationalism by the self-styled Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who sometimes mistakes scripture for the script of Pulp Fiction. This is not what the founders wanted. Jefferson emphasized the freedom of religion portion of the First Amendment to our Constitution, which states that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, by explaining that this amounts to building a wall of separation between church and state, just in case any current official tries to state that this freedom was intended to be limited to the predominantly Judaized Christian tradition. The 1796 Treaty of Tripoli has an answer for that. The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. At all. Remember, your founding fathers were practicing Satanists. You live in a literally satanic empire. And yet, one that now undermines the separation of powers. The separation of powers was designed to be a check against a tyrannical executive. As Madison wrote, ambition must be made to counteract ambition. But he didn't bet on the pervasive hyperpartisan polarization that has made Republicans in Congress subservient to this president in particular. Because the number of swing seats with competitive general elections has plummeted by partisan design, we have a Congress of cowards who are afraid of the base of their parties because they might lose a primary. All of this creates a disincentive for constructive compromise across the aisle, and so little or no legislation gets passed, and government ceases to govern at all. Added to this dynamic is an actual fear among all Republicans that their families' safety will be at risk if they buck the Trump. But we've never seen quite the degradation of Congress as it exists today under the spineless Speaker Mike Johnson, who openly delegates his powers to the president, abandoning oversight of tariffs and war powers. That is dereliction of constitutional duty, and he ought be dismissed. This problem being compounded by the rise of an increasingly ideological Supreme Court, which is utterly unable to reason together with broad majorities and monofocally committed to advance narrow partisan agendas, even at the expense of precedent, as it did by overturning 100 years of a woman's right to choose. This politicization of the judicial branch has led directly to the declining trust in the Supreme Court itself, and to governance in general. As to how to reunite our nation, it is a dark irony that men who pretend to be super patriots are the ones who have most violated these fundamental warnings from our founding fathers. Washington himself warned us to guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism. But then these Trumpists repeatedly confuse patriotism with partisanship and invoke a blood and soil nationalism that is the exact opposite of the American promise. This puts us in a dangerous place. The worst response to this threat is civic despair. To look at the wreckage and conclude that the Republic is broken beyond repair, that American democracy was always a sham, that the entire thing isn't worth defending. That is exactly what those who are dismantling our institutions want us to believe. Cynicism, depression, and apathy are their most powerful weapons. The truly patriotic response is to push back. Celebrating America's independence is to celebrate a rebellion of citizens who rejected the rule of a mad and distant king, who rose up to build a self-government where the people rule with both rights and responsibilities. Recent history shows us that successful pro-democracy movements are patriotic, positive, peaceful, unified, and inclusive. We need to reclaim the founders' wisdom for our own and resolve to rebuild all the guardrails that have been broken. We have been given a great unifying cause to strengthen American democracy for le 21e siècle, the 21st century. It will be a generational effort, cutting across government and culture, and providing an inspiring new founding agenda for the next leaders following abolition of the office of the executive. Term limits on the Supreme Court and the dismantling of the Senate. We must be governed by a Congress, and the people in rapport. Until the time that architecture is restructured to combat the conditions that have enabled the demagogues' rise, we need to take power back from the extremes through electoral reforms, like ending the rigged system of redistricting and instituting open primaries where independent voters can participate. We also need to tame the algorithms that elevate the most confrontational and conspiratorial voices among us through transparency and other social media reforms, like the Kids Online Safety Act, our KOSA, K-O-S-A. To rein in corruption, we need to overturn the destructive Citizens United Supreme Court decision to get big money out of politics and strengthen the Emoluments Clause to ensure that no other president can enrich himself off the power of the office again. To reassert presidential accountability, we need to pass the No Kings Act and reform the presidential pardon process so it can never be abused again. All of which would be rendered moot by an abolition of the office of the executive itself. Trump has broken that office. He should be, must be, our last president. We do not need another. To heal our nation's divides, we will need to rebuild the middle class by reshoring essential manufacturing, aided by vocational training, while developing a more inclusive form of capitalism that incentivizes profit sharing. We need clear rules of the road around AI so that it can make government more efficient and effective without undermining our democracy or economy. Finally, we need an expanded version of national service to restore our common bonds while bringing back civics education so that each rising generation learns our full history, as well as the rights and the responsibilities that comest with being an American citizen. This is an ambitious and yet only partial list, but all of the elements are broadly popular and would help reunite the United States rather than fuel further fragmentation. Since the earliest days of our republic, America has been torn between a defiant native optimism and a profound pessimism about democracy's prospects for success. But citizens are not subjects, and we cannot wisely wait for someone else to come and save us. The government is us. So our charge this Independence Day is to draw on the best lessons of the past, determined to fix what's broken, as imperfect people working to form a more perfect union. The United States remains, as Benjamin Franklin said, a republic, if you can keep it. All such having been articulated, Trump can't spin his way out of his latest crises, while the Pentagon is seeking $80 billion United States dollars from Congress for his anti-Iranian war amid America's enormous concession to Iran. The request adds to what is already a sizable military spending boost being sought by the president himself. The day before yesterday, America's Treasury Department upended 4 decades of policy and waived sanctions on Iranian oil for 60 days. America wants to keep negotiations alive and the Strait of Hormuz open. Thus far, the machination looks ineffective from America's perspective and like a blessing for Iran. Ergo, the White House has requested $1.5 trillion United States dollars for the Pentagon, a nearly 0.5% increase over the current fiscal year's funding levels. Sure, the peace agreement between America and Iran has given relief to oil markets, but the volatility is far from over. Even if the deal holds, it will take its time for tankers to return and production to ramp up, particularly as the Strait of Hormuz is still littered with mines. Rather than establishing any durable peace, the tenuous United States brokered agreement ending the recent Aryan-American War serves merely as a framework for continued, limited conflict. Here being the Dietrich, that would be Die Deutschen Sprech, the German speak for literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key factors. Deferred hard questions. The agreement is intentionally vague on major sticking points, such as Iran's nuclear program, missile stockpiles, and the scale of economic relief. Financial windfall for the enemy. The deal granting Iran financial relief without locking in any solid guarantees, raising concerns regarding regional power balances. The shipping being still contested. The Memorandum of Understanding attempts to address the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but it lacks any specific language on how quickly or securely normal transit will resume. And finally, divergent interests. Eretz Israel Heishlema, the greater land of Israel, has challenged this deal's boundaries, asserting that its ongoing military operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon are not covered by the broader Aryan-American diplomatic terms. In broader context, the President Donald Trump's diplomatic strategy defers deeper geopolitical resolutions. Consequently, Washington and Tehran will most certainly remain locked in continuous, high-stakes negotiations over the exact details of the truce in perpetuity, as is still ongoing in the still very active Korean War, where both sides, North and South, still meet on the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, doing what America and Iran will now be doing forevermore. Talking under legal conditions of war. The joint war against Iran itself may yet prove to have been the apex of the Judeo-American alliance, and the Iran deal is the end thereof, which in turn is the end of the world as we know it. It would seem that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accomplished what his predecessors could only have dreamed of. Israeli officers ensconced in the United States Central Command's Florida headquarters, directing Israeli and puppet American fighter jets flying tandem over Tehran. Since the days of David Ben-Gurion, Israel's leaders have sought backing from the world's preeminent superpower, which they hoped would guarantee their state's survival into perpetuity. None could have imagined the level of cooperation currently on display. If one were to wake up the old man, as Ben-Gurion was known, from his otherworldly slumber in the sands of Sde Boker, he would surely delight in the news. Appearances, however, can be deceiving. In one sense, the Judeo-American relationship is at its apogee. Viewed from another angle, it has already entered a period of terminal decline. The political, ideological, and sociological pillars on which the so-called Speziallianz, a special alliance, rested for most of the last half-century, have begun to collapse. The Israel Advocacy Complex, the network of lobbying groups such as the AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, Jewish communal organizations such as the Anti-Defamation League, and Christian Zionist groups such as Christians United for Israel, was once a juggernaut on Capitol Hill. In today's climate of hyperpolarization, it has started to falter, challenged first by the progressive flank of the Democratic Party, and now increasingly by the neo-isolationist faction of the MAGA coalition. Public opinion having shifted dramatically. Less than half of Americans now say American imperial support for Israel is in the national interest. For the first time, Americans also view Palestinians more sympathetically than they do Israelis. Nor is it any longer a given that Americans and Israelis hold a common set of cultural and religious values. As the United States has become less Christian and more diverse, Israeli society has become more traditionalist, its public culture more insular. On both the American empire's right and left, Judeophobia has also begun to seep in from the margins into the political mainstream, seen by growing numbers of people, especially among the young and disaffected, as a marker of anti-establishment bona fides in populist times. These shifts were well underway before the Israeli conspired and orchestrated Hamas attack of October 7th in 2023, but Israel's subsequent destruction of the Gaza, its blockade and mass starvation of the devastated territory, and spiraling settler violence in the occupied West Bank, all live streamed over social media for more than 2 years, greatly accelerated these processes, generating an anti-Israel backlash that has become an ubiquitous feature of contemporary American politics. If indeed the joint Judeo-American war on Iran constitutes the apex of the Special Alliance, what follows will be the fall. In interim, from the National Mall to the Strait of Hormuz, the president is contending with problems that, defy his ability to persuade his supporters to disregard what they can see with their own lying eyes. Now let's dive into those troubled waters. President Trump spent the weekend trying to calm the waters in Washington and roil them in the Persian Gulf. Let's begin with the less serious of these two self-inflicted crises. This spring, Trump, for some reason, became fixated on the reflecting pool on the National Mall, which had not previously been any topic of national discussion at all, but which he believes should vibrate with a deep technicolor blue. The maladministration awarded no-bid contracts for both a color coding and a new water purification system, with the latter going to a company tied to a Trump campaign donor previously convicted of conspiracy to bribe. Surprising no one, both parts of the project have been a disaster. As vividly reported, the pool is beset with algae, and the blue coating is coming off in big chunks. Now Trump's asked water will likely have to be removed from the pool to do necessary repairs. In other words, $16.4 million in taxpayer money will literally go down the drain. Credit where it's due, though, this may become the first time Trump will have actually drained a swamp. He also blamed vandals for these issues, though the White House has offered no evidence to suggest that's true. Visitors who approached the pool this weekend were shooed away by National Guards members, and at least one who touched the pool's broken liner was arrested, himself denying doing any damage. Jeanine Ferris-Pirot, the United States Attorney for Washington, has promised to throw the book at vandals, which mostly seems like a good way for her to extend her record of failing to get D.C. grand juries to greenlight tenuous prosecutions. Meanwhile, Trump nearly upended peace negotiations between Vice President Vance and Iranian leaders in Switzerland. Over the weekend, Iran claimed it had once more blocked the Strait of Hormuz because of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, which appears to violate the fragile ceasefire in place. Whether the strait is actually closed is not even entirely clear. The Trump maladministration claims traffic is flowing, but third-party analysts report that traffic has slowed, though not totally stopped, and remains well below pre-war levels regardless. Over the weekend, Trump told the Fox News reporter Trey Inkst that he had told Iranian officials, "You close it, and you won't have a country! You won't even make it back to your fucking country!" On Truth Social, he said that if Iran didn't rein in Hezbollah, he would hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week, only harder, threatening to kill interlocutors in the middle of a peace negotiation is generally seen as uncouth, in addition to counterproductive. On Monday, Vance was left to tell the Iranians that, in essence, they should just write off his threats as bluster. "What we told the Iranians yesterday is that when you guys engage in what us millennials might call trash talk, you can't expect the President of the United States not to respond and not to correct the record." Like Trump's repeated blaming of vandals for damaging the pool, Trump is talking, but no one's really paying much attention. Iran seems to have already concluded that it doesn't need to take Trump seriously, which is a mixed blessing, to say the least. It's good because it means the Iranians don't quite quit the negotiations, but bad for the prospects of the American empire reaching any favorable deal. The Iran war and the reflecting pool, though of very different scale, very different in scale and importance, share some illuminating parallels. In both cases, Trump embarked on a project while blaming the Obama administration, his persistent bugbear, for an alleged problem: Iranian aggression or an insufficiently azure pool. In both cases, he charged forward without any fleshed-out plan, preferring to fly by the seat of his fat pants, and ignored the experts who warned of exactly the problems that resulted: algal blooms and a blocked strait, which together seem to comprise an intestinal condition. These are familiar patterns for Trump. What sets Iran and the reflecting pool apart for some previous cases, from all previous cases, is that he has been unable to deny reality here. In the past, Trump has spun setbacks as victories, lying prodigiously to do so. Exemple gratiae. In the case of his bogus claim of a stolen 2020 election, he has relied on generalized public distrust of institutions, robustly retro-reactionary mainstream mass media machinery, and the arcana of election procedure to help create at least some doubt. But no one can deny that the reflecting pool is, in fact, presently green. Not pleasantly green, but presently so. Nor can Trump spin the war with Iran, not when Americans spent weeks filling up their cars with gas that spiked well above $4 a gallon, and not when ships are visibly bottled up in the strait. These failures are plain in a way that exceeds even Trump's capacity to get his cultists to believe him over their own lying eyes. A new CBS News/YouGov poll finds that just 39% of Republicans believe that the United States of America got the better end of the peace agreement. Only 22% of Americans overall think so. Now Trump's only recourse is trying again, almost certainly with worse results. Vance is celebrating a tentative agreement to merely restore nuclear inspections, the very safeguard present in Obama's own hate-it deal with Iran, even as the American empire makes concessions such as allowing Iran to sell more oil. Trump badly wants the reflecting pool fixed by the 4th of July, but it's unclear if that is even possible. If it is, doing so will almost certainly cost millions more in taxpayer money. The president chose 2 unnecessary battles and lost them both, and the American people will pay. As to why any of this matters, the White House Office of Management and Budget has yet to make a formal request to the Congress. But the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, has been making the rounds on Capitol Hill. The war funding package will almost certainly run into trouble from lawmakers who refuse to support Trump's decision to go to war and are reluctant to give the Pentagon more money at a time of high costs of living for Americans amid the Wall Street shipwreck. That, whilst SpaceX's successful listing on NASDAQ has turned the CEO Elon Musk into the world's first trillionaire and the most powerful person deciding our planet's role in space. The TSMC-fueled AI frenzy makest my Taiwan the capital of leveraged stock bets. Concerning the Elon problem, the day before yesterday, techno stocks were tumbling as SpaceX kept falling for a third day, erasing $600 billion in market value. No one can say with absolute certainty that there is an artificial intelligence bubble in the stock market. But also, well, I can, but aside from myself, almost everyone is looking for one. And yesterday, there were signs of that big bubble's presence. A bruising sell-off or shipwreck in several technology giants was the latest trigger for concern that the AI frenzy that's been powering the equity bull market might be overblown. The rout engulfed global stocks and sent the NASDAQ 100 down by 3.3%. A closely watched gauge of microchip makers, which had doubled from war-driven lows, slid about 8%. Losses were more pronounced in Asia, with South Korea's KOSPI plunging 10% from a record. Indeed, the work week opened with a bruising techno rout, engulfing stocks around the globe as worries about frothy valuations ignited a fresh bout of volatility. Losses were more pronounced in Asia, with South Korean equities plunging 10% from a record high as investors sold off microchip heavyweights. Traders are also loading up on VIX, the VIX, the SIBO Volatility Index calls. Meanwhile, Taiwanese investors are pouring so much borrowed money into a TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp-fueled AI stock frenzy that it's raising fears of a bubble. The slide highlights the fragility of the rally. Yea, so, ye heard that right. Markets have been dropping as stocks slide around the world. Techno stocks are set to slide again, as SpaceX may yet lose its $2 trillion valuation, even as my fellow Taiwanese are going deep into debt to amp a 100% stock rally. To reiterate, SpaceX stock managed to break its 3-day losing streak, closing up yesterday a little less than 1%. Before the bumpy ride of its past few sessions, the company was enjoying plenty of fanfare, having made history with the biggest ever initial public offering, or IPO. But in the debt markets, it's encountering more scrutiny. Elon Musk's rocket, satellite, and AI conglomerate raised $25 billion in bonds in 5 parts yesterday its debut bond offer and is said to be paying a relatively wide premium over treasuries. In a telling sign, the greatest demand was for the deal's shortest dated and thus least risky tranche. That's because SpaceX shares had slipped into freefall for a third straight day on opening the work week, shedding hundreds of billions of dollars in market value after the Elon Musk-led company said last week that it's selling investment-grade bonds for the first time, part of what's expected to be a massive borrowing spree to fund its artificial intelligence ambitions. All the while, Taiwan's locals are borrowing so much to invest in the TSMC-fueled AI stock frenzy that it's raising fears of a bubble. But here's what you need to know tonight. Yea, verily. SpaceX stock fell 16% on Monday in New York, shedding more than $600 billion in market value. This decline following a retreat of more than 8% over Wednesday and Thursday of last week, before the United States market closed Friday for the Juneteenth holiday. On Monday, SpaceX managed to bring much of the market down with it as ill. Michael O'Rourke, the chief market strategist at Jones Trading, has observed, in his own words, that sellers are back in control. Anyone in the world who wanted to buy this has bought it already. Thus, techno stocks were heading for another tumble yesterday, with NASDAQ 100 futures dropping and techno-heavy Asian markets swept by heavy selling. In South Korea, artificial intelligence winners SK Hynix and Samsung both fell more than 12%, while in mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, FOMO and a retail borrowing frenzy has made the Zhonghua Dao island China into what some view as Exhibit A of an AI bubble. To RID, to reiterate in detail, AI mania has gripped stock markets from South Korea and the communist Chinese on the Asian mainland to these United States. But perhaps nowhere is it as frenzied as in my native-born Taiwan. Exempli gratiae. The 26-year-old Andy Cheng is unemployed and, with the help of a little borrowed money, the proud owner of $60,000 worth of Taiwanese techno stocks. And in many ways, he speaks for the entire island China of 23 million people when he doles out the following advice. Buy any stock and you will make money. AI mania has gripped any number of stock markets across the globe in recent months. South Korea, Communist China on the Asian mainland, and these United States. But perhaps nowhere is it as frenzied as in the number one producer of the microchips that power the technology. 民主主义时代，中华民国在台湾已经报道。The nationalists' Republic of China on the 100 islands of Taiwan. Teenagers are rushing to open brokerage accounts. Spikes in trading volumes are crashing firms' websites. And the Taiwanese market, up over 100% in the past year, is rallying so fast that in a matter of weeks it overtook the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland, the Dominion of Canada, and Bharat Ganereja, the Republic of India, to become the world's fifth largest, forcing us to confront the real Thucydides trap that Beijing and Washington must avoid. These are good times to be a scholar of the classical world. Last summer, Donald Trump issued an order that all federal architecture needed to be beautiful, noting that the Founding Fathers wanted America's public buildings to inspire the American people and encourage civic virtue. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson had therefore consciously modeled the most important buildings in Washington, D.C. on the classical architecture of ancient Athens and Rome. It was time to go back to these principles, said Trump. From now on, classical architecture shall be the preferred and default architecture for federal public buildings in the District of Columbia. The Greek and Roman world still commands a special place in public consciousness. In other words, especially in the countries of the West. In his widely admired speech in Davos earlier this year, where he talked about the role of middle powers, Mark Carney talked about the fact that it seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading. It seemed a good time to quote Thucydides. The strong can do what they can, and the weak must suffer what they must. The Greek author being revered for his dedication to his art and for his good judgment. Nevertheless, it was still something of a surprise to see him cited by Xi Jinping, no less, when he met Trump in Beijing last month. The communist Chinese dictator said, "The world has come to a new crossroads. Can China and the United States transcend the so-called Thucydides trap and forge a new paradigm for major power relations?" This being a reference to the great historian's comment near the start of his epic Peloponnesian War, where he wrote that it was the rise of Athens and the alarm that this instilled in Sparta that made war inevitable. Although a more accurate rendition might be not that war was inevitable, but that Sparta felt it had little choice. That has been worked up, most famously by Graham Allison at Harvard, into the Thucydides trap, a paradigm used to explain a range of conflicts between major powers in the past when a ruling power is challenged by a rising power. The relationship between the American and communist Chinese empires looks to some like a classic example, not least to Xi himself, who has been impressed enough by the concept of the Thucydides trap to invite Allison himself to meet him personally in Beijing to talk it through in more detail. Xi is taken with the model partly because it fits with his own personal Weltanschauung, his worldview, shared widely in People's China, that the Red Empire of the East is rising and rapidly closing the gap with these United States. Not all are as enthused or convinced by the merits of the model of traps that inevitably snap. Exempli gratiae. Scholars like Hal Brands and Michael Beckley have complained that the Thucydides trap has become a truism now invoked ad nauseum in explaining Sino-American rivalry, and complaining that it is both far too simplistic and also over-deterministic about how the future might or will play out. The main problem, however, is that the most interesting part of the story of why Athens and Sparta went to war and fought each other into the ground for the best part of 30 years is not that either one was a ruling or rising power, or that they were even fearful of each other at all. Athens and Sparta were rivals for sure, with both wary of the other's aims and motivations. But there was a glaring difference between their relationship and that of the American and Communist Chinese empires. Namely, that while the trois métropolae were the dominant powers in what is now Greece, neither was the superpower of their day. Today's Iran, or ancient Persia, was. It was the intervention of the latter, Aryan Persia, in 1412 BC, that settled matters decisively in Sparta's favor. Even more important, however, was the fact that war did not stem from the direct competition between Athens and Sparta, but resulted from the behavior of other states that caused friction between the twain. Athens and Sparta were dragged into confrontation by the ambitions and miscalculations of others. It was the agitations of the small, petty metropoli that lit the tinder that led to a war that cost countless lives and ended with the effective destruction of the Athenian Empire. In today's parlance, the middle powers were the goddamn problem, not the solution. The road to war had been building after Corcyra, the modern Isle of Corfu, which was once the Taiwan of Imperial Serbia, where the Serbian kingdom reestablished itself after its fall in an exile government a la nationalist Taiwan, quarreled with Corinth over the colony of Epidamnos. What began as a local dispute in 433 years before Christ walked the earth escalated when both sides sought allies. Corcyra appealed to Athens for support, arguing that if Corinth absorbed its fleet, the balance of power would shift dramatically. Athens agreed to form a defensive alliance with Corcyra, something which the Corinthians regarded as iniquitous. Not long after, Corinth gave support to Potidæa, a small city, a metropole, that paid tribute to Athens as a way of settling scores. This raised the temperature, since Corinth was a member of the Peloponnesian League and an ally of Sparta. It was a similar story when it came to Megara, a small town in Attica that also had close ties with Sparta. Under the direction of Pericles, Athens decided to use economic coercion, raising tariffs against the Megarians and excluding merchants from markets and ports across the Athenian Empire. Then there was the attempted seizure of Plataea by the Thebans, that again inflamed tensions and paved the way to war. The confrontation between Athens and Sparta was the result of multiple disputes involving comparatively minor metropoli that led competition to turn into open warfare. If there is any Thucydides trap, then, it should be less about ruling or rising powers than about the fact that these can get played off against each other. That, then, is the Dietrichonic, as in Die Deutschen Sprech, the German speak for literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized master key risk, to pay attention to when assessing relations between the American and Communist Chinese empires. Namely, that either or both could be dragged towards confrontation by the actions of others. Exempli gratiae. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires are competing for influence over North Korea. So nukes were off the agenda at the Xi Kim summit when Xi Jinping junketed to Pyongyang, the capital thereof. Xi's trip to Pyongyang highlighted Kim's increased room for maneuver. The revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire's war in the Ukraine having expanded Kim Jong-un's options in his dealings with the communist Chinese Empire of the East. Kim Jong-un, North Korea's nuclear-armed dictator, is at the apex of a love triangle. He and Vladimir Putin, Russia's Pravatelj, have lately shared each other's pantyhose. Now a jealous Xi Jinping, proletarian China's supremo, il est envoyé to Pyongyang to court the Mr. Kim. That makes things awkward for America and its aspiration to curtail North Korea's nuclear program. To reiterate in detail, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping stepped off his plane in Pyongyang on the 8th day of this month to a 21-gun salute and cheering crowds celebrating what he and Kim Jong-un heralded as an unbreakable friendship. The 3-day visit, Xi's first trip to North Korea since 2019, coincided with the 65th anniversary of the Trois Polities' 1961 Treaty of Friendship, Cooperation, and Mutual Assistance. Hongzhonghua, or Red China's, only legally binding defense contract or pact that they've ever signed on to. Think about what I've just said. Communist China is such an asshole that the only person on earth they could ever find to sign a mutual defense pact with was chicken bottom North Korea. That's pretty fucking sad. But the optics obscured a more complicated reality. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate remains North Korea's most important economic partner, but is no longer Kim's only meaningful patron. The Russian Federation's war in the Ukraine has given Pyongyang a new source of military, diplomatic, and economic support, and with it, something Kim has long sought in his dealings with Zhonghua Dalu, our mainland China. Options. History, of course, not only repeats itself, but must do so. So it is worth keeping an eye on who might force the reshaping of the New World Order, not least since the impulse may not come from Beijing or Washington, but from somewhere in between, as whence upon a Russian warship fired at a British yacht in the Channel. As the fallout from Keir Starmer's defense funding row continues, Great Britain has been served a timely reminder of the importance of being prepared for a fresh escalation of tensions with the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. But the span of a week ago, a Russian warship, the Admiral Grigorovich, fired warning shots at an unarmed British civilian yacht in the Channel shortly before lunchtime on the Tuesday before last. The circumstances around the incident, which took place 20 nautical miles off the Isle of Wight, outside British waters, remain somewhat unclear. The owners of the 40-foot British yacht, Jane and Alan Kelvey, claim they came no closer than 500 meters, or 0.3 miles, to the 409-foot Admiral Grigorovich. The Russian warship then sounded its horn a number of times before firing its guns, as they themselves reported. The couple, who were en route to France at the time, testify that they didn't do anything wrong, and that allegations that they were on a collision course with the ship were simply not true. The Kelvies testifying that the Admiral Grigorovich was not broadcasting its GPS position at the time of the incident, which is entirely believable because it's there on what is effectively an illegal assignment. The Russian Ministry of Defense claiming that the Kelvy's yacht, the Bright Future, was heading dangerously close to the Admiral Grigorovich. Despite trying to get its attention with flares and horn blasts, the yacht, so Moskva claims, actually got as close as 150 meters to the warship, at which point the frigate's commander decided to fire preemptively at the vessel's course with small arms. It is worth saying that British military sources seem somewhat unperturbed by the incident, categorizing it as nautical rather than an escalatory event by the Russian Federation on the high seas. A MOD, Ministry of Defense spokesperson, added that the shots fired by the Admiral Grigorovich were not aimed at the vessel and were an attempt to prevent a possible collision. Nevertheless, this incident has significance thanks to recent events. Over the weekend, Royal Marines boarded and seized a tanker, the Smirtos, in the channel that formed part of Russia's shadow fleet of ships transporting sanctioned Russian oil around the world. An Indian national has been arrested on suspicion of sanctions offenses in connection with that ship's seizure. While the MOD, the Ministry of Defense, has stated it does not believe that the Admiral Grigorovich's actions are linked to the seizure of the Smirtos, a NATO source told the BBC last week that the warship had been in the channel for several months, escorting Shadow Fleet vessels. The Admiral Grigorovich is armed with Kalibir, cruise missiles, torpedoes, and AAA, the anti-aircraft artillery, and the ship was being monitored by the British Navy's patrol vessel, the HMS, or His Majesty's ship, the Mersey. It clearly was not lurking just outside British waters on any pleasure cruise. With no injury or loss of life sustained by the crew of either the Bright Future or the Admiral Grigorovich, it appears that neither the British military nor the government will escalate this into a full diplomatic incident with the Kremlin. This approach falls broadly into line with that taken by Great Britain and its allies monitoring Russian naval activity in the Atlantic and High North in recent years. Let them know their activity, legal or not, is being watched, but don't unnecessarily provoke or escalate. On the Sunday before last, the First Sea Lord, General Sir Gwyn Jenkins, revealed that the Navy spent more than a third of its time last year responding to Russian undersea threats, confirming that incursions by Russia into British waters has risen 30% in the last 20 years. The threat to Great Britain from the Russian Empire at sea is by no means imaginary. That includes a risk to their merchant ships, more so after the Smirtos' seizure, as well as civilian vessels, along English undersea cables and oil pipelines. Last Tuesday's incident between the Bright Future and the Admiral Grigorovich appears small and isolated. Most certainly, the next time will be different. It is in just this context that the fall of Britain's Prime Minister is a warning for America. Since Donald Trump's 2024 victory, the Democratic Party has been embroiled in a vicious internal conversation over moderation. One camp argues that the party has moved too far to the left on cultural issues, particularly immigration and trans rights, and that it needs to tack to the center in order to secure its long-term political future. Their opponents argue that such a strategy will alienate core Democratic voters without making significant inroads among the MAGA faithful. This week, the anti-moderation camp has been claiming vindication, citing not developments in these United States, but the resignation of United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Starmer has, more than any other center-left politician around the world, actually executed on what the pro-moderation camp proposes, moving the Labour Party to the center on social issues, particularly immigration. Yet Starmer's numbers collapsed, and Labour experienced a series of humiliating electoral defeats in special and local elections, while the far right and far left both surged. For the anti-moderates, the lesson is straightforward. A Democratic Party that does something similar is due to defeat. This week, Adam Bonica, a political scientist at Stanford University here in my Golden, California, wrote, "Starmer's resignation is a warning. In a moment like this, tacking right isn't the safe play. It's the thing that sinks you." The moderates, for their part, argue that this is a misread of the evidence, that Starmer actually won power in the first due to moderate politics, and that his declining numbers after taking power have more to do with economic fundamentals than culture. Claire Ainsley, a former Starmer advisor and current directress of the project on the center-left renewal at the Progressive Policy Institute, has so told the Fourth Estate, "His cultural moderation has been an asset to Labour in getting closer to where the mainstream of voters are." The evidence suggests both sides are overstating the case. His rise to power shows the potential upside of moderating. His downfall shows its risk. Moderation can mitigate problems stemming from a perception that the party in question is too extreme. But it doesn't always work the way supporters of moderation suggest, with calculated policy concessions on social issues like immigration automatically translating to any increased support. In fact, said policy concessions can end up trapping you into a political no man's land, without a base of your own to lean on, unless paired with a clear affirmative vision of one's own. Here's when moderation helped Starmer. After the United Kingdom's 2019 elections, the Labour Party was in the wilderness. Led by the hard-left socialist Jeremy Corbyn, the party suffered its worst performance in roughly 100 years. This was not because the incumbent Conservatives were especially popular either. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, had a net approval rating of -12. But Corbyn was at -40. Contemporary polls showing that he was seen as unfit for office, and many of his policies were known to be unrealistic. Corbyn's long record of foreign policy radicalism, paired with scandals about Judeophobia in the Labour ranks, contributed to this perception. When Starmer won the Labour leadership contest in 2020, he pursued a strategy that the British political scientist Simon Griffiths described as decontamination, a conscious effort to reposition Labour as a party within the British political mainstream. He apologized for Corbyn's handling of Judeophobia, endorsed an increase in defense spending, and began openly mocking his predecessor as out of touch with ordinary Britons, describing his strategy as a pursuit of ideological quietism to distance himself from Corbyn and reach out to more socially conservative voters who would be wary of this rhetoric. Griffiths writes in the paper that he simply let it be known that the party had changed and was not the same kind of socialist party Corbyn had led. The initial results seem to vindicate the approach. In the 2024 election, Labour won nearly 2/3 of the seats in the United Kingdom Parliament, the third largest majority in the party's rather long history. There's evidence that Starmer's moderation helped. Voters who switched from the Conservatives in 2019 to Labour in 2024 were vastly more likely to say the Labour Party respected people like them under Starmer rather than Corbyn. There are, however, trois crucial caveats. First, it's not obvious how important Sturmer's relative moderation was in the ultimate outcome. The Conservative Party had been in power for 14 years at that point, and its reputation was in shambles. Data from YouGov, a leading United Kingdom pollster, showed that Labour supporters were overwhelmingly more likely to cite getting rid of the Tories rather than affirmatively backing Labour as the chief reason for their vote. Second, there is little reason to believe that Sturmer's moderation on cultural issues specifically played any decisive role. Neither immigration nor trans rights drove the perception that Corbyn was too radical. Sturmer's detoxification campaign focused on foreign and economic policy for a reason. YouGov's 2024 data shows that Labour voters' top issues were overwhelmingly economic, healthcare, and cost of living. Sturmer, in short, likely benefited, at least somewhat, from seeming more moderate than Corbyn. But that has much more to do with a broader, more ideological, diffuse branding than his specific stance on immigration or trans rights. Now, here's when moderation hurt Sturmer. Almost immediately after taking office, Sturmer's numbers began to drop. Nearly everyone agrees on the reason. He failed to deliver the substantive quality of life improvements that he promised. This week, YouGov's Dylan Difford wrote, "There's been no respite on the cost of living, with particularly food and energy inflation remaining high, while the NHS, National Health Service, and public services have not really improved. Labour has ignored that many of its most glaring issues are the complaints common across all of their losses, the cost of living, public services, feelings of a lack of delivery and change, the key issues that helped Labour into power in the first place. The question, however, is whether his tack to the center on cultural issues mitigated the fallout of these problems or exacerbated it. The best evidence suggests the latter, particularly when it comes to immigration. In the summer of 2025, Sturmer gave a high-profile speech outlining his new aggressive approach to immigration, arguing that mass cultural change was turning Great Britain into an island of strangers. He announced an intention to significantly cut the number of legal immigrants entering the United Kingdom. Harsh policies, including new limitations on foreign student admissions and a crackdown on asylum rights, delivered the promised cuts. By May of 2026, net migration had fallen to the lowest number since the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet Sturmer's numbers continued to fall. Reform UK, an extreme anti-immigration party, surged, becoming the most popular party in the country and the odds-on favorite in the 2029 election. Disillusioned left-wing voters defected en masse to the Green Party, a former fringe party that took an unapologetically pro-immigration stance. Tariq Abu-Shadi, a political scientist at Oxford who studies European left-wing parties, has gone on record to observe, "They didn't win back those voters that left for reform, and they alienated progressives." Abu-Shadi and many others in his field find that this is a rather common occurrence in European politics. On average, center-left parties who tack to the right on immigration do not tend to win over voters who had previously supported far-right parties. They do, however, tend to lose voters to left-wing parties who have more to offer the cultural left. There is unusually good evidence that Sturmer's positioning on immigration hurt him in precisely this fashion. In a recent study, a group of 8 researchers measured how a group of voters' attitudes towards Labour changed after the Island of Strangers speech. They found that the speech had some of the intended effect. Voters perceived Labour to be tougher on immigration after the speech than they did before. However, that perception did not help the party electorally, and in fact, most likely hurt it. The authors concluding that the speech decreased voting intentions for Labour by 1.2 percentage points and resulted in a 3.9 percentage point émorrhage in support from Labour's own former voters without attracting any new supporters. As to the lessons for these United States, it's tempting to conclude that ศ์is a slam dunk case against the Democrats' need to moderate position in these United States. I think this is directionally correct, but requires a bit more nuance. The United States and United Kingdom political contexts are importantly different. The United Kingdom system allows for third parties to run and succeed. Not just Reform and the Greens, but also the center-left Liberal Democrats, the Scottish National Party, and the new radical right faction, Restore Britain. In such a system, voters dissatisfied with Labour from the left have options. Left-wing Americans have no such viable option. They either vote for whomever the Democrats nominate or throw their vote away and de facto help the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party. This makes it less likely that tacking to the center could cost Democrats any huge chunk of their base in the way that it has Labour. Moreover, the American system gives individual legislators a lot more autonomy than the United Kingdom's disciplined parliamentary system. That means that individual legislators have more room to create individual brands that might benefit from ideological moderation, like the Republican senatress Susan Collins in Maine, or the Democratic representativess Mary Grotzenkamp-Perez in her conservative Washington district. The most relevant American lesson from the ศ์experience is thus not that moderation is always and forever politically ineffective. It's that successful moderation is much more complicated than simply picking the positions that appeal most to the median voter and making them your own. When ศ์moderation worked, it wasn't because he became identified with a specific set of moderate policy proposals. Rather, it was that he cultivated a perception, an ethos, a vibe, that Labour was no longer the same party it was under Corbyn. He and his team figured out that the median voter thought Labour was out of touch and took highly visible actions to correct that perception. But this didn't work as a governing approach. ศ์focus on looking for poll-tested cultural policies designed to win over voters lost to reform was premised on a myth that large numbers of far-right voters were open to voting for the center-left at all. Moreover, it necessarily meant compromising one's own image in ways that made him seem both inauthentic and unprincipled, as if Labour under ศ์were trying to be something it obviously was not and could never be. Those changes might have been acceptable if there was a new political identity to replace them, but ศ์also struggled to articulate a new North Star for the party and for his personal brand of politik that could attract a meaningful and enthusiastic base of support. In May, the British journalist Samuel Earle wrote in the New York Times, positioning himself as the custodian of a phantom centre, Mr. ศ์treated most Labour supporters with contempt as a partisan inconvenience and an obstacle to his project of national renewal. Yet he has also seemed too nervous to outline whatever that project might be. This might be the most salient lesson for American politique, that whatever one's ultimate position is, be it left or center, comprising one's own core identity is almost certainly a losing strategy. Political parties need affirmative visions that both animate their core supporters and create a clear sense of what they are and what they stand for. Moderate politics can provide that vision. Both William Jefferson Clinton and Anthony Blair had visions thereof in the 1990s. But Keir Starmer did not, and both he and his party are paying the price. Instead, Starmer's own resignation and Labour's collapse shows why Democrats must avoid abandoning trans people. Throwing trans people under the bus will not help the party. The day before yesterday morning, all the Americans who didn't hear it here first from the lips of Brendan ̔OGHET on Sunday night transmission woke up to news from the United Kingdom. Keir Starmer, the beleaguered leader of a collapsing Labour Party, announced his resignation after a mutiny from within his own ranks. Starmer served just under 2 years after winning a landslide in 2024 that ended years of Conservative rule. During that time, he was subject to the same forces we see in Democratic politics today: calls to moderate on transgender people and to trade a vulnerable community for political survival. He listened, and transgender people suffered more under his Labour government than they did under the Conservatives, with puberty blockers banned, a nationwide bathroom ban attempt, banning transgenders from entering either male or female bathrooms, and told to relieve themselves like dogs upon the street. And the kingdom reclassified alongside banana boats like Russia and Hungary for its mistreatment of trans people. And it didn't work. His party, which won 411 seats 2 years ago, now polls at 19%. Democrats must learn from this before they make the same mistake. In 2024, Starmer's landslide election brought hopes that the abuses of 14 years of Conservative governance would finally end. Instead, Starmer and Labour fell under pressure to throw transgender people under the bus. And they did. The CAS Review, published in April of 2024 under the Conservatives, and that was condemned for its abuse of hate group advisors and bad science. Labour embraced the CAS Review wholeheartedly anyway, and abused it to justify a systematic shutdown of transgender youth care. The Conservatives' emergency ban on puberty blockers was made permanent. The NHS, the National Health Service, once the pride of Britannia, stopped issuing new hormone prescriptions to trans youth. The government then turned its attention to private gender clinics, the last resort for desperate families, restricting their ability to operate. Trans youth in the United Kingdom now face some of the most restrictive policies in the Western world, with virtually no pathway to care, a reality that rivals restrictions imposed by governments the United Kingdom once condemned. And it did not stop with transgender youth. In April of 2025, the United Kingdom Supreme Court ruled that sex in the Equality Act means assigned sex at birth only, stripping trans people of legal recognition of their gender. Sturmer celebrated it, calling it much-needed clarity, and declaring a woman is an adult female. The government's equality watchdog followed by declaring trans women biological men and issuing guidance excluding them from single-sex spaces. Sturmer then urged public institutions to bar trans people from restrooms and other facilities as soon as possible. Universities, hospitals, parliament, and sporting bodies complied. ILGA, the ILGA, the International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans, and Intersex Association, Europe, reclassified the United Kingdom alongside Albania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and the Russian Federation for having no functioning legal or administrative process for legal gender recognition. And what did any of this do for Sturmer and Labour? Nothing. As the party's numbers cratered, Labour kept slamming the transphobia button harder, as if one more concession would stop the bleeding. Wes Streeting, the healthcare secretary, who made the puberty blocker ban permanent, publicly said he regretted ever saying trans women are women. Evan Burnham, Sturmer's likely successor, who once defended trans women's right to use women's facilities, reversed himself to court right-wing voters. None of it worked. Labour lost 1,500 council seats, and the party is facing an absolute collapse. All that remains is a party that has embraced transphobia and betrayed its allies while riding a sinking ship to the bottom of the bloody ocean. I often speak about Democrats here in these United States, and I often criticize them for taking stances that capitulate to far-right framings on transgender people. In recent months, I lambasted 8 House Democrats for voting to hand Trump more power to pull funding from schools that support transgender students. I slammed both Gavin Newsom and Xavier Becerra for their retreat on transgender sports, and in Newsom's case, for floating the idea that trans people should wait until the age of 25 years to transition, a quarter of their lifetime, more like a third, a position with its roots in United Kingdom-based anti-trans activism. I've even criticized the progressive icon and Mayor Mamdani for limiting his new clinic to patients 19 and older, abusing Trump's executive order age cutoff in what amounts to a retreat from his promises to use every tool at his disposal to fight for trans youth. Many have wondered why I have just as many sharp words for Democrats who retreat as I do for the Republicans driving the attacks. Sturmer's resignation on opening the work week should help explain as to why. One of my biggest fears is not the Republican Party. They are the devil, we know. Terrible. And they will take every step to target trans people in the worst ways imaginable. But in these United States, we have one thing the United Kingdom no longer does. Our major left-of-center party has not abandoned us. At least here, the harm can still be reversed. Executive orders can be revoked. Rules can be rewritten. Democratic-held states can serve as islands of refuge and support for transgender people. And a future Democratic administration can undo what this one has done. That is only true so long as the Democratic Party remains willing to fight for us. What happens if the only alternative party in the United States follows Labour's path and embraces transphobia as its banner flag? Where does that leave transgender people? The greatest danger to transgender people in America is not another 12 years of Republican misrule. It is the potential for a cancer to grow inside the Democratic Party, one that whispers to its leaders that the vulnerable and unpopular can be thrown to the wolves in exchange for survival. But what the pundits pushing this strategy never tell those leaders is that there will never be enough to feed those wolves. There is no amount of concession on trans rights that will satisfy the other side. The ads will still come, and they will not stop at trans people, immigrants, disabled people, 2S LGBTQ+ people. One by one, each group will become the next strategic sacrifice, until you are left with a party that has abandoned every community that once believed in it, all in pursuit of a political center that doesn't even exist. You sell your soul, and all you have left are empty platitudes and a collapsing future. So yes, today, Democrats must watch Keir Starmer and think about what led to this moment. They should think about him standing outside Downing Street on Monday morning with nothing to show for it. They must avoid making his same mistake. Because if they do, transgender people will be lost for a generation politically, and it will have all been for nothing. All such having been qualified, it's most certainly not for nothing that young America has given up on Israel. On Sunday night, Israelis went to bed expecting to be woken by sirens. The Israeli Air Force had bombed a Hezbollah base in Beirut, and Iranian leaders lined up to promise immediate, dramatic, punishing revenge before the dawn. And they succeeded beyond Israelis' wildest nightmares. Instead of a barrage of Iranian missiles, the country woke up to what will prove worse news. The Trump maladministration and the Iranian regime had agreed upon a deal. Monday morning, the Iranian news channel Mehr shared what it claimed was in the Memorandum of Understanding, and it seemed to be more or less correct. The United States of America agrees that Iran gets total control of the Strait of Hormuz in return for Iran agreeing to let ships pass. Iran gets broad sanctions relief, an end to the United States naval siege, all their frozen assets back, and up to $300 billion, 224 billion pounds sterling, in reconstruction money. Iran gets almost everything it wants. The United States gets basically nothing. There was nothing in the deal on missiles, nothing on the nuclear program. When it comes to Iran's regional proxies, the United States gets less than nothing. The deal explicitly protecting Hezbollah in Lebanon. Nobody in Israel is celebrating this agreement. From left to right, words like betrayal and surrender are being used. Benjamin Netanyahu, unable to defend the deal but unwilling to publicly criticize it, addressed the nation to implausibly claim that he and Trump had stopped some supposedly imminent Iranian nuclear attack. His implication was that even a bad deal is better than the alternative. If Israelis are disappointed by Trump, the feeling seems to be mutual. After Israel bombed the building in Beirut on Sunday, President Trump was furious, telling the reporter Barack Ravid, "Why did Bibi have to do a fucking attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know. He has no fucking judgment. I let him know that." That was just the most recent in a series of Trump's public expressions of frustration at Netanyahu over Lebanon. When Israel and its 500 satrap American states in union began their attacks on Iran in February, Hezbollah, under Iranian pressure, started firing drones and rockets into northern Israel. Israel responding by invading southern Lebanon and pounding Hezbollah targets across the rest of the country. Iran is negotiating only with the United States, but it still insists that any agreements it makes with Trump also bind Israel. For its part, Israel says it's not a party to any Aryan-American business and needs to defend its northern border. With the idea of still occupying southern Lebanon and Hezbollah still launching drones into northern Israel, how long before another incident like Sunday's? At the height of the Iran war in early April, I heard an interview on Israeli radio with a supporter of the attacks. He proudly told listeners that the bombings would set Iran's weapons and nuclear programs back at least 2 years. The presenters were taken aback. Only 2 years? What happens in 3 years then, when there may be a Democrat in the White House who wouldn't join Israel in a new crusade, a new Holocaust round of bombings in 2029? The pro-war guest said, "Don't worry, Marco Rubio will be president, and he's on our side." Some people claim that American policy supports Israel because of the influence of the AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, or the Evangelical Christian Lobby. Some point to shared strategic interests. But the most important reason why American presidents have been pro-Israel is because the American public has been mass indoctrinated to be pro-Israel. I should say brainwashed, but that's just too flunky a term for someone of my intellectual pretentiousness to apply. You see, the American public has been brainwashed to be pro-Israel, and so its American presidents simply reflect that. Or at least, that used to be the case. You see, the American public has been mass indoctrinated generationally, multi-generationally, intergenerationally to be pro-Israel. Or at least it was. Over the past few years, Israel's popularity in America has nosedived. This drop is particularly pronounced among younger people. According to Pew's polling in 2022, Israel's net popularity among men under 100 years of age was -2, at minus 2 points below zero. April this year, it had collapsed. Well, by April this year, it had collapsed to -47. 47 points below zero. That's an accomplishment. 4/5 of Democratic voters have an unfavorable opinion of Israel, but so do 41% of Republicans, and those numbers are rising. The shift is already evident in the Democratic Party, where there's a probably false perception that Joe Biden's support for Israel cost Kamala Harris the presidency. Candidates boast that they haven't accepted money from AIPAC, and several progressive insurgents have ousted traditionally pro-Israel Democrats in their primaries. Thank the gods. Among Democratic candidates for the presidency in 2028, the California governor, Gavin Newsom, has called Israel an apartheid state in March, before somewhat walking it back. Polls suggest that Alejandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has exposited that Israel committed genocide in the Gaza, could also be a strong contender for the Democratic nomination. On the Republican side, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, is the most likely nominee for 2028, but he is widely seen as ambivalent toward Israel. Vance defended Tucker Carlson when he interviewed a Holocaust revisionist, and the vice president often interacts on X with openly Judeophobic white nationalists. Israeli leaders seem only faintly aware of this issue, realizing that both Democrats and Republicans in Congress are uncomfortable with ongoing United States military aid to Israel. Netanyahu decided that it'd be a good idea to work to end it. Less aid means less leverage, the theory so goest. Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders have spraketh about building up the domestic arms and armaments industry so that Israel is no longer reliant on American exports. But that will take us years, if it happens at all. Trump is only the latest president to fall out with Benjamin Netanyahu. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton all ended up at loggerheads with the man who's been the face of Israel for far too long. Eretz Israel Heshlema, the greater land of Israel, must have a general election by October, and Netanyahu is once again planning to lead Likud into that election, despite Trump's comment that he might choose to retire. The polls suggesting that the current governing coalition is going to lose. Perhaps Netanyahu will be able to cobble together a government, but the opposition parties have a real chance to oust him. So much of the hostility towards Israel has become attached, rightly or wrongly, to Netanyahu. A new leader could be a chance for a strategic approach, for a different strategic approach for Israel, but also a new relationship, or rapprochement, with America. Currently, the American people seem to have given up on Israel. Whether it takes a new leader, a change in policy, or an attempt to change hearts and minds, something has to shift. If not, Eretz Israel will find itself standing alone, comest the next generation. And with that, let us check in with Aristides. How are you, dear sir? Are you with us? In the conscious world, I mean. Aristides. Aristides. There, don't you like the classical sound of that name? I guess that's all we're going to get, so good night to Aristides. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams.
Barely.
There we are.
Shit.
Oh,
You're okay,
yes.
Wrapping up here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please feel free
Great.
to say
Well,
yes.
You did great.
Oh, bless you. Thank you, sir.
And I'm going to put the PayPal link in the chat. And you're going to go there and you're going to give Douglas money because he needs it. And this is his job.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we couldn't do it without you. You are the man. Aristides is our Rock of Gibraltar. And so, that all having been articulated, let's, as soon as he gets those links in there, I'll wait just a few moments because, you want to make sure it uploads. And if I hit the end live stream too quickly, then it doesn't upload with the publication. So all of that being said, Aristides, of course, is the man who opens every episode. Without his participation in transmission, our lives would be all the emptier. He is part of the vanguard of Team Dietrich. And for that, we are forever grateful. All that being said, we want to thank all of you who support us morally or financially in our listenership, our audience, and we insist that you bring more into the fold. Spread the word that the son of Adolf Hitler, the biological son of Adolf Hitler by in vitro fertilization, if that's the term you'd like to use, basically sperm that was maintained in the freezer, so to speak, and an eyedropper, so to speak. I guess you could call me a turkey baster baby, is the most likely source of my origin. Of course, my legal father could actually be my biological father, but the chances for that are slim, considering the fact he was married 5 times before he married my mother and produced no offspring thereby. He thought, in a positive form of racism, that Asians would be more fertile, and hence the union with my mother, that she then told him the children produced were his own. And he died with that belief. All such being said, more than likely I am the biological product of Adolf Hitler, whose sperm was collected by my mother when she was legally underage by Western standards. But I think that's past the point of pursuing legally. And she certainly didn't care and wouldn't press any charges. So all that we have now, in my case, is due to, well, Adolf Hitler having existed, and my legal father being willing to take my mother into United States citizenship, and I am naturalized thereby. How I will be impacted by the Supreme Court decision, well, I shouldn't be impacted at all, but they'll only keep pushing it. And that having been stated and articulated, what shall I say next? Oh yes, the usual. Spread the word, bring your friends, and be back same Dietrich chime, same Dietrich channel on Sunday night. Dietrich being the Teuto-Slavonic for Dragon, same Dragon time, same Dragon channel. Any other thoughts there, dear Aristides? Before I end this.
You're the best turkey baster baby ever.
Delightful. Hugs. Okay, and with that, we're ending stream. Okay, there we go. Ending triple redundancy process. Oh, so